de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza. Sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Hay mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si la situación te asusta, enfréntala. Si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha. Si la alegría te abraza, acéptala. Si la suerte no te roza, búscala. Nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na.
Move your body to the sound of the tuba. Move your body to the sound of the tuba.
Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime to save a wall. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys of the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She'll top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as a water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Yeah. Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games, we want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as a water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
A second night, an hour ago, so I am still awake. I've said I love you so many times, but the meaning is starting to fade. You and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. The feeling just can't seem to go away. I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your great sweat. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. And I'm here trying to think of you with somebody else. But that creeping thought is slowly helping me hate myself. No, you and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. But the feeling just can't seem to go away. Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by
came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my miracle. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my miracle. I got a feeling that it's just begun. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive.
Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a white twat. G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay?
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Let's Wanna Fly, Andrei Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5, Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav. Nickname is Piposhka. I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G. I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Soneka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an off-lane.
Oh, and Ash, he's actually looking for the job. They're in on a G. G's been found. G goes down. He's dead for 70 seconds. Now the turnover towards the Death Prophet. They've got the controller with the Rolling Thunder, and they have that damage too as they bring out Melojul. 2 down. BKB's popped by Nefrit, but he's having to step back. He's having to run. Shashly tries to come with the Hoostomp, but he doesn't catch Krillitz. Krillitz able to move in, get the crit onto Nefrit. To 30 down. Just Chu and Shashlo left alive, but Krillitz jumps over towards Chu. Triple kill. Look at the jump. Around to the Centaur. Dreamcore down as well. And I mean, this Ursa just dies though. BKB and Rage out, and they just kill him through it. He's not going to be able to stand any time in the fight as Extremum just crumble as quickly as they begin the fight themselves. Name of the game. Find G. And they're in a Melo. Oh, Jesus. Got the false promise. And they're trying to get enough heals out. I don't think they're going to have enough as this DP has to step away. Hey, will actually be enough to get back up on the HP after false promise. Nefrit's having to put the BKB and run to the high ground. And Krillit's in. Double kill for Krillit. He'll be ready to jump back down to Mello. Oh, no. Gets the exorcism out. Streamer got the stomp onto Krillit. Krillit just turns though. Shashlo, he's going to get taken out. Ultra kill for Krillit as the buybacks will not turn anything around from Extreme. And G's kind of outside the base. Krillit, oh, he wants the rampage. He wants the rampage. He's going to get it. He's in onto G. A rampage for Krillit. And now they're not even done yet. They're looking to dive in onto Chu. A double rampage here as he cleans up Chu as well.
What a way to close out that first series, a double rampage. Today, it's a beautiful sunny day in Sweden, and that's the beauty of esports. It may not be nice where you are at, but we don't need good weather to be able to watch some good Dota 2. So, I promise, it's going to be a great day. Be sure to stick around. It's ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
That's right. I'm feeling in a good mood today, and there's no reason not to. My job is great. I get to stand here, I get to talk to some of my very best friends, and I get to talk about my favorite game, Dota 2. Speaking of my best friends, I've got two of them coming in. It's Kyle and OD Pixel who are going to be joining me first today. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Hello. Morning.
I would fist bump you, but you've got... Oh, okay.
What's he got?
I don't know. What is in your cup this morning, Kyle?
Just good old H2O, baby.
Oh. You just put it in a mug to feel fancy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. Owen, how you been?
Not bad, not bad.
Did you have the day off yesterday? No. When was your last day?
No, yesterday was a nice easy day. We
Yeah.
only had one series
Yeah, we
going
had
on
one.
over on the DreamHack half of things. It's nice relaxed day.
When was your last day?
I have the Sundays and Mondays off. So
Oh,
this
okay,
is, I'm
okay.
coming
So
to the end
it's
of a
been a
long
bit.
week of Dota 2 here. You know, a couple more days to go before the day's off.
Hard job.
It is. You know, today's my panel day. Always the day that I fear. You know, normally I get to coast along, just sitting down, casting Dota 2. Now I've got to stand up here and look like an idiot in front of the world.
Do you prep at all for your panel segments?
Oh, absolutely.
What does your preps look like?
Making sure that I can recall all the names of the players on the team rather than being able
Wow, you are
and that's me
steps
done.
ahead of Kyle already. So
whoa, I know the players.
He didn't say all of the players, did he?
Don't make him recite them.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
We don't want to pull back the curtain too far. Okay?
I mean, that is fair, though. Kyle also has to remember some of the other regions and their players, right, Kyle? You're going to be doing a little coverage of
doing that
Southeast
right
Asia
now?
today? I mean, if you want to.
I can. We can lead right into it. I thought I'd have some more time to give the back and forth. But yeah, if you want to follow me, as Cap so gracefully stated, we're going to check in on one of the other regions currently participating in the DPC circuit. Southeast Asia. Way too early in the morning. I saw memes from Lizard and Black over there casting. They're just showing up at 5 a.m. to get it going. But if we check out the most contested hero picks, Puck has been the name of the game. It's quite interesting because much like here, the SEA teams and the Chinese teams scrim against each other, where in SEA, 100% Puck pick ban, and in China, it's mostly ignored. Has an incredible high win rate, 270%. Beastmaster, Centaur, Wisp, all over 70% win rate. Death Prophet has been picked only one time. It lost, but it's been banned 22 times. So, I mean, it's kind of weird, honestly, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Morphling. It's like the SEA special. I think we saw yesterday 23 Savage just going absolutely insane on the hero. And I'd say that out of the top 5 Morphling players in the world, 3 or 4 are probably in this region. We want to move along to the results. The big surprise, and we'll talk more about them later, TNC Predator 3-0, including a win, and the only loss for OB Esports Neon, the #1 team out of this region in terms of DPC points. They have 600. Fnatic and T1 are not looking super hot. They haven't played too much, specifically Fnatic, who it's kind of misleading that they're 5th because I expect them to rise as the event continues. Boom, Execration, Omega Esports, all sort of jumbled up in the middle. But clear favorites, TNC, who have looked utterly dominant in the games they've played so far, only dropping 1 game, of course, to OB Esports Neon. I want to talk about this team real quick. You can check out their individual match results, but more importantly, they are once again a full Filipino roster for the first time since 2019 with the additions of Boomy and Bach. I've talked to these guys going back to some bus ride. I think it might have even been ESL Manila. I remember talking to Armel and Gabby. They were giggling because I was like, yeah, I'm quit. I'm not coming back. I don't know how you guys do it. And they said, I love this shit. I'll do this for the rest of my life. And they're finally back in the driver's seat. They're looking incredibly strong. Their tempo is unbelievable. And if you guys are looking for a favorite or a team to follow, TNC Predator. They just also won the Acer Predator League in dominant fashion, also against OB Esports Neon. And they are looking like clear favorites to come out of this region. But since they didn't get points in the last season, they will need to perform at the major in order to guarantee a TI invite. And that's pretty much it for the SEA region. TNC Predator, they're the ones to watch.
Well done, Kyle. That was a great segment. Very well done.
Really?
See, yes, I absolutely mean that. I am not being insincere.
Oh, shucks.
That was very nice.
Well,
I feel like I learned
rehearsed.
a lot. So TNC, big squad. Like, what did they place last season? Wasn't it like 4th or 5th?
4th or 5th.
Yeah, they didn't do so
I didn't
hot.
research that far back, but they got short memories, so they forgot about that already.
Yeah. All right, fair enough.
I looked up their history though. They are actually like, because they won both the WESG Nation tournaments, if you remember.
Yeah,
those.
they usually
had massive prize pools.
Yeah.
So I looked at their overall
winnings.
Yeah, it's like $4.5 million, and I'm like, damn. Like,
Yeah,
these guys,
they
they're doing
straight
well.
up are like, if you took away TI winnings, they're actually one of the teams who has
Yeah. Yeah, they
won
were
the
big.
most amount of money. It's pretty insane.
Yeah. I think it was
Take
like
advantage of it.
I think that WESG they won. I think it was 800 or 900K for first. I'm like, yeah, that's more than 2 major prize pools. That's not bad. And their best competition was like Ramses and Solo and a bunch of like
Team
mixed
Russia. I remember
yeah,
that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Team Ukraine, Team Russia.
Yep.
Also
Yeah.
some great stories about the hotel at the first one. A lot of fun photos and stuff from that event. Man, we need podcasting. What's up, Cap?
Okay, I mean, we do have a little bit of time, but there is part of the reason I shuffled you off so early is there is something else that happened recently. The Dota 2 ecosystem. Fresh patch.
Oh.
729C is out. Beastmaster, one of those heroes that you had, is one of the most picked for the Southeast Asian region and all regions across the board. One of the most contested heroes. He got nerfed a little bit more. That is the first question. Is he still OP? He's basically back to what he was before 729. He just doesn't have additional damage. That's it.
I think he's still going to be picked a lot. I would be very surprised if the nerfs in this patch are going to be enough to stray all the teams away from it. It's not going to be like we're never going to see Beastmaster again. Teams are absolutely going to still fit it in if the game's good. I just feel that most of what we've seen, at least in some of the games, that looks incredibly dominant. It's sure, like later on when you get the Ags, it is ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It's still, I'd say, a little ridiculous. But it was the fact that just in the laning stage, you get a good lane matchup in the mid. I mean, nothing's really changed about your early game, that pre-Ags play. It's still going to be strong.
Who's supposed to read this fast, JJ? So what are you scrolling? We'll get back to the items. What are we doing? We're already in the M's.
Oh.
Big change, I think, is that Solar Crest nerf. That kind of limits the appeal of Beastmaster in a way in terms of the early tempo. That item won't get as much presence. It's really just little tweaks to the top items in the patch. We didn't see it like a single game without a Solar, a Ring of Basilius, or an upgraded Sanj Kayasha.
Sure. I think Sanj could do a bit more of a nerf. I'm looking at that. Just
get rid of the status resist.
Exactly.
Please.
This item's... We are not going to see Sanj, Kaya Sanj, Yasha Sanj be brought in any less situations than you would have expected before this change. I don't think this change changes anything for the frequency of Sanj and Yasha and Kaya Sanj buying.
I felt that way about all of these items listed, but Kyle, it sounds like you feel like 10 attack speed. Is that enough to?
It's still gonna get picked every game, but it's at least it
makes it more balanced.
Change, yeah. It's like it's a 15% nerf, right? Meanwhile, this. The status resistance is why this item is broken. I'm actually mad looking at it. Now we can scroll down slowly.
We don't want Kyle to get too mad, honestly, so let's scroll down.
That's kind of how I feel about
the items.
All of this
That's
patch.
too fast.
Like a lot of this patch is like nerfs that you're like, yeah, that's you're going the right direction, but you didn't go nearly far enough in that direction.
Definitely not.
You know, a lot of the stuff's just been like, well, it's a little less, but it's like I don't know if this is going to change much at all.
So the thing about Beastmaster that I thought was cool is they actually buffed the inner beast attack speed because so many people were going the QW build with only the 1 point. I think this change shifts Beast from, I think it's still a first pick, just not mid. I actually think you'll see it more off lane
and
now.
it's not. You buy the Ags, that's the game.
HOD build is pretty sick.
Versatility for different. I mean, we saw some Beastmasters when it was playing in the offlane. You know, they would go like the Solar Crest, the Aura build still. They it wasn't always the mid and the Ags rush, even though it was, so 80% of the time when we see it. So definitely gives a bit more viability to differences.
Yeah. And then we saw the Brood. One other change I thought was relevant because in NA, I was watching my brother and his team play yesterday against the 2-based, and they were first 2 banning Broodmother. I think a big part of that was Broods using the Ags build and just effectively playing the game or running on the map like 700 move speed. Can't do that anymore. And what you also can't do, if you're listening, Fear, is first 2 Luna 2 games in a row. Jesus Christ. What was that?
Wow. Kyle is really on one this morning.
I'm
okay.
Today.
Kyle is... His emotions are up.
Who's Luna?
I know Texas did it a lot last season.
Yeah, that music going? That means it's time to start the series. Virtus Pro is going to be matched up against Team Unique. See if they can provide the upset. All this after the break. Like every single matchup that Virtus Pro has, it's going to be a David versus Goliath. And Team Unique, while they have done all right for themselves, managing to keep themselves in the upper division, they did so only barely last season by being able to win a tiebreaker against Team Empire. And the worst thing is their schedule is about to pick up even more. They're currently 1-1. They lost a game against Windstrike, the freshly promoted Windstrike. And even worse, they have to face up against Virtus Pro now, and then they play 2 games next week. The schedule is really going to be picking up, so they need to be in top form right now, gentlemen. Odie Pixel, as well as Kyle, who are going to be joining me to break down this series. So let's talk about Virtus Pro first, since they are the big dogs. VP looked a little bit shaky so far, right?
They did drop a game, right?
Yeah. AS Monaco Gambit, they did drop a game there.
Yeah, the team that's yet to win a series. So I think there would have been talks in the VP camp after that performance, like, hey, what was going on? But they've only played 2 series, so still early days for them in the league. So I wouldn't expect anything else like that happening. I think VP's going to be back on track to just winning every game out right now.
I think it's telling, though, that they were underperforming, but still win. And it feels like the whole region seems to have taken a hit after the major, honestly. Na'Vi looks like a shell of themselves.
Yeah.
And the Spirit's playing well, but I feel like, yeah, they've improved, but Gambit and Na'Vi also took a step down. So VP, maybe they're not up to true form, and they're playing at an 8 out of a potential 10. They're still the best team in the region.
Yeah.
So they're heavy favorites coming into this, and I think they're going to just stick to the standard. The patch didn't change too much for them. I foresee a lion, a Timbersaw. Ooh.
I am anticipating at least some of those bans, but of course, one big player who is a big part of Virtus Pro is Nightfall, and he's also, like many of VP, newer to the scene, so let's talk to him a little bit more about his origins in Dota 2.
Towards the side, Blade Fury's back up. It doesn't matter, they've got the physical damage to take him down. 3 dead on VP, desperate, very bad, but GPK will hunt him down.
Hello, I'm Nightfall. I'm playing for Virtus Pro as position 1. I'm one of the youngest players in the Dota scene. I did start playing Dota like 6 years ago, but I wasn't like really serious, and about that I was just studying. But seriously, I did start playing Dota like 3 or 4 years ago. I had goal to just like become one of the best players in the world.
Well left though, he's playing fully aggressive on the Kingslayer, and he's away up from the high ground, but they've lost to Carlis. Desperate's now out of mana. He will go down. Double kill for Nightfall.
So 3 years ago, I was like just casual 7k player, but I was putting a lot of time into Dota. Was just playing 24/7, like tryharding, playing a lot of pubs, and just trying to improve myself as a player. I improved really fast and became like a high MMR player, and started to play in like some competitive teams when I got high MMR and into top leaderboard. Before Virtus Pro, I didn't have some real serious teams behind me. So Virtus Pro was my first serious team.
Call it GG is called VP. Well, this game too wasn't really much of a game at all.
One of the only teenagers professionally playing Dota 2 still, as many of them have gone older and just kept playing as time went on. In fact, his whole team is incredibly young, with 4 of them being either 18, 19. It's only TM who's the old dog on the group at 21. This is an incredibly young squad and kind of represents the future of Dota 2, especially for this region, right?
And it was a pretty big move as well by Roman, the GM, to cut the old guard and bring in the new kids. But if you consider it from like an investment POV, like this squad will, in theory, be good for years. Like that's kind of nuts, actually. Average age under 20. That means, geez, they're all born like this millennium.
Also, doesn't it help that they ended up winning a finals tournament against, when they were a Virtus Pro Prodigy, they beat the actual VP squad in the finals, and then not long after, VP's like, all right, you guys are the real VP squad.
Then they looked at the bill for the salary, like, geez, like, You guys spent $800 on. Well, never mind. If you're at a Pro Prodigy, $800. It's like, damn, that's all. That's the salary. That's easy.
$800. Was that one person's night of entertainment compared to Virtus Pro,
Apparently
aka Prodigy?
That was just the pre-party.
Oh,
that was for the hors d'oeuvres.
All right, well, let's take a look at Team Unique. They are currently 1-1, and obviously they're huge underdogs here. Can they actually, I mean, they had a bit of a roster switch up, right? Can they actually take down Virtus Pro? Is there any chance of that? Or are we just looking at seeing if they look okay against VP, and therefore maybe they can beat some of the other teams?
I mean, I feel from the last showing that we saw from them against Windstrike, I was expecting kind of good things from this squad. You know, it's got big names, it's got those old names that have been around for a long time, and have had solid results in the past. But against Windstrike, sure, Windstrike, to give them credit, they're looking very hot. It just looked like a rough series. It was as if just sort of the connection between the players wasn't quite there yet, which is understandable. I believe with FN they've only played about 11 matches, so still making the adjustments to having him in on the mid lane. And for that sort of team to go up against VP, I would be very surprised if today's the day where it all comes together for Unique. I hope it does, because I want to see them be able to give a good match against VP, but I think it's going to be very tough for them.
I would be impressed if they took a game.
Okay.
That's I think, the ceiling for them in this series.
Yeah, that's, I think, perfectly fair, given the fact that Virtus Pro is such a dominant squad within this region. But Big Num, he's known a lot of giants in his time. After all, he goes all the way back to Dota 1. So let's learn a little bit more about that.
They've got those BKBs online. It's a nice egg as well. They just chased down Racho, and they've had just a split fight going on.
I think I didn't play much of Dota days back. I just play like 5 games per day, and I was studying. I didn't take it super serious. I didn't feel like it's my job or anything. I just played for fun. I played tournaments for fun as well, like everyone, I think. After 2nd or 3rd TI maybe, when I saw that everything is growing up hugely and it can be my job, and I was loving the game so much, so I just decided go try and play full time. Yeah.
Sunray is doing so much. The finger of death comes out. Rainbow though falls. Yamich Penloman also now down as Sriracho trying to run. He can't.
My parents gave me an opportunity to choose myself what I want to do, so I had no pressure really. So at the time when I decided to stop studying and play Dota full time, I had no problems with it from my parents or my girlfriend. It was all good for me.
Well, that's good to hear anyway. Now with the DPC going, there's perhaps a little bit more support for where he is in his career. But I've heard so many players talk about the fact that whether it's, like Nightfall, who said, I just started playing Dota 6 years ago, or many pro players who were kind of like, they're doing their studies and then they're also playing Dota on the side. Many of them started going really pursuing it as a career around that TI3, TI4 area, right? Right as the prize pool starts kicking up for TI, right as some of the viewership numbers started exploding for Dota as well. It was kind of like that era was when everybody was like, oh, I can make this a thing.
Me. I was like, it's time for a podcast, but I was considering quitting esports, sitting home, resting on my laurels as a multiple Han world champion.
Having won thousands of dollars, and you look at Dota and they're winning millions.
Yeah, and I'm like, interesting. Let me tell you, the job market for a 22-year-old with no education, not great. So Dota 2, moved in with my dad, started playing games, and now look at me.
Yeah, Owen, when did you decide that you wanted to pursue casting?
I mean, for me, it was always a hobby. It was always a bit of fun. And then when people start listening and say, hey, I like listening to you, dude, and then I get asked to work events, I'm like, well, sure, I'll give it a shot. It was never me looking at the game and going, oh, this game's going to be huge. I mean, at the end of the day, if this game wasn't huge and it was tiny, I'd still choose to spend my time casting it because I love what I do and I love all the people that watch it as well.
And
beautiful.
You love?
No, not you, Carl.
Oof, that is a rough rejection. We'll let the sting of that one linger in the air a little bit. All right. It's time for the draft. We'll let Kyle
It's not funny.
Deal with that one. We'll be right back with Game 1 of Virtus Pro versus Team Unique.
It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music, so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's last of my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me dancing till the sun comes up. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, 'cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music, so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's last of my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me dancing till the sun comes up.
Well, if anything, I am hoping for at least some interesting picks when it comes to this, because when you're matched up against the strongest team in your region, some teams opt to be able to go the route of picking maybe a little bit of cheese, maybe trying to pick something that surprises Virtus Pro that they don't know quite what to deal with. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro are really the ones that seem to know all the ins and outs of all the various heroes. We saw that the jungle Huskar. I'm still waiting for them to pick a jungle something in this patch, seeing as Secret tried it with Venomancer, right?
Yes,
they did.
Yeah.
That is a special case, I think. Although jungling is cool. I can't believe we're going back to Han, but Han, it was jungle meta. It's not like League of Legends now. Like, it's kind of weird that, you know, Dota being the best game doesn't have the jungle meta, but I think it's also just a testament to how, you know, many things can work. But in theory, if you can go even in 2 lanes and get XP in another and run a jungler, you're winning the game. So it does kind of change the incentives a bit. But we saw Save and Puppy jungle successfully. It was uncontested. You know, my brother would always say, like, yeah, nothing stops from just picking Ogre. The Ogre runs at you, and no matter what your jungler is, like, you run away. You can't, you're not a support, so it's not as if you can recover in the same way.
From a spectator point of view, do you enjoy watching the jungle metas, or do you enjoy the more 2-1-2s or the roaming 4 positions? What is your favorite to watch, actually, Owen?
I mean, I like a lot of early game movements. When you see the potential for sort of those heroes that are going to want to gank like 2 minutes on the mid lane. I don't mind seeing the jungle heroes because we just... what were they banned?
Sorry, they banned
Lion Timbersaw.
Oh, yeah, well, literally the 2 most picked heroes, right, for VP, I think, over the last month.
Finally, somebody takes those heroes out of their pool.
I mean, this is fun. Yeah, we're going to get to see a different opener.
Yeah. Though not that different considering what we're seeing out of both this region and Western European DPC. Centaur is easily the most preferred offlaner. Maybe you, as an opener, let's say, it's just a solid first pick. Maybe you like to end your pick on a Timbersaw, but...
Here's the thing I wanted to ask. So a Centaur is supposed to be half human, half horse. However...
Or is he half horse, half human?
Well, no, here's my argument. He's got 4 horse legs. That is not just the back, but the front of the horse as well. So isn't he really more like just the head of a horse? That's the area that he replaces. He's the neck and head of a horse. That's it.
Well, what are you on about? No, he's the torso of a man. What do you mean? He's not the head of a horse.
I think what Kyle is trying to say is that he's basically 3/4 of a horse.
Exactly.
But he's also half a man. So he's really, that makes it why he's a good first pick. He's actually 125% of a regular being.
I mean, that's not wrong. The numbers check out there.
Big axe, too.
He does have a very big axe.
Shaman. Oh, they love the heroes with the hex. You can't get the lion, you get the shaman.
It's also a very strong 4 position, arguably stronger than a lion. You don't have the cheap spam of the stun, but you hit for, I think, 71.
It's
just come into the lane.
Yeah, one of the highest range right clicks on a support.
Okay, so if he is so strong and he was so good last season, why is he not being picked up more?
I've wondered that for some time.
Shaman. Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised we don't see more Shaman. I'm surprised we kind of just don't see more Lion from some teams. Some teams never pick Lion. Like, it's these Hex heroes that I feel sort of... for me, they kind of won the major. You know, we're seeing like these heroes like Puck come to the front. It's the teams, you know, especially like a lot of the Chinese teams, right? We're just so good with Lion and Shaman that it just straight up destroyed some of the mid laners coming out of other regions. So no, I'm surprised we don't see more.
I agree 100% because you also have to deal with kill threat later on in the game. Hex mechanics give you core level kill potential. You know, later on in the game, when Shaman has max levels in a blink, you plus a core is a kill because you represent so much lockdown. And not to mention drop wards, that's a tower. It's just super underrated.
Sure.
Totally agree. Maybe the rise of like the super aggro 4 positions lowered it in priority. You know, you're playing against Tusk, Earth Spirit, Void Spirit all the time.
Sure, but again, like Necro Book has been removed from the game, so that makes Lion and Shaman even better.
Yeah.
Because these are, you know, these support heroes were busted in some regions when that item was in the game. Now the item's gone, and that's not something they have to worry about playing again. They're even better.
I don't know why you don't talk up yourself as a panelist, Owen. I think you're onto something.
Now, in 728, it did get nerfed a couple times, but was still a popular hero. In 729, it did receive another round of nerfs, but nothing major. It got a 0.1 turn rate increase. So, you know,
it's unplayable.
That's a little bit annoying. And they also took away the cast range talent at 15, so now you don't have a cast range talent and Aether Lens, so you're shackling from halfway across the map.
That was
but, you know, that's I feel like... those things, that's a level 15 talent on a 4 position. Like, your game is still going to be the same for the most part.
God, you remind me of this argument I had with Nahaz, also when we stopped going on panels together, about how Warlock was really good because of the XP talent. Level 15.
Oh, yeah, the 60% experience 15, or whatever. Yeah, that was
like, insane. Alan, no one's picking Warlock for the level 15.
Yeah.
That was a terrible segment. I think we yelled at each other for like 5 minutes, and then Shiva was like, all right, guys. well, that's that. We moved on.
Wraith King is what? Why did they pick Wraith King into Centaur Shadow Shaman? I feel like that lane actually kind of beats you up a little bit.
The lane does, but the skeletons are quite nice against the shaman.
Okay.
Sure. That's, yeah.
Also, I think shaman, centaur, body everything. I actually can't.
What would you pick against it?
Maybe a razor,
ranged hero of some kind, right? That is the danger. Is that Centaur is going to be the best offlaner at trading right clicks with any melee hero.
Yeah.
And then Shadow Shaman or Lina or any of those heroes are obviously their harassment against a melee hero is going to be insane too.
Yeah.
So
Razor hasn't come to the West though. It's being picked a lot in China, and my theory on that is that Chinese Dota is a lot more technical, and players are more willing to play what's best and strategically sound. So they'll draft Razor, go the perfect items, and be able to crush lanes. I think over here in Eastern Europe, a lot more focus on like playmaking, individual skill. So it's not really about the methodical gameplay. It's I'm Morphling, I'm Void Spirit, I'm gonna go outplay this guy and kill him.
Yeah.
No one wants to be the BKB first hero.
So maybe part of the reason they pick Wraith King is just the fact that it's one of their favorite heroes. After all, it's their 4th most picked hero, 14 matches.
Indeed. It's interesting AA pick. I wish, see, this is a scenario where I think Nature's Prophet is another hero that's been forgotten. It's super powerful. If I see AA Rasta, I don't even care what your cores are. Nature's Prophet looks great.
Well, you're going to need some more setup disables, and they're going to go for Sven with the Ancient Apparition since they don't have Wraith King available to them.
Sven's really good this game, it feels. You're looking at this Snapfire, Wraith King, Mars. I mean, whatever sort of the duo lane is going to be that's in the face of the Sven, it's going to be kicking out a lot of physical damage. And that war cry at all stages of the game is going to be beautiful, and it's going to help your squishy heroes like the Shaman against like the siege of the skeletons from the Wraith King, and that little bit of armor making all the difference. And that comboed with the items that Centaur's going to be building, you're making for a pretty tanky squad. That so far Unique, unless they make some really high-paced early moves with the Mars Snapfire ultimate combo, so some of these drawn-out fights here. You're kind of lacking the damage, I feel, on Unique's lineup to get through this, like Sven and Centaur.
I feel like we say that all the time when one team has Centaur and the other doesn't. It's just like, well, how do you kill stuff? And the Rubik Snapfire is spooky because you don't really offer too much, especially if you fall a little behind. Mars is a lot more about control than damage output, especially from the off lane.
They got to have some. I think so. You got to finish with some, high DPS mid laner.
Yeah. They do have last pick, so.
Does look like Virtus Pro is banning away mid, or they assume it's a mid Mars, which Team Unique do play both. So.
I feel then you're leaving, a lot of pressure on your offlane hero to do a hell of a lot of damage if Mars is going to be mid.
Yeah. The nerf to Invoker still gets banned, but it's actually pretty significant. Removing a full multiplier from the Wex instead of going up by 2 every level, 2 attack speed per Wex, it's now 1 attack speed. It's pretty significant. Later on, max Wex represents, I think, minus 21 attack speed. I guess it's not crazy. It's like a glove of haste.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's still going to be good in these games where you're against 3 heroes with a tiny mana pool and that can't really play the mid game if they get hit by an EMP.
They left Death Prophet.
And they're going to go Tiny instead.
Hell of a lot of burst with AA.
So now that you're seeing this, where do you want the Mars? Do you want it mid against Tiny? Or do you want it off lane?
I think you...
I mean, you were talking about earlier, Razor's still in, right? If you pick Razor, you're going to have a good lane, right? They can't change their core position around. Razor is going to be able to have a matchup against one of the melees.
It's a really nice Yules game. I've always liked AA and Rasta against Razor, though, because you can't really run into these heroes, even with BKB.
That's true, yeah.
It's kind of annoying.
Very annoying.
But it is just too good as a matchup. You buy an early BKB. It seems solid. I can't see a... It has to be a BKB hero. And you think like Death Prophet, not into AA. Shadow Fiend, maybe, but real squishy. TA? It's a decent TA game. Sven can be troubling though.
Yeah, that bonus armor he gives everybody with Warcry. Any percentage based, like Necrophos keeps on standing out to me, but you're getting Ancient Apparitions. So instead, Team Unique is going to buff themselves up even more.
Right.
This is really three strength scores on each side. They are really just trying to out-brawn each other.
I mean, I want to see some serious damage being built up on FN this game. And even so, I mean, you pick Kunkka into Sven. Warcry, sure, back in the past, who cared about the armor for the cleave? But nowadays, Warcry is going to do a hell of a lot against the hits from the Kunkka in the fight. Of course, Kunkka did get a nice buff. He's pretty speedy now. His base movement speed 315, and his toolkit, it wasn't bad anyway. I still just feel that they've got to hit some crazy team fights with this Kunkka Snapfire Mars. Otherwise, they're just going to struggle against the Sven in the later fights.
Kunkka's always been nice against AA because you give the rum buff, and that typically allows you to stay alive through the Ice Blast duration. However, I think VP is just the stronger team coming into this, and I believe they'll scale better, and they have a better laning phase. Their two side lanes specifically are brutal. Like, Sven AA is just, you're going to stun. If Rubik gets out of position, he's just dead.
So nothing really necessarily wrong with Unique's lineup. It's just maybe a slight laning advantage to the side of Virtus Pro, and then obviously huge advantage to them being a team.
Yeah, and you're going up against VP, and your strat was like, well, we're just going to match you pound for pound, but it's a polar bear. Like, I don't want to fight a polar bear.
There is no other land mammal that matches.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot it from like way far away. I'm not going to just say, all right, let's box. You ever see videos of somebody, maybe kangaroos, better example? People actually do fight kangaroos. They lose. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's because it's not fair at all. Kangaroo actually uses his feet. That's not boxing. Owen, you going for Virtus Pro as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I actually do think that Unique's draft is just missing a bit too much. I really think they're going to struggle to gank and kill these heroes like the Sven and the Centaur. I think FN's going to have a good time in the lane as the Kunkka, but when it comes to making those rotations and getting the kills, if they're not hitting the Mortimer's Kisses combo every single time, I just don't think they're going to actually be able to kill some of these cores of VP.
All right, well, it's not terribly surprising that here in the desk, we are going to be matching our, putting ourselves behind Virtus Pro anyway, the Kangaroo Fighting Style Masters. VP. Let's see if they can actually just easily close this out against Team Unique with Moxie and Fog.
Well, I'm not sure where they're going. Polar bears, kangaroos, we're going all over the place here, Fogged. But in any case, this is going to be a really fun match to watch. I think we do have some concerns, though, right? It seems like they've gone very brawny over on the side of Unique and perhaps will not have enough damage. But on the same side, it should be a definite interesting match to watch.
Yeah, we should get a lot of battles. I'm seeing lots of cooldowns, a lot of disables on both sides. And when I say a lot of disables, I mean almost every hero in the game has a stun, Moxie. When the hell do we have that? That's some rare stuff, I think, that we're seeing.
I mean, that was like one of the first things that I got taught with Dota is if you have a reliable stun, you're most likely going to be able to win the game. But when you have this many stuns on board, that'll be definitely very interesting to watch with the initiations especially, right? Because this Mars has to land some clutch arenas. We have to see Snapfire landing those Kisses combos, and it's just a lot of pieces that kind of have to fit perfectly together, whereas Virtus Pro, it's a little bit easier, right? You've got that Sven in that AA lane. You've got, Shackles into Stomp. You've got, it's kind of scary.
They've got easier ways to just blow up a target. I think Ice Vortex is going to be something crucial that I am looking at for the most part in this game. Because as we said, heavy tanky bruisers, right? Both sides, we have six strength cores, let's be honest. So I think the AA Ice Vortex plus the Tiny, they could be that difference maker. Because sometimes these heroes, they won't be in kill threshold, but Ice Vortex, even an Ice Blast later on, it might be the thing to take them through. Also, the Kunkka last pick, I know it got buffed. I know Kunkka's a really big hero, especially in this region. At first, I actually thought it was VP who picked it, so I was like, "Oh man, GPK Kunkka, hell yeah!" But they actually picked it into Sven and into Tiny. Tiny later on, share the lane. It can end up being, it can go fine for Kunkka, but later on, you actually have incredible amounts of armor. You're incredibly tanky. Sven also gives you Warcry and your whole team Warcry, which versus Tidebringer, extremely effective, as people know. Tidebringer does not, of course, neglect armor anymore as it used to quite some time ago.
God, I remember back in those days when you just see Kunkka cleave off of the creeps and just instantly one-shot someone. Gone are those days, thank God.
Supports would just have to run away from creep waves because you literally would just get one-shotted if he did hit it. Yeah, those days were miserable. Glad that's gone. So yeah, I wonder how it's going to work, because I do feel like, you know, damage is going to be something that does get to an issue for Unique, and yeah, we'll see how these lanes do play out. Bottom, this one could be tough. I think this Sven AA is actually increasingly strong lately. I think Mars is, I mean, he's still strong, but I don't know what Rubik provides behind you. If Mars had a stronger 4 position behind him, then perhaps they could pressure this a little more, but I feel like Rubik doesn't do anything actually with a Mars.
What would you have liked to see paired up here with the Mars? Would you like to see something like the old combo of like the Mirana Mars sort of thing, or a Tusk?
Big fan of the Lina. I think that's one of my favorites, actually. Lina and Dark Willow, these two heroes that just pump out not only high magic damage, but high physical. Even when they're just like harassing in lane, these heroes will always do a lot of damage. I feel like that's what Mars lacks a lot of time, because he provides his own good like slow and lockdown and all that, even some damage, but he needs just one more thing to just kill off the target. So I will say.
Ixnay on the Lina talk. Shiva and I would like that hero not to get nerfed into the ground, thank you.
I mean, that hero is amazing. I'm playing it a lot in pubs as well. The stun AoE is insane. You're literally have infinite. You're always Fiery Soul the whole game, and you can actually buy arcane boots because they're cheap. It feels so valuable. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these entering heroes just feel really nice lately.
Definitely feels good. That's why we're hoping that, you know, won't immediately get nerfed into the ground, but do get a nice shackle off here by Save. Wraith Fire Blast, though. Let's slow down DM.
Oh, okay. And DM actually goes immediately for double edge in this lane rather than getting the Retaliate Slayer. Oh my god. He stayed.
I'm very surprised that ended up working out for him, but clearly Save calculated all the risks there and came out on top. My goodness.
The damage, you know, you can't underestimate a Shadow Shaman. Sure, you got a Blightstone, Snapfire, but, you know, I'm pretty sure Shadow Shaman's hitting you quite hard anyway through that is bottom.
Yeah, bottom, Ghost Stick will fall, and we talked about this combination, the fact that you've got you got the stun into the cold feet, and it's just very difficult to stay alive here in this lane.
Yeah, we're seeing all 3 lanes already going for VP. Mid lane, pretty even, but yeah, top and bottom already quite getting a little one-sided early on too. When you see Centaur, this other thing too is I love Mars as a hero, but he's not a Vanguard offlaner. And I think that the meta is just literally Vanguard offlaners right now. So even though Mars has all these amazing things to it, he doesn't build Vanguard. He's more of your initiation tool. And I honestly think that this Vanguard thing is just the way. I was talking with Kezu a bit about it yesterday too, and it's just like, I'm even looking at like the SCA region, and it's Centaur, it's Axe, or they pick like Tidehunter. Someone who's built in Vanguard. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
He's definitely struggling in that bottom lane, but of course we did mention that earlier. This was pretty much how it's going to go down. I'm interested though with this Kunkka pickup, right? So, you know, we look at what they've got. They've got a lot of bruisers over on the side of Unique here. What's the idea behind this, right? Because you don't really think of Kunkka building, you know, a crazy amount of damage recently. Usually he's more of a survivable, tankier kind of frontliner.
Well, he will give them that, right? He'll give them more tankiness with the rum, so it might counteract the like Ice Vortex and all the big burst damage that VP does have. As bottom, Ghost should be okay this time around. Top, though, Save does get caught out. I think he provides a good chunk of catch, because sure, they do have the Mars and all that, but this will provide them great catch also versus the Centaur on top of it all. So they've got this like extra thing on top of it. And it's just inside of that arena, you know, you throw your boat. It's very likely to connect if you do get a good arena.
Just so much pressure, though, being placed over on that Mars to get the perfect arena. But the nice side here for FN is the fact that they've got some really nice stacks going up over there in the jungle for him. Bottom lane, though, slow. It looks like they're not going to chase after Bignum, deciding that it's more important to get over here, start hitting those creeps again.
Has to interrupt these pulls at least a bit here. They're getting they're getting so much bottom. I love also Bassi. It got nerfed. Very small though, 0.1 off of yourself this mana regen. Because of this Bassi, like look at the mana on the Sven. He's constantly able to just throw out his stun with Kingslayer, and they might be able to get.
I don't think they have the damage before TP's out. No, he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, look at this. Just stay the AA and the Sven next to each other. Keep them always with mana. Sven will always have mana for stuns because of that little bit of mana regen that Bassi does provide. So they just keep throwing out these spells onto the Mars, and they can't punch back. Like look at AA and Sven's health. Sure, a little bit low on mana, but they're fine on health. As mid,
little bit
FN
off
can't
there.
Get this kill.
Nah, it's pretty difficult to take down this tiny. Just hitting that 6 now. And the bottom lane, they're doing a great job in just, you know, trying to zone out. Trying to zone out the Centaur and this Rubik here. It's too scary to go forward. They don't have any ways to really save either.
Yeah, Ghost 6 really having. How many salves has he brought out here? I feel like I've seen like 3 or 4, maybe maybe even more regen just brought down to the bottom lane because of the pressure from AA Sven. But yeah, like you said, Bignum, he's at least getting stacks going. So we will have those available for the Mars and the Kunkka to keep them nicely enabled.
Just worried it's not going to quite be enough, but does manage to snap up the regen room.
And I'm hoping it doesn't get stolen because I know the way VP plays, they're extremely aggressive. The toss forward.
No,
but
they're going to
TP's.
back off. They cancel out the TP as well. I think they just didn't want to take the risk with Bignum being there. It'd be a little bit difficult. But again, Nightfall's just farming fantastic here in this bottom lane. 2.9k for your safe lane core over here. Kunkka doing a great job though too. 2.9.
Yep. Mars really falling behind though. He's already 800 behind his opposite, the Centaur. And the Wraith King is starting to get pressured. The Vanguard's online. So now what do you do in the lane? You kind of just have to bail. You can't actually really kill DM unless you rotate a third hero. So I actually think you might get to a point where you just send Wraith King to jungle really soon. Maybe he builds up his skeletons off this creep wave and then leaves, but I think he wants to get out of this lane pretty soon. They're actually going to look to hurt DM, but it's just going to tickle him.
Yeah, there's not much that this duo can really do. Like, you need at least +1 if you're going to try
I want them to
have any
maximize
help.
too, right? Because like the Wraith King, he farms super well anyway in the jungle. So unless they're making a rotation to gank him, that's what I'd like. But they're actually making the rotation potentially to steal and gank. So this is actually nice from Unique. So keeping that Wraith King in lane, this is why.
The chase is on here. They want save. Slayer, Cookie hopping forward, but it doesn't expect to have the rest of the team show up as they follow up. Boat goes in, save goes down. And eventually DM will fall. So a nice gank here coming out from the side of Unique.
Okay, so that's the approach they took. Instead of, sending Wraith King jungle, you make a double rotation top, you kill Centaur, and then you can leave Wraith King for a few waves. That's a nice hit. As bottom, Ghostic, got Spear.
But does end up, proccing with that cold feet. Need a couple more hits here. This should be a kill for Nightfall. And FN has found the stacks, though. This
But
is
he's
like
found as well.
Christmas. Although the rest of EP are very mad about this. We'll immediately try to flush them out of their jungle. Only got a couple creeps there, luckily, but I think they definitely want this Sven to make his way over, or GPK has to take these, because now that they know they're there, they're going to try to put pressure down for sure.
Yeah, GPK is just going to snag him. So Sven's farming good enough. Sven, top of the net worth, having this dream start for himself. He's already got high points in cleave, too, so he's just going to go through jungle, start taking him out. FN, going to start working on this. He's queued up his first item. Okay, Halberd. Probably one of the best items you can get on most of these strength cores, and a nice fairy trinket picked up for them. So a little bit of solutions, perhaps, to damage issues that they will be happening. Fairy trinket can help a little.
A little bit. I mean, I like the idea of a halberd, right? It's definitely going to be great against Sven, but I am, again, a little bit concerned that the damage will be a bit lacking, especially early on here.
He wants to go armlet, but you're playing versus AA. It's always just a risk if you do go armlet on these Kunkkas or on most strength heroes versus AA. So I don't know what the other alternative. It's like you want to go BKB, but you don't want to go BKB early. So I think this is the best in between of it all.
Well, this is a nice timing here coming
That is
out
very
for the
fast.
Tiny.
That is really quick. It's 9 minutes.
He's just rolling with the brown boots for now, but this is they're going to get the aggression on early. And in fact, look at this Ghost Stick, immediately Avalanche Toss. They've got the Cold Feet proc, they've got the Hex, everything to take down the Mars.
It's 9-minute Plink Dagger. What the hell? He's got it so... I mean, he just straight up rushed it because he has no small items in between. It looks that much faster. It's beautiful. Easy lanes to gank, too. And as we saw there, the Ice Vortex, that little bit of amplification. Even though Ghost Stick has double Bracer, he is very tanky on Mars. Still goes down.
This is just a little bit worrisome, right, for the side of Unique, because this Mars needs to be the enabler. He needs to be the person that is starting these fights, being the main initiation, so that they can follow up with everything else and make the space for the Wraith King. And it definitely, he's struggling a bit.
He's just gonna be he's gonna die instantly inside of his ulti. It's gonna be difficult for Ghost Stick for sure, but at least he'll probably absorb a lot of those spells. But yeah, he's definitely gonna have a bit of a rough start in this game, and he has to force things though. That's the problem is they don't have another melee support or anything like that, so that they can it's a Tusk or something. You force spells on yourself. Rubik and Snap like to stay in the back lines, so Mars is one of them is gonna have to give their lives kind of. So it's probably gonna be Ghost Stick in most scenarios.
What a bleak existence, knowing that, all right, guys, I'm going and I'm not going to make it out alive. I'm trusting you. Kill everyone for me. Avenge me.
Fox, I'm telling you, it's the non-Vanguard offlaners. They just have to give their life most of the time. VP set up. It looks like we have a big battle.
They have the find though over here. They're gonna immediately try to take out Slayer. Down he'll go. As over on the side, they're gonna try to engage. They're not quite able to find it now, as they do have the haste rune over here on GPK. He's looking for Palantimos. Are they gonna be able to grab the time? They get the stop off from DM. They've got the damage toss up into the air. Palantimos, he does have the reincarnation up, so he's gonna go down once. And he's gonna come back up, but the rest of the team, look at this. They just immediately pincer on him. All the lockdown in the world, all the damage. And with the Serpent Wards being so close to the tower, it'll be a nice, efficient play here coming out from the side of Virtus Pro.
What a weird defense from Unique, the way that they approach it. The Snapfire is walking up the river rather than playing in the back lines behind the tower, because Snapfire is ult. So ideally you want to sit like in tree lines to get this off. That was a huge blunder from Unique, the way they set up. Yeah, that was really, really weird. VP just they walked through the tower, and Unique just walked in these all different approaches. Every hero walking a different way, nobody on the same page.
The Avalanche toss back over here on FN. They've got the Ice Blast to boot. They landed over on the Kunk of the Hex. They'll go and throw out the arena, but they're not able to do anything.
They grabbed him.
All right, there we go. There's those Snapfire kills we're talking about. They take down Kingslayer. They take down Save. Can they do anything else, though, as they find the kill on Bignum? GPK is just walking away here. As the follow-up here is from Nightfall. They don't have enough damage to take down GPK. As Slayer snaps up the regen rune, will hop up to the high ground. So they managed to take down 2 supports. They get the combo off, but it definitely isn't as effective as I think Unique wanted there.
No, and it's not... You know, it looks great, right? They get these 2 supports, which is nice. You know, they do need these kind of kills for Unique, but now you won't have this to set up for the tower defense. So now I think for VP, you immediately go back mid, you set up for tower push with your Shadow Shaman wards when it comes up in a second, and you pressure it, because they're not going to have their ults available in time. So it looks great from Unique, but yeah, now they're not going to have those ults for the next moments when VP does force the issue. So if VP doesn't, though, then maybe that can be good, because then Unique did get kills. They'll have time to buy those ultis back up. But I think VP's going to hit.
Okay, so you can see GPK just making a beeline here into the jungle. They've got the Ice Blast, the jump forward immediately from GPK, and down will go the Wraith King. So they are not giving them any breathing room here, Fogged.
No. I didn't think they would either. Like, you know, the way VP plays is very bloodthirsty and very around cooldowns. Like, it's what a good team is going to do, playing around those long cooldowns. So immediately, yeah, hit the Wraith King, also swing mid, kill this, kill an Observer Ward too. VP's just doing all the right moves. Unique kind of just slipping up a little bit. It's not like they're making these very bad moves on Unique, but when you make these type of, like, just even one small mistake versus a team like VP, they're going to capitalize heavily, and that is painful. You lost your top tower, you lost your carry twice, you lost your mid tower, you've used ultis on only supports. Things are quickly spiraling a bit out of control, it does feel like, for Unique. And they're not slowing down the Sven. They're not slowing down the Tiny.
No, if anything, like the Tiny and the Sven are running at them constantly. They have no time to actually, you know, gain their bearings as they do make their way back bottom, probably expecting that there's going to be some pressure placed on this tower. They did have a ward over near the river, so to be careful here.
Palantimos almost still has Relic, so that's not bad. And FN still has decent farm. It's just in comparison to the opposite. Like, look at this Sven, 2,300 over the Wraith King at this point. It's brutal. And VP, they're just going to sack this tower. They're not going to risk making a move around here. Just looking to finish up these next big items. They almost have SNY finished on the Sven, so he's already fight ready. Centaur, I believe, had his Hood and his Vanguard, so he's fight ready. Everybody on VP they're ready to battle if it does come to them now.
Well, I think that's one of the small issues with the Unique draft is, yes, you've got these nice combinations, the Mars with the Snapfire, with the boat, all of that. But when you look at what VP has going on, they're just always ready. Like you said, they're bloodthirsty. They're ready to fight. They've got low cooldowns, and they're just so good at skirmishing. So you take a fight, maybe the fight goes a little poorly, but then you bounce right back up again, and you just go right back to battle.
Yeah. And it's easy when GPK and the AA can just make solo moves kind of in a way. Like, well, I say solo, but it's like an Ice Vortex that the AA is contributing, maybe an Ice Black in some situations. They can easily find these kills. Like, they don't have to use the Ice Blast. It's just a Vortex plus a combo, and they can constantly do these kills. Unique, I feel like they have to always, when they go for a play, they have to commit, right? They either have to use the Snapfire Kisses, they have to use the Mars ult or the Kunk ult. VP, they just, you know, Tiny just goes in and Ava tosses someone. Save can just go in and drop a ward combo with a +1 too. It just seems a lot easier for VP to make these hits on the sides. Unique, they have to go for these big team fights, but the big team fights are starting to get pretty impossible because of VP's the items that they're accumulating in levels.
Well, that and the positioning, right? Because, you know,
Yes.
that we saw one of the engagements top where the Snapfire was just a little bit out of position, got picked up by GPK right there, and then couldn't contribute. And when you're missing that large of a source of damage for your early game, things are just going to go sideways very, very quickly. So it's just,
Yep.
it's rough with the way that Unique has to play frame perfect, it feels.
Yeah, just got to keep these squishy supports in the back. Keep your you have 3 tanky bruisers for a reason. They have to be those. You have to utilize them to that effectiveness with your 2 squishies. So, and we also just did see the damage numbers, of course. GPA is kind of just balling out of control. He's done 9,000. Everybody else is sitting at like 3-4K.
And I like this dynamic duo, like you said. It is Tiny plus AA equals whoever they catch is dead. And it looks like they're making their way back over. They get the arena off, though. They're going to try to put out damage here over onto DM. And it looks like they'll eventually take him down, but the Ice Blast coming in hot as GPK jumping onto the back lines here. Gets it tossed off over onto Ghost Stick. It's Sven joining in, has the God Strength going online. Will be able to take down Slayer. As the rest of Unique, they don't want to fight this now. They're backing off.
Oh, and I hate to be this, like, I hate to be like this, but they got DM, and you know that's great. But look at what they used: Snapfire ult, Mars ult, Kunkka ult. They used everything to kill this tanky Centaur, and now he's up in 10 seconds. He's got Stampede available still. He didn't even use it. So they still have all of their spells, and they're just forcing this rush because now there's nothing on the side of Unique. There's no team fight because they used it all on DM. And it's not even DM who's defending a tower. It's DM who's just in the mid lane. So they can't even get anything out of it besides just to kill Unique. So VP, although they lose a Centaur, they don't mind.
No, I think you're very okay with this. You're securing yourself an Aegis, which is going to allow you to go and push out those lanes even harder, take some buildings, and like you said, it took so much to take down that Centaur. That's not the person you want if you're trying to go for a gank. You want something quick and easy, or you want someone very high value. And
yes.
No offense to DM there, but you know, he's more than happy to be that bullet sponge, so to speak.
Especially if he's just in the mid lane. Like,
Yeah.
if he's at a tower and they kill him and they get a tower or something out of it, great. That's fine. That's worth it. But it's just not the case. And, you know, their big target it is going to be the Sven. It has to be because he's that big carry later on. But by the time that he actually turns up to these fights when they have their combos, it looks like he's going to have BKB. And that completely counters the entirety of Unique's draft. They're going to have like no damage unless they fully chain stun him, which is, it is there. They do have all this stuff, but he has Aegis. So not going to be the case.
Well, I
It's
think
looking a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing on top, so yeah, you see this initiation, they have to use a Snapfire Kisses, they're using everything over here on the corner. They do take down DM, but you can see like the Sven jumping back onto the back lines, immediately just taking out Slayer.
Yeah, Unique has to full retreat. They know that they used everything, and VP's just like, they used everything. We can just run in at them. So, yeah, VP with a very clear understanding of how they need to be playing this game. Unique, couple little botched movements, really hurting them versus versus a team like VP. Like VP just knows exactly what to do, how to punish just any mistakes. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm just concerned for the side of Unique, like you said. A lot of this is just magic damage, straight up. And that was also the concern with the pickup of the Kunkka as well, because it's not typically the person you think dishing out a lot of physical damage until maybe later on in the game when he's accumulated different items. And like you said, maybe they can stun lock this Sven, right? Maybe they line it up all perfectly. The problem with that is that you have so many other stuns coming out from the side of VP.
yes.
So you initiate on Sven, that's awesome, but then you know that there's going to be a Tiny in your face. You know there's going to be a Centaur. You're going to have lockdown coming out from save. You know, there's too many other things that you have to worry about at this point.
And you got to kill him twice. And he's gonna have a pipe behind him because he's got this super strong Centaur to counteract even more of that magic damage. As we said, all magic damage on Unique. And he's pretty much got BKB. This next fight is gonna be extremely difficult for Unique when it does kick off. They have to just split push. I think just wait out the Aegis 3 minutes. I don't think that they want to take a fight. If they can see people split off on their own, sure, but VP is not splitting up. Like Save and Kingslayer. Save is always being very careful, and Kingslayer is always playing with GPK. So not giving them any opportunities really on Unique.
They just
and
keep
it
bringing the
dewarded
fights
everything
to them.
too. Yeah. Look where Slayer's farming.
He's terrified. He's even hiding behind the creeps at this point too. Like he's like, no, don't want to be too far over. What if they see me? Oh,
He's like, they'll take a bullet for me. I know it.
Yeah, they'll happily farm him and the creeps at the same time, knowing what you're saying here coming out from VP.
Oh, GPK gets another shawl. Very nice. Extra magic damage, extra spell resist as well, as we said. Unique, all magic damage. Now we've got a Tiny with 15 armor and magic resist on top. Oh god, that was the perfect pickup. It always is the perfect pickup for every game, let's be honest, but still.
Such a good item.
It really is. Another shawl. I can't believe it still has not gotten nerfed. That's when it got added. I really thought that was one of the items that eventually would have gotten some type of changes, but nope.
I mean, the flow chart of when is it a bad time to get another shawl? There really is no bad time, considering, you know, how fast games are moving early game now,
Yeah.
and the amount of magic damage that gets dished out. So.
And it's always on like the right hero. So I feel like it's like Tiny gets Fairy Trinket or another shawl. Morphling gets another shawl. The right hero just seems to always get in these games. But yeah, it's just really value. We always see them carry as unique. They feel strong right now. Valentimos, he has this Radiance. He's fragile though. He is gonna hurt on the targets that he's hitting, but my god, is he fragile. He has like 9 armor.
Look at them. Look at the way that they're just baiting DM. They put him out there. They're like, our big tanky war boy. Put him up front, and it looks like Unique was hoping that perhaps there's somebody, you know, hanging around here. They'll get some wards up, though. Try to take down some vision, as immediately we get a counter smoke
VP
coming out
knows.
from VP.
They know where they are.
They're hungry. They're
Nightfall.
bloodthirsty. Slayer is the first one to show. They jump up here. DM again, throwing his big old tanky boy body up front. But a Nightfall, Pinstring over on the side, has his eyes over here on Palantimus and the stack, so they'll take down the Wraith King. Once double damage gets activated by GPK, they just blow up Ghost Stick. And over here, the Ice Blast coming in hot will be able to take down Palantimus.
Oh my god. VP just walks in and finds the 2 highest priority targets. They just remove them really quickly. Excellent jump and control onto the Mars so he can't get anything off. And then Palantimos just gets cleaved. He just gets wrecked, and they get the whole Ancient for the Sven. Kingslayer, though. Oh!
Yeah, oh, they use a CFA!
Oh, no.
Oh, no, Slayer! Slayer was hoping he could get a freebie there, but, you know, Nightfall shows up and says, don't you dare touch my Ancient Apparition here.
Dude, Kingslayer doesn't even smile. Look at him. He's just full business right now. He's just
Stone
like, yep,
Cold,
you didn't get me. Okay, moving on. Let's go. Next.
Nice try, kid.
Nothing personal.
Nothing personnel. But yeah, they have just taken over this map now over here on VP, and they are trying to make moves. You know, credit to Unique, credit to the fact that, you know, the Wraith King is still, you know, getting some of that farm, but it's just so hard. They're choking them out for sure, and there's just...
They are.
Not much that they can do about it. Do get a BKB, though, picked up on Kunkka, so that'll help in terms of just making sure he's not locked down. But this cleave damage coming out from the Sven is just too scary, honestly.
I don't think they're ever killing this Sven. Nightfall is seeming to be pretty immortal. And just the way that they're swooping, look at this. They're just swooping across the map together, always looking for the battles, and they know how to take the fights. That's the other thing. It's, you know, this is why we are always like riding on the VP train, especially since last season. Just the way that they identify fights and the way they know how to take them. Like DM just charging in from the high ground. Like they know how they want the enemy team and what heroes they want them to focus and what they need to target. So it's been clean from VP this game. Unique, like you said, a couple mistakes. They're costly versus VP, and yeah, we're already seeing the outcome evolve it as Nightfall just has a free game on the Sven.
Now they just had such strong lanes too. I don't know how you deal with the amount of lockdown coming out. But Nightfall's just going to be left here all alone, hitting this building with some snake friends, I suppose. But you can see the way that VP, they're already hunting. They know they're top. They know that they want this tower. They leave the snakes because they know they'll finish
Nightfall
the job.
just TPs.
This Nightfall going right on in. They do manage to stun him up with a follow-up from GPK immediately with the Avalanche Tussle. Get the boat off over on the back end, though, but they managed to take down Nightfall. And there's the arena. Sapphire Kiss is getting tossed out. Safe is going to go down here. GPK still fighting here. Over here with Palantimos. Ghost Stick sitting very, very low. He will fall. We get the buyback now from Save Cookie Hop, trying to save the Wraith King, and they cannot seem to manage it. Slayer, though, walking by. They don't have any vision over here. Slayer actually going to be able to teleport out because they have their eyes on Bignum. So...
They get the Sven though. Nightfall with a, I mean, he just didn't click BKB. He saw the Wraith King stun flying at him and he held his BKB. He got greedy. Gets punished for it. The chain stun comes out. But either way, I mean, they clean up the fight with a buyback from Save. And if the fact that they can win this fight that handedly with just a buyback from Save, losing their Sven, kind of says it all right now in the positioning that Unique is in.
Well, it was definitely a valiant effort. And you can see here, Nightfall teleporting on in. Gets
He had so much
up.
time.
Yeah, he really did. And like you said, if you can land all those lockdown hits and separate him away, definitely becomes a little bit easier. But the FN, he used that BKB. He's running for the hills here. They try to save him, but at the last second, Kingslayer will actually slay the Wraith King. So, you know, appropriate name.
Yep. I feel like that's how I've been seeing most of these fights for FN. He's got great net worth, but it's just what can he just can't do too much. Like he throws his combo down and then he's standing there and he's like, my God, DM is still full HP on the Centaur. Like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. I'm ice blasted. I gotta go. So he does have to reset constantly over and over again. But it is astonishing. He's keeping up with that net worth. It's just you're not really feeling the reflectiveness of a 13,500 net worth Kunkka in these team fights.
Well, I think it's one of the other issues is that you just have so many of the rest of your team not quite hitting the same, effectiveness, right? If they all have, if they're closer in terms of net worth, I'm sure we'd feel more strength coming out of this Kunkka. But it's just VP is, especially you look at Nightfall, this guy is just monstrous.
And he wasn't even in the last fight. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he died, of course, right at the start of it. I don't want to put it on one pick or anything because it's never one pick or one play. But I'm not really feeling the Rubik too much. I got to be honest. I'm not feeling like much of anything coming from him. Like, what's he contributing inside of the fights compared to everything else? He's got farm, but I've not seen like these big spell steals or anything yet in this game. And even the lane pressure, right? It made their lane a lot weaker having this Rubik. So I really do think I'd like to see a different, stronger 4 overall for Unique, because I feel like it would open them up to make moves. Because Rubik and Kunkka, you can't make moves together. If you have like Kunkka and Lina, Kunkka and Dark Willow, Kunkka and X other 4 position, you can make so many moves. I'm not really feeling it right now from the Rubik.
I get a scan over on the triangle, and we talked about this. We said how, VP just constantly searching, hunting, looking for any sort of just quick pickoffs that they can get. But Palantimos here, working hard on that BKB. It's getting a little bit closer to it, so, they're sticking in there, but...
He'll be a little tankier, but his damage is going to start being a lot weaker because he is just that magic. The BKBs and all this magic resistance is up. Even a BKB now for GPK on top of the pipe and the BKB on the Sven. So they have all the ways to kind of guard themselves versus that Wraith King damage. But the Wraith King, he does need BKB, as we see. It's an unfortunate situation he's been placed in because of the game state.
Well, they're going to be turning that aggression up to 11, or I guess 12 at this point, when you consider how hard that VP has been playing. But they're going to grab themselves another Aegis here. There's no way that they're going to contest it over on the side of Unique. Well, they do smoke up, but they know exactly where VP is now, and I don't know if they want this fight.
No, and they give GPK the shard. Really like it on the Tiny. Infinite tree grab. He's just able to smack. He's got the Echo Saber too, so that's going to be really nice for him. Unique, looking for a hit.
Kingslayer is going to get picked up immediately. Oh, the follow-up though from DM over onto the low grab with a beautiful stop. It's not looking great here, but it's still going to be able to go and land that Ice Blast. BKBs are being pumped. Look at this damage coming out from Nightfall now as they manage to take down Ghost Stick. They're looking for more, and these Mortimer Kisses are nice, but all they'll be able to do is maybe take down Save because everyone else has those BKBs up and running, Bignum falling, and now the chase is on. Slayer's able to teleport out. They want Palantimos. Nightfall, he wants to get there. He needs to be a little bit closer, though, and he doesn't have a way to grab him here. Just gonna keep running. He's looking. No, he's gonna back off, realizing, all right, rest of my team is not really with me. Gonna play it a little carefully.
He got a little owned there by Night Vision. Nice little jukes around as he picks up an AC in the fight. So just having a full 2 items on top of Wraith King, just making that Wraith King look like a creep for the most part in the fight. And my God, DM. The reaction speed from this man, just so quick. As soon as his AA gets lifted up, he gets the jump, the stun on 2 for them to focus fire. And Ghostic has to throw the Mars ulti on the solo AA. They're just throwing their spells because they're kind of panicking in the fights on the side of Unique. For good reason.
I mean, I would have panicked after seeing that stop. Oh my God, like immediately just down to the low ground. Great play coming out here from the Centaur. And again, if you're VP, you're pretty happy that, also you keep in mind, your AA, he's still got his ultimate off. Yes, the Vortex is very important, but I mean, that's your big boy spell. So as long as you can get the spells off before you die. Oh God, Palantimos. Immediate stun over here. The lift, the toss back. Yeah, oh, look at this. DM gets tossed over. They want him, but...
The flying Centaur comes in.
He's always dreamed of being a My Little Pony, He wanted to be a Fluttershy, but it was only in his dreams. Tiny was helping him achieve those dreams, Fogged.
Yeah. VP is just so... they're a treat to watch, really. They're just so quick around the map. 10k lead. Not giving any breathing room. Like, look at this. Someone shows for like a half a second top. GPK's already on the hunt for him. Anytime they show on the map, it's been like that. And, I didn't point out that they picked up this gem earlier, but just these type of things that they're doing. Look at this map control. Look at the ward vision. Unique has nothing. They can't get a single ward out on the map, and it's been like that most of this game, too. It's not just been with the gem. They've been taking out quite a lot of that vision.
Been seeing a lot of like vision plays coming out from the Eastern European region like recently, which has been pretty interesting to watch. The fact that they're going for, you know, some of these earlier gems, some of the interesting ward placements too, like Windstrike was putting out. It's really fun to see. Nightfall very, very forward here. Does have save nearby as Palantimos, who was thinking about initiating. They do back off. They're too nervous. They don't really have that vision, like you said. It's too risky, although they do manage to land the hit over here onto the Wraith King. Cookie hop away.
They're scared of this Aegis still. Aegis and Cheese still up on VP. They can't kill these targets. You know, they killed the Sven the once just because he made that mistake. DM with the gem will also take out that ward. And also, we're talking about damage issues. Look what DM just picked up. So he's got his Aghanims. It's absurd now. They buffed it. It's 5.5 seconds of damage reduction. It's absurd how strong it is now.
So definitely the correct play here for that pickup. But you feel so bad. You watched Unique just place that ward, and immediately DM just walks over, cuts it down, and here we go. Nightfall. Okay, the jump in here from DM, but they follow up. Nice Karina being tossed out here along with all of these Mortimer kisses. Ice Blast coming in hot though, but the BKBs will protect them. So doing a lot of... They're just doing so much here, but they're not able to really get the kills.
No, and we see that the damage reduction from Stampede coming into play. GPK gets focused down actually for quite a long time on the Tiny, but I believe he pops the cheese. They have the damage reduction from the Centaur too, and they'll be okay. And now Unique, they don't have any ults themselves, but they did at least stop the push. And they did steal the Stampede, I believe, from the Rubik that did bail one or two of their teammates out.
They needed to do something there because they were definitely going to go all in if given the opportunity. But again, you know, they managed to push them off of their buildings, and they'll live to fight another day, which gives them a little bit more time to keep making Palantimos a bigger, scarier Wraith King.
He needs all the time. I mean, he's so far behind. He's the same net worth as a Centaur. He's just so far behind in this game because of how much pressure they apply to him. 3 and 4, 4 deaths. Just constantly hunting him with GPK this game. It's been really beautiful from VP, just shutting down Unique's chances in it. And FN, we still see him, the only man on the enemy team of VP, having no deaths. He's got good farm, he's got AC, so they still have this chance with this big Kunkka, but the Wraith King is just so far behind. He at least has AC to counteract the opposing AC that's on the side of VP from the Sven, so it will make the Wraith King a little stronger. But man, I'm still just looking at this Wraith King's armor. Look when he's not next to the AC. He has 10 armor.
Ah, that definitely hurts.
Super low versus this Sven and Tiny.
Look at the positioning coming out from DM. It's just sitting nearby. Immediately, the initiation with the Ice Blast, the stun. A good lift up here coming out. We'll follow up with the Ghost Trip. But GPK getting on the back lines. They still know Palantimos is here, so they'll be able to kill him the first time. He's coming back up again. He's got his BKB, but look at this damage, Fog. Over on the side, they drop the Serpent Wards, but they're still chasing over on the back line, so take down Slayer. They take down Bigum, and now they've got someone stuck over here in the arena. They'll take down Save, but FN now, he survives like he always does, but he just isn't able to do damage. He's not going to be able to survive this time around as DM coming in hot. They rip apart Unique.
Yeah. They just they use their spells again. The team fights from GG gets Unique's team fights just looks really like the coordination's not there right now. I'm not sure what's going on with them. They like just are using the boat without any like other follow up or anything, and then they use the Mars ult way later on. They seem really disconnected, but that'll happen. You know, you're playing versus VP. VP's kind of cruising through the game and stomping, especially DM and GPK. You know, DM with some literal stomping on the Centaur, but just a really clean game. They just swung around from lane to lane, just getting these kills, not letting this Wraith King get farm. It really was GPK hour for the most part this game of the kills, while his King's Fall Sven just free farmed the day away.
How much of this do you think is just problems with the draft? Because, right, they got some very tanky people. It was looking like they're just going to try to outlive a lot of it, but it seemed also that there was a bit of an issue with the damage coming out, too.
I can always blame draft, but the way that they set up some of these fights was just, they were really weird. You know, like this top fight when they're setting up the defense for the tier 1, that was the weirdest one for me. The Snapfire walking through the river. I think he was trying to get like a ward down so they can see that the fight is coming or something like that, but I think they already knew that VP was heading up there, so, you know, we can blame the draft, maybe like some of these picks and stuff like that, but the play definitely wasn't there from Unique either, and VP they just cruised through this one.
All right, well, luckily for them, they get another chance to try to even up the score here, because this is a best of 3, but Virtus Pro is going to take game number 1.
While Kyle may have described them as kangaroos when it came to fighting, it wasn't a kick or a punch that knocked out Unique. It was more like an anaconda, slow wrapping around and increased pressure over time until Unique finally did pass out for game 1. We'll see if they're able to repeat that performance heading into game 2. We'll break it further down after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn.
While Kyle may not have liked my anaconda analogy, I think it was rather fitting. From constriction to asphyxiation, Unique were slowly but surely worked out of this game one. It just looked like all the way from about 10 minutes, Virtus Pro had an advantage, and that just kept building and building and building until Unique was forced to concede. ODPixel and Kyle gonna be joining me to be able to break this game one down. It kind of went as we expected, I would say.
Yeah, they just couldn't really kill the cause of VP. You know, you see this Tiny already with insane armor, especially once he's got the ultimate skilled up, being backed up by Sven that's running around popping the war cry. Like, how do you ever kill these heroes? I feel that the Kunkka last pick was... I just don't know what it was supposed to do. It was a little bit more team fight, but as we saw at a certain stage of the game, they weren't being able to burst these heroes or really getting anywhere close to bursting them. And if you're not doing that, especially against something like a Sven, the Sven's just going to turn and he's going to clean up the team fight every single time.
I think it's actually a pretty good point. All of VP's strength cores have some method of reducing damage. You have the Warcry, the insane plus armor on GPK's Tiny, and then Centaur's buying a Vanguard plus returning damage. Meanwhile, on the side of Unique, they don't have these mechanics. You have the run buff, sure, but
the run buff, that's it. They buy an AC, that's something, but it's not.
You're just dying. Like it's like watching what was it, Rocky 2, Rocky 3, except Sylvester Stallone doesn't have the plot armor. Let's be real. Anybody who can punch 900 PSI, he's gonna hurt. And that's what happened here. And
which one are you trying to go for? Is it the one with Ivan Drago? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be 3.
That was 3? Damn, I thought it was 3. Damn, I thought it was... That's a good movie for number 3.
All right,
Number 7, not so much.
Another man who certainly knows his cinema, but even more so, he knows his Dota. It's Purge with the breakdown.
Thank you, Cap. Very glad we can get away from the Rocky analogies here. Happy to see the Centaur once again dominating a lane. The hero just adds a lot, despite some very small nerfs that he just received. What he provides is a huge amount of damage and a quick pathway to like winning your lane very rapidly. And this whole time against melee carries, he also gets to ensure that he is zoning his opponents consistently. And with the bonus damage that Save has on Shadow Shaman, it's just pretty straightforward for them to contest almost every single last hit and make Wraith King just feel like a weaker hero, which frankly, he's kind of not been impressing me very much lately. I mean, he doesn't even get a strength talent until like level 20, so this like mid-game timing feels a lot worse. And while they can kill the support in lane, DM gets to continue just being aggressive consistently and getting a lot done as a result. And once he gets to his Vanguard timing, which usually doesn't come that late into the game, it just becomes harder and harder for your opponents to continue to lane against him. And DM can basically contest every single creep using Double Edge offensively. It doesn't matter. He's ready to go pretty much all the time here. And this basically transitions to a point in the mid game where, yes, sure, they might have a lot of kill potential, but with the Wraith King being behind in terms of net worth, it makes the game really hard. Here's that crucial fight at the 10-minute mark. Team Unique did spot him grabbing the haste rune. Then when they moved towards the top lane, this is the mistake that they made. Slayer was moving over to put an observer ward down on the back line. Did not have boots at this point, possibly because his laning stage was a bit weak. Gets the ward down, but unfortunately gets spotted. And with Tiny sitting in the trees here to break smokes, they're able to initiate and kill Slayer right at the start of the fight. So basically, they wanted to do this whole Mars Arena combo to get kills on heroes like Centaur, who were definitely killable with these combos, but it just cost them way too many resources. And with Wraith King getting behind, he got his Radiance at 17 minutes, and before that wasn't able to contribute as much as a hero like Sven did because Centaur shut him down.
Thank you, Purge. Yes, that's right. It feels like whether it was the hero-to-hero matchup or it was that move up to the top lane, Unique just simply seemed a bit outclassed. I mean, Sven against Wraith King, Centaur versus Mars and their laning presence, even the Tiny versus the Kunkka, and you were talking about the armor and its impact in this game. It just felt like all around Unique's draft and play was just a bit less.
No, absolutely. I mean, and you definitely felt that. I mean, we saw like the one fight up at the top tier 1 tower where Nightfall doesn't get the BKB off, and it's like, oh, maybe they've got a chance now to do something to take the team fight. They still couldn't win it, even with Nightfall making that rare blunder at the start of the action that VP were bringing, and that just sort of goes to show how tough that sort of just made it for themselves. I think. I really do think, especially with the draft, I think Unique's going to be able to come in with a much better shot in the second game. I don't think they'll make some of the errors that I feel that they made here, because I just don't know how they would have won it with these heroes. I think it was a really, really tough game for Unique.
Yeah.
Kyle, any fixes?
Something special. Don't try and go pound for pound. This is like trying a box against a boxer. Take him to the street, you know? Get him in the octagon. Get dirty.
All right, so now we've gone from animals to MMA fighting styles. I'll try and keep my analogies up, but I got to do some studying. We'll be back after the break. We'll have draft of Game 2, Virtus Pro versus Team Unique.
Halfway through you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream.
Whether it's polar bears or anacondas, whether it's boxing or jiu-jitsu, either way, the outcome is still that Virtus Pro are the apex predators in this matchup and in this region, and everybody else is just trying to get an upset win. We had the Game 2 draft. Yes, Kyle?
I was just going to say, because polar bears are actually one of the only apex predators. They're also hyper carnivores. They literally don't know what it is to feel threatened, much like VP in this Eastern European region.
Well, within their own region anyway. When they went outside of that region, when they went away from the polar ice caps and into the hot climate of Southeast Asia, they were a little threatened.
Yeah, if you take a polar bear, drop it in the ocean, it's not going to do so well. It's a different climate. You can't fight a shark. Well, actually, you probably could fight a shark, but we'll get into that later. I'm gonna.
Skyraf, what's going on here?
I got some input from one of our other analysts, Fogged, who said, and I quote, "Oh my God, they picked Skywrath. Get me out." Not a fan of the draft.
Pretty wild. I mean,
way to just out Fog like that. Now he's gonna have to double it back as soon as you go. Welcome, Moxie and Fog's gonna have to do the thing. Well, yeah. I mean, I think Skywrath Mage and Mars. It's a good combo.
I mean,
now you just set him up.
I don't know about this. Is gonna be hard. You pick Skywrath. There's an Oracle and a Centaur. In a Centaur, he's going to buy a pipe. He's going to have Stampede. He's going to have an Axe, damage reduction. Oracle, he's going to take away your ability to do any magic damage at all on whichever.
Are they going to Sven again?
They might.
Could. Yeah, against Mars and Wraith King. Why not? That armor's going to do you pretty well.
This is legit. It's like I can't think of a better way to put. Oh, okay. Just kidding.
Okay, they made it exciting.
I thought we were going to have a Rocky 1, Rocky 2 scenario. It's like, oh, I got beat up one time. Let me try again. Probably won't work, but, we'll see what we can do.
Anti-mage. I mean, it's a good anti-mage game, but it is an anti-mage, right? This hero is, it's not your Sven, it's not your Trolls, it's not your PAs, it's not your expected easy win carries and good scenarios.
It's your game 2 hero, right?
It is. It's like, hey, you know what? Let's try something that's not been working out for everyone. And it's not a bad game to do it. The physical definitely threatens you. If they are able to get the catch, Mars and Wraith King, I feel, will smash through the anti-mage. But obviously, if the Zam's able to play it smart, it's got some nice targets. Of course, Skywrath Mage being one of the dream mana void targets in the team fight.
But it's an anti-mage.
Yes, Cap, we can read too.
I don't know. I just never know how I feel about this hero. I also don't know how I feel about the matchup against Wraith King as well. Ever since it got changed up.
Wraith King just smashes through.
It's a game 2 draft. VP's up 1.
Yeah.
They see 2 supports. AM, it like giggles at.
It's also not a hero that really takes advantage of Oracle, I would say.
No.
Due to his large amount of mobility, his tendency to be far away from his team. Doesn't have any natural regen factors.
I think there's
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance there's probably a Wind Ranger 4 as well? And they'll get
it's a save Wind Ranger.
It's a support Wind Ranger here and something else for GPK last.
Yeah, I can tell you why too, because both AA and Sky have like 0 armor, and this Wind Ranger probably just buys Blightstone, skills E, and auto attacks enemy support, and you cannot trade with the hero.
Do you think Windrun will be able to get him out of the cold feet?
Yes.
If he gets cold feeted and he gets Wraith King stunned, think he'll still be able to run out in time? Because he at least won't have to, like, a big part of that combination is you're also being hit by the slow. So you're being Wraith King slowed from his nuke, and then you're also being hit by Ancient Apparitions. Chilling Touch? Is that the ability?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do believe so.
Oh, a late ban on the Brood Mother. Gotta make sure they don't get cheesed here, and Virtus Pro just gonna opt for a good mid that sets up everything. Puck. Still no hero that takes advantage of Oracle, really. But, it's fine. It deals with the Mars Skywrath Mage combo. That's all it's meant to do. All right, what's the last pick for Team Unique? It feels like they need a bit of physical damage because they've got a lot of magic right now, and they're against an anti-mage. You want to be nice. They had one Druid player.
Is TA available? Because this is the dream. Puck is your mid matchup playing against AM.
You're right. It's a super good TA game.
I feel like I've said this for weeks, and we just don't see it. It's not picked in this region near at all. But if there were a game for it, it'd be right here.
I don't want them to go for it, but it feels like just one of those games where people, Puck. What's a mid-strength hero? DK. Okay, let's do it up. But
DK is the safe option, but DK might even arguably be better because you have the Skywrath. So if you land the stun on this Puck or AM, they do die.
Yeah, but it's another single target disable against Oracle.
Yeah, exactly.
I want something that's a little risky, that has a little flair to it.
Agreed.
Let's actually beat the Puck in lane. I mean, like, FN did very well for himself in the mid lane. If I recall, he actually was winning in CS against GPK.
Is it a good DP game, Kyle?
It is, but into Anti-Mage and Wind Ranger, it can be a little spooky just because of the burst potential.
Okay.
It's good. It's just a different style. It's DP, DK, TA. Those are your three options. Yeah, Tiny's banned. Really, yeah, I don't see much else. Maybe you could Shadow Fiend, but like I always say, you can Shadow Fiend. Yeah, Kunkka. Nah, you don't want Kunkka. Plenty of options. FN, he's in a good spot. You see everything. You know what you got to do to win the game. But I agree. I think DP or TA, because I'd like this last hero to deal some structure damage and just have a little more punch.
Oh,
so
okay. It's
mid-Mars.
back to the mid-Mars, and they do the off-lane Slardar. So they've only played this mid-Mars once before, but then again, before they also had Pikachu over FN. So
Mars kind of replaces the DK in the concept, but Slardar is arguably the most value hero against AM in Dota. You have a good lane, you have massive minus armor for later on, but I'm not a huge fan of it into Oracle Wind Ranger.
Yeah. It's always a bit weird when you are countered by supports as a core, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's forgiven if they win the lane, right? If they actually dumpster the AM in lane, then you can be forgiven the support matchup, right? So, all right, well, I'm sure we're both going Virtus Pro. No surprise there. Oh, no? No surprise?
No, I don't really like Anti-Mage. I think it really is a Game 2 VP draft. I think they're taking a little bit of a challenge here on themselves. They're saying, hey, we've got this, we can pick it. Yeah, sure, it's good against the Sky, but it is so much physical. Like Slardar, Wraith King, and Mars. You look at the rest of the lineup, sure, Centaur's tanky, but all the other 4 heroes, they get caught in the arena in a stun. They will get blown up. They will. So this is VP sort of banking on themselves being that much better, I feel, than Unique. And whilst there is very much a good case to say, yes, they are quite a lot better, they're going to be able to do it regardless. I don't know if they're that much better. I think this Anti-Mage will get beaten here. I believe in Unique. I think Unique's going to be able to beat the Anti-Mage. I don't trust this hero.
Kyle, very quickly, Owen makes a good point.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Kyle is
VP's
also going to be
gonna win,
backing
I think.
Team Unique. Both of our analysts think Unique is going to be winning. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be 1-1. We're going to see a game 3. Super excited for that. Let's go watch Team Unique win with Moxie and Fogged.
Wow, Fogged, have you ever seen a more biased panel towards Team Unique in all your life? My goodness. But
I think biased against Anti-Mage is the more appropriate.
I think that's fairly reasonable. This time, though, Unique, they're having a more balanced draft, which I definitely like. I don't think we're seeing quite as much of just straight up magic damage. So, what do you think? Do they have a chance?
Well, I have to go to what Kyle talked about because I did message him saying, they picked Skywrath. What the hell are they doing? I'm not a big fan of this hero. I will own it. I'm not a big fan of the hero, and especially, did they pick it into Oracle? Did I see that right? I think they did. Either way, not crazy about the hero. However, I think overall for the lane, it's much more suiting. Like the Rubik last time, you don't apply like any pressure. You don't really do much of anything unless you're versus a very weak lane, which he wasn't. Skywrath, maybe you can actually bully, but he's into Oracle and Anti-Mage, so I say that, but I think the idea when the Anti-Mage gets picked with the Oracle, it changes and makes that Skywrath kind of useless throughout the game. So I think if Unique can land these really good Mars ultis, if they can actually make sure that they hit these certain heroes on VP, if they catch the puck with things, then sure. But I see all telegraphed stuns. How the hell are you going to land a spell on this puck? It's a Wraith King stun that flies at you. It's a spear that flies at you, and it's Slardar stun with a windup. It's going to be very difficult. They have to get the Ancient Seal from the Skywrath in most of these fights, which puts Skywrath very close into the fight. So, I see the potential for Uniques if they can land these spells, but I think VP could also just dodge them very easily. Puck just clicks phase shift and dodges an entire initiation.
So much pressure being placed on Mars. This time, a different player playing it, but definitely, the potential they have to get these good initiations. And the other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is there is, of course, an Oracle on VP. How in the heck do you get to those back lines? Because you know that he is going to be playing so far back, and it's not like they have the greatest solutions in managing to get in there and just blowing him up before he can get most of his spells off.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty crucial for the Blink Dagger on Slardar. I'm going to be looking at Ghostic in this bottom lane pretty much as the most crucial thing. I know the Mars, we're talking about how important it is for him to land those big ultis because they do have some great combos with Skye and AA, but there's good counters versus Asmar's ult. So I'm looking mostly at Ghostic. If bottom lane doesn't go, if they don't like put an insane amount of pressure on this anti-mage and Ghostic's able to get an early Blink Dagger, I'm going to be worried for them ever stopping this VP machine, because the VP machine is pretty much take it to late game, anti-mage wins this game. He's gonna win just with 1v5 pretty much. So we'll see if that happens. They do have solutions though. They do have heavy physical damage coming out from Unique, so like you said, it's not all magical, so we'll see if they can do it. I think it's a better approach than the last game.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I'm really worried about is just, I guess, you know what, never mind. On the flip side of things, right, you do have very low cooldowns coming out from both teams. So we're going to be seeing more skirmishing action. What I'm worried about with Ghostic is that if he falls behind, right, because we've seen this happen before with these Slardars that, you know, yes, you know, they get what they need, but they're not ahead. And when you're not ahead on a Slardar, it feels like you're just cannon fodder. And that was basically his job last time, was to be the cannon fodder, going and saying, I know I'm not going to survive this, guys. Just make sure, you know, you make the most of it. Avenge me, get as many kills as possible.
I just want him to, he needs to be the chaos starter because they have two supports with no stuns. They have two supports with literal no disable whatsoever. They have an Ancient Seal and just a slow coming in from the two of them with Ice Vortex and Concussive. So it has to be one of these cores to land these initiating stuns. So yeah, I think Ghostic's going to be the most important because he's the least important in the game. Like, if you know what I mean. Like the Mars wants to land this super crucial stun. Ghostic has to give his life to be able to get this Wraithgain Mars to get these in a lot of times. So yeah, I think he needs to have a good start. He needs to have a really, really good game for them to have a good shot in that later stages. But we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong because I hate anti-mage.
It's like when you see a Beastmaster, right? Although recently it did get nerfed, but definitely you don't want to be rooting for the team with Beastmaster because it's just, then you're going to see more Beastmaster in your pubs.
Yes. Unpicked, unbanned both games, right?
Yeah. I don't think that he's that far dumpstered though, is he?
He got buffed on Inner Beast, but the axes did lose. It's a lot. Because, like, let's say you throw 6-7 axes out, like sets, you're losing out on 30 damage for each axe. You're missing on like 360 plus damage. It adds up. It definitely adds up.
Well, maybe not like the first pick ban material anymore at the very least, but that's exactly why, you know, he needed that nerf. For sure.
See how they're doing down bottom. We see the preparation already. This is how you lane versus Skywrath. Look at Kingslayer's items. Double Tangle Salve, and then look at Nightfall. Stick to start, so that if the spam does come out, you'll be fine. And it should be pretty hard, I feel like, for them to actually apply pressure onto this anti-mage, unless Ghostic just does an excellent job down here. But yeah, I'm not really seeing it versus Oracle. I feel like Oracle's going to be able to sustain fine for Nightfall.
Definitely seems to be the case. In fact, he's really kind of bullying them over here on the side as well. Which is not how you want to see this lane going if you're a Unique fan.
It's the reason why I'm a, you know, when I say I hate Skywrath, Moxie, it's because I feel the hero is just not good. I actually love Skywrath. I actually played Skywrath like so much, even at like TIs and stuff like that. Huge fan of the hero, but it's a losing hero. The hero just, I just see it not doing a whole lot unless you have so many great combos for it, like Chrono, so many like excellent stuns where you can keep distance. And if you're not into Oracle, I think Oracle just completely counters the hero in every aspect. You can dispel the silence, you make him magic immune during the ulti. It's a full out counter.
And the Fake's Edict is just so good. In fact, we've seen like several of the teams, I think Poposhka most recently too, playing that Oracle and just getting off these really clutch saves. But, you know, what would you like to see? If you could buff Skywrath, if you could make him, you know, more of a standalone sort of deal, what would you like to see changed on him?
I just don't like the ultimate. I think it's just, they've nerfed it so many times. I think they should make it back to what it was when it was super strong. The fact that it's 2.4 seconds for the damage distribution of 750. At one stage, I think it was like 1.8. So I think if you make that damage more frequent, maybe it'll make the hero a little bit more viable. But it's a slow instance of damage as an ultimate, which is just, why would you not pick Lion, right? Like Lion just has two sets of stuns and an instant burst. So many more valuable things built into the hero. Sure, it was banned, of course, in this game, in this series, but it's a lot of other heroes who just feel like so much better. Lina, for example, like I was saying earlier, Willow, so many of these other ones.
All right, Mr. Icefrog, if you're watching, we would like to see some sort of buff coming out from Skywrath Mage here, because he's definitely feeling a bit underwhelming, and, you know, has only so much that he can really do in this game, especially when you're up against the Oracle. Yeah, he's just getting jumped on over here by Nightfall. Just clicked away. That feels really bad. Especially when you're picking him up, hoping to, you know, kind of try to be that, you know, harass.
Yeah, and you've actually done no harassment whatsoever. Nightfall has full free farm down bottom. Ring of Health's already done. He actually will be able to buy the second component soon. He actually buys a Band of Elven skin just to have a little bit better base damage and attack speed versus Ghostic. Ghostic is getting some space, at least from that chase out from the anti-mage, but yeah, as a free farm anti-mage. Centaur again, just like last time, they have this really strong lane top versus Wraith King. Just like Kevin highlighted in his Weatherman segment. What can Wraith King do? You've got a stronger hero with the AA for kill combo, but for last hitting, AA is not going to assist you versus Centaur.
Also feels bad too when you picked off that Skywrath, you lost your bounty rune, and you get killed on your side of the river. The blink forward though, again, the aggression coming out from VP. They know that they're gonna, yeah, look at this, immediately just bouncing it right back over there. Bignum can't even harass without taking damage here.
Yeah, and it's, I don't want to keep just like hating on Skywrath, but I feel like I'm just going to keep doing it. He went null as well. I don't like this. I feel like if any, you go Bassi. Sure, it doesn't give you the int for your damage on your Arcane Bolt, but then your, at least Ghostic has like some mana regen and stuff like that, and you do too. It's just more beneficial. This is a very selfish choice to go for the null talisman, in my opinion.
Definitely feeling that little bit of greed down here. The fact that they just, you know, you look at Ghostic, he doesn't have much mana. He's not going to have that regen. And again, this all comes down to, can you slow down the anti-mage? And the answer right now is absolutely not.
No. Ghostic's at least getting good farm. Maybe if he can get 1 or 2 hits, they could have gotten Kingslayer, but not able to get on top of him. Now he has to be careful. He's a bit too low. Burst damage from Oracle when he's got double nukes up. Ghostic could die, so he's salving up. FN actually gets forced back to base from GPK.
Oof, that hurts. For sure, top lane, we'll get the cold feet proc, but again, Slayer taking damage when he goes and clicks over onto DM, so Save just gonna trade off. This is just so much time for GPK. He's getting quite a bit out of this here.
Now he's already level 6. So they could even swing over if they'd like to try to set up for a gank. It's still a little hard because FN is so tanky. And I don't know if a Save actually wants to leave this top lane just yet, but some options if they do want a TP gank if there is an overextension from the Mars. Slayer has to be so careful up here. I keep watching this AA, just stepping up. 1 step too far and you're just dead.
Definitely feels like all the lanes are going over to the favor inside of here for VP. And, you know, Slayer, he's trying. He's putting out some harass, but really has to be careful, and he's not able to be effective. I think that really boils down to each of these lanes just not being super effective as we get a nice shackle off here in the top lane, followed up with a stun. Gonna be able to dish out a decent amount of damage over here to Palantimos. I don't think they have quite enough to get the kill, though, so he's gonna be able to back off.
Force him out of the wave, though. He's gonna miss all of... actually, the wave's gonna push in. Okay, so he'll actually get these creeps into the tower at the very least, but keeps just getting pressured. 23 last hits. AM has 38, Moxie.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Thread's completed now. Phase boots all picked up, though, for the Wraith King. This feels like they're definitely on the back foot here in this top lane.
Yeah, I hope Bignum actually skills Ancient Seal at level 4. I actually was going to say I hope he skills it at 3 so that he can set up the ganks on mid with the Mars. They really need the silence. The instant silence, I think, is one of the only good things about Skywrath right now, especially when you're playing versus like Puck and Anti-Mage. If you can get it from tree line, it can be great. He's got the smoke on him now, but without silence, I think it's going to be a little bit of a tough kill onto GPK, especially now that he has a raindrop on this Puck. Looks like they're going to sweep top, so the same move that they made in the first game to help out their safe lane, they're going to do it again.
All right, well, Save and DM unaware that this is coming. Get a nice shackle, and they're just backing off, though. They can feel something's got to be up here. They get the Wraith Fire Blast over here onto DM. Save, trying to get the position. That's going to be our first arena coming out. They'll be able to take down DM, and it's looking like they'll be able to take down Save. They follow up with the Dream Coil, but where's the damage? There's nobody still here that's going to be able to help, although trying with the Waning Rift. They will be able to take down Palantimos with a good rotation. Kingslayer's here. He's going to be able to root down this AA over in the corner. The orb coming forward. This Puck, they just don't have any ways of locking him down.
Palantimos dies, though. The Wraith King does die on the rotation, so it's a good move from Unique, but they do lose him. And it is an expensive rotation from FN as well as Bignum. Can they get something else out of it? I like this positioning, FN, Bignum. They've got the silence.
Do some scouting here with the orb.
Ooh.
They walk
They're
past
jaunting to the rune.
Ooh.
GPK's got priorities. He got a regen.
Ooh, that's definitely worth it over here, Bignum. He's going to be able to just walk away.
And now, yeah, FN has the TP mid, bailing himself out of that triangle area, so he doesn't actually farm the hard camp. He actually has to move away, and he won't get the rune, so priority by VP ends up working out. At least they do get these kills. It was the same exact move they actually made in the last game with the Rubik and the Kunkka to try to help the Wraith King. So it ends up working again and slowing them down and at least giving Palantimos maybe some breathing room, but he did die, so painful.
I don't feel like he got much breathing room at all, especially when you consider the fact that this anti-mage is already ahead right now. And he's only going to get further and further ahead here.
Moxie, I was trying to be nice.
Sorry. I appreciate that you're trying to be very positive, you know? Dota is one of those games that it's not over till it's over, but the Dream Coil down here on the bottom lane, GPK immediately trying to get as much damage as he can over here onto the Slardar. Get another nuke off on the back lines. They will end up losing the Skywrath Mage, and again, they'll end up losing Ghostic. So their own rotation coming out now from the side of VP.
And the AM lives. The AM gets the kills. He's perfectly fine, and he's gonna have Battle Fury finished any minute now in the next 500 gold or so. So he's gonna maybe break some records with Tread's Battle Fury in this one. And he gets Chipped Vest, the dream for this anti-mage, as Wraith King now has been forced to jungle. They're gonna give AA the lane, so this is good maximizing. But VP just getting more out of the map across the board here. The early game looking fantastic. In the early game, I feel like Unique drafted themselves in a position that they have to stop the early game. Otherwise, this game gets really scary really fast. They're not going to be able to find or hunt anti-mage.
They're trying to make something happen here. You do have Bignum and FN moving together. They know that this anti-mage has been very aggressive, but he's already backed off now. It is just Kingslayer down here. He's going to be able to go hug the tower. And I'm sure they realize somebody's missing, so Kingslayer hiding over in the tree line. FN getting spotted by the tower. He's like, yeah, no. I don't think you TP anyone down here, right? You just leave.
Yeah, they're just ditching this tower. This is what they did last game too, around 10 minutes. And sorry about that. Nightfall, I thought he had the Perseverance on him. He's actually still a little bit away from the Claymore. Still about 800 more gold. So not some crazy, insane record-breaking timings for the Battle Fury, but still phenomenal when he's playing versus the Slardar, who is one of the better counters. Just, they couldn't really apply pressure with the Skywrath there too, as they will lose that tower, and they are already drawing the line to swing toward the mid lane to help out Palantimos.
You know who currently has the fastest Battle Fury on Source 2 record, right?
The Tranquil Boot Anti-Mage,
The Tranquil Boot Anti-Mage.
Oh god, yeah, I saw it the other day. I was watching it. I saw when he completed the Tranquil Boots. It hurt my soul.
Yeah, I love the meme. I love that meme of the character from the Despicable Me movies, just like, get your Battle Fury, do it in record time, make Tranquil Boots. He looks back, make Tranquil Boots.
Make Tranquil Boots, yeah.
But no, that was
perfect.
Pakaz, also known as Angel, over in the South American region, so pretty good stuff. But we do have a fight about to break off here in the middle lane, but they follow up the Dream Coil. Silence immediately getting tossed back on the puck, but again, where's your lockdown? Where's the follow-up here? Another orb forward. They just push them right off the tower, and they'll take top while this is going on.
Not bad. Decent. They didn't waste the ulti at all. You know, FN, he held on to it for a second. GPK actually did waste his coil. So not too bad for Unique. They do get room now for Palantimos to actually go back top and farm. But Nightfall, this is now Battle Fury in 150. So he's just so much more farmed than Wraith King, who needs to have that good early game so they can keep up with Anti-Mage. Because now that Anti-Mage is going to have Battle Fury, he's going to quickly surpass Wraith King, even though Wraith King has skeletons.
It's strange to me that they keep falling back on the Wraith King. I mean, I know that Palantimos likes this hero, he plays it quite a bit, and it has been in the meta for quite a while, but it feels like they need to pick something more tempo, generally. And again, they have an anti-mage over here on the side of VP, but you know that VP is going to skirmish. They're going to run at you very, very early.
Yeah.
It's just a little surprise to me that they keep going back to this one particular hero.
I think especially with the strength that like a bunch of teams are now showing, like VP Alliance and all that, they're just first pick Centaur or Timbersaw or whatever, and this Wraith King has such a hard time in lane and in game all throughout all stages. Like sure, eventually you'll get your item timings, but it's gonna be strongly delayed because of these two heroes. So yeah, maybe the hero is gonna start seeing some less pick, especially so early.
Is there a way to just play it at a faster tempo, do you think? Like, as I know that we're seeing a lot of, the Radiance build and whatnot. Can you, kind of adjust it to make it more, I don't want to say viable, but...
Need to have a more successful lane, just maybe like you need just this unbelievably powerful hero behind you. AA is good, at least at going for kill combo, but not into Centaur. If they were versus a weaker combo, perhaps that duo would be stronger, but I think Centaur overall is just, as we said, these Vanguard heroes are just absurd right now, what they can do.
It's like Palantimos feels a little lost here in this middle lane. He's kind of running around in circles.
Yeah, they want to keep swinging for mid tower. DM has his Blink Dagger coming, so they're going to have a big way to team fight on the side of VP now, besides just the puck.
They're still trying for this middle tower. Got the Dream Coil online. The Silence immediately over here onto the Oracle, but they use the Stampede and they jump in. DM with another beautiful stop as they just rip apart Big Dump. They've got their eyes over here. They'll take down Slayer. And this arena just not effective.
No, and it's an instant Stampede to pull that Kingslayer away, and something we mentioned from earlier. How do you get to backline if your supports have no stuns? And also, Skywrath, this actually could be another buff. Make Ancient Seal like 900, 950 cast range. You have to get so close. He has to get the silence, and so he has to get that close, but then you're in risk of just that. You're in risk of getting initiated on, turned on from big tanky bruisers, and your big tanky bruisers can't get to you because you are the squishy heroes in the front line. So it's just awkward from Unique.
Yeah, that was some nice button pushing coming out from DM there. And you know, FN, he gets himself this arena, but they just aren't ready to fight. They don't have the damage.
Yep.
Well, they're going again. They want this tower. And by God, they're going to get... Oh, no. GPK with the deny and the cheeky gradings.
Just a bully.
Yep.
As Kings fall, look at him go. Yeah, this is a Dream Anti-Mage game. Dream Anti-Mage situation, playing versus no stun supports. Fantastic Mana Void target on the Skywrath all game.
God, they are trying so hard to make something happen now that they have the Blink Dagger on the Slardar. And just look at the way they're dodging completely. They know that they've got the vision over there. They just immediately... Yeah, look at the scan. It's just so telegraphed.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, everything that we're seeing coming out from the side of Unique, things are just too telegraphed. They're too easy for the puck to be able to dodge away or to get, you know, a stomp off or a stampede, what have you.
I like that they're playing like 4 heroes aggressively in the triangle, though, right? They're giving space for Wraith King to just farm on his own side. Wraith King's gonna go for the Deso build, so he's just going for full minus armor physical with Ghost Stick and just playing around Roche and just being able to one-shot some squishy heroes. And Ghost Stick is hunting. He's got his bash primed. He's constantly on the prowl looking for something, but VP, again, they're just not giving opportunities. They are walking through wards right now, though. So maybe now Unique could look to set something up.
You have to be careful they don't get over eager, though. Again, it is DM, the very tanky person in the front line, but with that much magic damage plus the Ice Blast, he is going to crumble. They're looking to follow up, though. DPK using the Dream Coil to use the Focus Fire as well, so all of a sudden, Ghost Stick is just gone.
That's a support Wind Ranger, by the way, with a Maelstrom. Save is huge. Wait, what the hell? Okay.
That feels so bad right now if you're Unique that you just got chonked down. You've got a semi-carry Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
Lord. All right, maybe we get something done here. FN pinning over to the tree line with the silence. They have the burst damage, but they're going to try to follow up now. GPK, they get a nice shackle off. Save is going to be able to add a little bit more gold to those coffers.
Save is such a good Wind Ranger player. I think this is like one of the few players I actually would want to see playing Wind Ranger as 4 anymore. Great shackles all game, great pressure. Already level 9. He's kind of his own pseudo carry in a way. I think it was Kyle who's saying just these supports like Skywrath and AA. Save could actually just kill them by himself. He can just run in with Wind Run, pop his ulti, and these 2 heroes just do nothing. They're just gonna have to watch themselves die very quickly because they have no way to stop him. So it's really all dependent on the cores, on Unique to get all this control, as we've been seeing for the most part in this game. And they're starting to get space for Palantimos, but I'm just watching this anti-mage with no pressure. He's gonna have Manta. He has excellent core matchups as the game goes later on, so if they can't find him and hunt him and kill him a couple times, this game is going to get really problematic.
I mean, this is the dream, right? The fact we've been watching all of these team fights, we've been focusing, you know, over on Ghost Stick, trying to get those perfect sort of initiations, trying to get, you know, nice arenas off of the FN. You almost forget that there is an anti-mage in this match. Although DM will reveal the smoke, he's just going to go poke away at the solution here.
And when it's in, I think when the game is ever in that state, that's when the anti-mages are like, hey, this is the best game ever. You forget anti-mages there, like the dream. You're just getting free farm. Deso is done. All right, Unique. Force the issue. Maybe, I mean, honestly, maybe even force a Roche fight. And okay, I think that's actually what they're going to do.
Got the... Oh, he actually went for the Armlet Deso build here over on Palantimos.
Full physical.
I think that's
that
smart.
with Medallion, with Corrosive Haze. I think it's the right approach. I think versus anti-mage, you need to go all in on the physical.
Yes. All right,
They got this.
This Roche is going down very quickly, so they'll be able to collect themselves an Aegis for Palantimos. And, ooh, look at that, a double damage rune outside the pit. It's always nice. FN will bottle that up, save it for later.
Okay, pretty good stuff. They also almost have level 12 on Ghost Stick too, so they're gonna have the level 2 Corrosive Haze, so that extra damage will be there. VP is gonna play the dodge game for some time, I mean forever for pretty much for the anti-mage until he feels like he should join the fights. He almost has, he does have the Manta done.
Oh, the stomp though, the immediate find over here on the side. We talked about this, the fact that, you know, Save has so much damage, and especially when he's paired up with DM with a stun, there's just no hope for him at that point. Everyone else just abandons the ship.
I actually need to check something really quickly.
Okie dokie.
I'm just going to check anti-mage talents, which ones were changed, because I actually don't remember that one being there, but I could just be being a scrub. I am a scrub. It was there. No, it was 7.28. It was a while ago, but he has an 8 armor talent. I actually did not know that he had that one, because I feel like everyone always takes the other one that I play with him, but that's really nice versus the minus armor strat the Unique's going for. He takes it immediately.
Top tower gets taken down by the Dire, and the teleports are coming in over to the mid lane. They don't want to give this up that easily. Palantino's first one to arrive on the scene. It's backed up by the rest of his teammates, but again, Nightfall just being allowed to move everywhere on the map and not be pressured. That is a big problem. They are going to have an anti-mage problem, Fogged. We've all experienced it in our pubs. It's awful.
Anti-mage problem, and just like a lot of problems in the game. Like I don't know how they deal with it. I mean, GPK, he hasn't purchased an item yet, so that's the one thing that they are putting him on the edge. DM,
yeah,
and they actually kill him.
They looks like no, he's fine. He's actually still alive. Follow up with the Ice Blast. Thank to the Essence Ring here. DM,
I think it saves him.
I think it is.
He gets saved.
Yeah, Kingslayer here too. There's God, that was 3 ultimates used on one Centaur, and they weren't able to kill him.
Which means Nightfall has full freedom. He's just gonna run around and do whatever he wants. Ooh, he even sees Slayer, but it's Haste Rune. Oh, Slayer gets bailed out.
It's like, oh, thank God, thank you, Ice Frog. I knew I prayed to you today for a reason. Yeah, that's gotta be terrifying, though.
Bless Gaben sometimes, for sure. Top tower, though. They did force DM away, and they're actually gonna take out that whole tower with this minus armor from Deso and the Orb of Corrosion. Nice.
Do have a bit of a ratting issue though too when you have the Wind Ranger. All right, you've got a Wind Ranger and you've got this anti-mage, so they're going to be able to, you know, poke away and then immediately either, you know, Wind Run out or be able to blink out too. Because again, their lockdown is just a bit too light coming out from the side of Unique.
It's light and it's telegraphed, as we said. You know, all 3 heroes, like the Slardar is the quick stun, and look at the counter. Okay, GPK doing something pretty interesting. Since he has to worry a bit about the silence, the instant silence from that Skyrath, that's one of the big trip-ups for pucks, he just goes BKB. So that's going to make him a lot safer just to sit inside of Arena. As soon as Arena gets popped, he just pops BKB, turns and coils, and just stands toe-to-toe and fights with them. Yeah, that's a pretty cool approach, actually.
Look at Save and Nightfall. They're like, come on, Slayer. Come on. You won't. They're waiting, just baiting. And I mean, you do have Palantimos nearby, right? You've got other people here. Nightfall, though, he'll show with his illusions. They'll ping it out. Save is, of course, still hiding in the tree line. He also will back up. And here we go. We do have a solution now. We do have an Atos picked up. So there'll be more ways of being able to lock down some of these heroes. But again, there's a BKB online for Puck, and Nightfall has a Manta as well.
Exactly. It's also another telegraphed one. It has projectile speed, so they can phase shift, dodge, blink, or you can even just counterspell. But let's see.
Counterspell with the Arena. Look at the rest of the team, though. They immediately come in with the save over onto the backlines. Nightfall just immediately blowing up the AA. Big Numb next to fall, and DM is just chonking away over here on the side, but they just can't get their hands on this Puck. Look at the damage coming out from Save now as they've just disarmed this Wraith King, and they're just going to start beating down on him. Okay, that's going to be the Aegis. We're going to have him come right back up again, but look at this. They're waiting. Nice spear coming in. Is it enough, though, as they try to get the root off? No, they'll still be able to take down Palantimos, and the Slardar tried everything he could, but he could not save him, and he could not save himself as FN just running for the hills.
That was their Aegis fight. Kingslayer comes in and perfectly bails out the anti-mage. Looks like he was actually almost in a tough situation because he actually used his Manta bottom to farm, and then he TP'd mid. He didn't have it up yet, but they do come in and save him. Oracle, clutch play, Kingslayer, as usual.
Very excellent positioning here, and they used a lot during that fight now, so it's even more breathing room for VP.
Yeah. DM, though, they might be able to catch him. FN, ooh, not quite.
I feel like they just
VP
keep
now,
trying to get their hands on the Centaur, and they'll find him, but they just have not really been able to do much here to get the kill. But yeah, follow up here. That
It's the
clutch.
dream, though, right? They're hunting Centaur. Like, AM's just able to do whatever he wants. You see, like, the way Nightfall can play in the fights, he gets Oracle ulted, and that's all the stuns, all the initiation from Unique. He blinks onto the supports, the double int squishy supports with no stuns. He just evaporates them. Nobody on VP going down.
That was such a nice crush, but they're immediately just stunned up again. And Saved gets the double kill there. Did that BKB get delivered in the middle of that fight too to FN? I feel like it got sent like at the last minute sort of deal.
I think it got sent at the yeah, I didn't actually see. I was focusing on the
That's the only reason
Oracle.
he survived. There's a lot going on though, definitely during that last fight. This one's looking rough now. 13-4 here. Currently at 24 minutes in. 7K net worth lead going over to VP. And look at this in the top lane, the support. Save almost managing to get the kill on Ghost Stick.
Yeah, he's doing so much work, and it just continues to be this absolutely free anti-mage game. You couldn't kill him the time before he had Scotty. Now he's got a full Scotty too, 2,400 HP.
And a double damage.
And a DD.
Look at him. He's hunting with DM. He says, all right, buddy, you jump in. I'll immediately follow you.
He's like, where's Bignum?
Let's go.
I want Skyref.
Let's go. Oh, well, they're about to run right into the silence over here onto the puck, but the stomp coming out from DM, and GPK will be the one who gets the kill. All right, what's the plan here, Fogged? What do they do here on the side of Unique? Because this is looking rough.
Still needs to be finding they need to find Kingslayer. Step one. If you're gonna go for these big jumps, if you're gonna throw everything onto anti-major, you have to know where the Oracle is. Try to get some type of information, some type of ward vision outwards so you can watch the back lines. It's just not easy. Like VP immediately, they go and they get these quick D wards too every time. But if they are gonna go for those jumps, they have to kill it, but they may have missed their windows already.
Oh, the BKB coming out from FN. He just has to teleport out. He knows that he can't get picked off here. Like you said, Fog, the position 4s that are able to, you know, dish out the damage, that ranged bit, really puts pressure.
Yeah, and it's even a stun. Like the thing is, Save is dealing so much damage, but he also has an 8-second cooldown, 3.8 second stun if he lands it. But it's there, and it's also another elusive hero playing into limited, so many limited disables. It's the cores. It's all telegraphed. The two supports just need a core to be able to do anything. On the side of Unique, VP just chilling. Like Nightfall is the even freer game than the Sven.
I mean, again, they just have had no ways of really being able to challenge him. The laning phase was an absolute dream for VP. You know, the bottom lane, they ended up getting a quick pick off on the Skywrath Mage. I felt very surprising that he just kind of wandered over, or he didn't even wander over, let's be honest. Anti-Mage just went over to the secret shop, got a kill, grabbed a bounty rune up. Mid lane, you know, they forced FN out of the lane. He had to go and teleport back, and then the top lane, they weren't able to do anything to the Centaur. It's just a cascading domino effect, it feels like right now. And, you know, Unique, to their credit, they're staying in the game, right? You do have, you know, I don't want to say an interesting build on Wraith King, but you've got a adapted build on this Wraith King to try to put that damage out early. But, you know, you've got +8 armor now over on Anti-Mage thanks to this talent. You've got, you know, other options to try to, you know, get stronger, be better, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, what neutral items does Unique actually have too? They actually didn't get any good tier 2 neutral item for the Wraith King. I saw he was holding Chip Vest. I'm like, man, he didn't get anything better than this? So he's been hanging on to that. That hurts, honestly. We at least now have 27 minutes coming around, so he'll be able to hopefully find a new one. But yeah, that's painful. And I think he just lost his courier with part of his AC on it.
Oh dear.
A soldier's fortune.
Well, we are starting to see those neutral items dropping, so perhaps he'll get very lucky this time around. What would you like to see pop up for him?
Oh, jeez. Oh, man. The biggest one?
Ghost
I don't know,
Stick?
actually. Orbitus, he might need damage, but I'm not sure.
This is just
Ghost
a dead Slardar. Nightfall just happened to waltz on over and found himself a Slardar pickoff.
And now they're going to look for the fight.
Yeah. No, you know what? Now they're going to go into the Roche Pit.
Oh, even better.
Even better.
Slardar probably has to just buy back immediately. He has his BKB and 300 gold on the Slardar too. That's so painful.
Look at the way GPK is just acting as a ward here. The Ice Blast is going to get tossed out. Just waiting patiently. Does have that blink. Looking, jumping forward with the Dream Coil, and they manage to jump over onto 2. DM is here. They just blow up Bignum almost instantly. Then we get the arena off. They're chasing after Slayer over on the back lines. They don't want to get in. That's a good save here over here for DM. Kingslayer always in this nice position as they go. They get the stomp off. GPK gets the kill on Slayer. Nice shackle, followed up with all this beautiful damage as Nightfall joins into the fight here. They're gonna chase after the Mars over on the back line. Palantimos, he's trying to flee. Do they chase after him, though?
They gave some respect to the buyback and the Slardar respawning. Nightfall actually backs in, of course.
He's got another double
Finds
damage.
a DD. Oh my god, what is with these DDs lately?
I don't know. Palantimos needs to be careful here. Silence. There's the focus fire. Look at the damage coming out from Saves. He's going to go right into the pit. DM is here, though. Stomp coming out. It's going to be the Aegis going over to the AM. No problem. They'll root Palantimos into place. He does have Reincarnation up, but they just nuke him down. That's his first life. Nightfall is chasing over on the other line. He's going to turn his attention now over to the Wraith King and make sure that he's not getting out of that pit alive. Oh, the more follow-up. They do manage to go and land the Ice Blast, but Bignum, oh my gosh, he's just not able to go and get anything with this ultimate as they're just hunting them down relentlessly. Beautiful shackle over onto FN. They call GG. They've had enough over on the side of Unique.
Oh, man. VP just, it's really just an outclass. VP just kind of like playing with their food a little bit there. Even though Unique, they get a good opportunity to go to Roche. The game ends at 4-20, of course, a very appropriate score too. Unique probably GGing out for some fun memes and all that, but what a devastating game. Like VP just having a frill-free farm on anti-mage. The one time they catch him, the Oracle's there to back him up. It's clean. It's well executed, and it's good itemization too. I like the GPK even gives some respect to them. He doesn't go for some like random kind of items. He gets a BKB on the puck to counteract the potential of him getting caught by Ancient Seal or some chain stuns. It's just VP all over the place here. Excellent stuff.
And to give Unique some credit, you know, they did manage to hang in there for a bit. They tried to alter up some different sort of, you know, itemization, trying to play a little bit faster tempo, because the first time with the Wraith King, it didn't quite work out. But, I mean, it does come back to the fact that their drafts just A, feel a little bit too slow, and B, you know, some interesting choices, right? You don't like that Skywrath mage, and you kind of need something a little bit stronger maybe in that 4 position, but, you know.
If you're going to go for the Sky, I think you have to have, at least you want to have a secondary support with the stun. I think when you go for AA and Sky, it's just like, they both kind of do the same thing. They both want to single target a hero and blow them up, right? So I think if you're going to go for these type of drafts, you have to just think about the big picture. I think VP looked at the big picture for all of their drafts in these 2 games. I think Unique maybe needs to go back and think a little bit more when they are doing like some switch up in rows and just the overall thing. Because picking AA and the Skywrath into Oracle, it was just full counter.
Well, I mean, I know Cap said that this was a David and Goliath match. This time Goliath winning out, Virtus Pro taking the series 2-0. But, you know, Unique, they'll have another time to come back in and maybe start to sharpen up their teeth a little bit more. But that is, of course, going to be it for this series. So we're going to toss it over to the panel and hear what they have to say all about it.
That's right. David this time did not draft a sling or pebbles to work with, so Goliath just easily smashes him. And we'll talk about more. We'll talk about why the draft did not favor Unique, as we saw in Game 2, and also post-game interview. I bet it's with DM. All that after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, we start off this series saying it wasn't really likely to be that close, and Virtus.pro certainly proved that. They may have started off the series at dropping a game against AS Monaco Gambit, but against some of the teams that were bottom 4 last season, it's not surprising that Virtus.pro continued to just 2-0 them rather easily. It doesn't really matter if there's a new patch. It doesn't really matter if there's been fresh balances, anything like that. Virtus.pro is still the top dog of the region and should be respected as such. We've got ODPixel and Kyle here. Gentlemen, that was a bit of a slaughter.
Oh, yeah.
It was. It really was. I thought Unique would have a shot. I really did. I believed. But then Nightfall on his anti-mage. I mean, he was just so far ahead. You know, they got. This is the exact dream scenario I want to be in as an anti-mage, right? That sort of that full item ahead of any other core in the game, like already at like the 15-minute mark. You know, it seemed impossible to shut him down.
In addition, GPK, I only really see him and Limp do this, but that early BKB on Puck. But you look at the draft of Unique, like, oh wait, like yeah, they have good answers to Puck, a lot of stuns, the Skywrath, but the BKB is sitting like, oh, like shit, we can't touch the Fairy Dragon. He's getting free coils off, free casting spells. Target the Centaur? Like, what's the play? I really love that from GPK, and I think that's what solidifies the advantage in the win for VP.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons why Virtus.pro was able to win that game, one of which was the draft. We initially were not that big of fans of, but Virtus.pro proved that it was solid, and we've got Purge to be able to break that down for us.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, Team Unique did some kind of interesting things with their draft, and as a result, VP responded in a smart way. Both Skywrath Mage and AA kind of accomplished similar things, burst damage killing one hero, and Anti-Mage was a great response to that, but I really like the Wind Ranger pick as well because it gave them a hero that helped solidify the laning stage. One of the nice things about Wraith King and AA and any AA combo is your ability to get kills, but with Wind Run alone, it solves the cold feet problem because you have huge movement speed even without boots, and it solves the right-click problem that usually comes from the skeletons that are followed up with the stun. So all this physical damage is countered with the evasion, and the cold feet is countered with the movement speed. So Save basically able to play a hero that's going to ensure that Centaur is the guy that has to be gone on, which isn't going to feel good. And as a result, Wraith King didn't get ahead in the laning stage. Now they did try to do these early rotations with their combos. Anti-Mage was obviously the guy they want to kill here, but with the nice silence on Puck and the Dream Coil break being less damage now due to the patch last night, there wasn't really any engagement that happened here. Oops, I'm sorry, I skipped one. They come mid again, and this is maybe one of their biggest blunders. They're again trying to force this mid tower with their team fight advantage here. They throw some spells into the Oracle, but completely countered by Stampede. Because there isn't any disable fall, both supports trying to find something for the team, but both supports now getting gone on. And this is the issue with these two guys. You want an ally to go in first, and then you can follow up and blow somebody up. That way you can cascade that into a tower. But unfortunately, these two attempts now cost them a lot by messing them up. They were successful later on in getting a kill, this time against DM on the Centaur, but this was not the consistent thing that happened throughout the game. Here's a Yule's ulti combo with Skywrath Mage. They've got Ice Blast coming. All of this magic damage is being amped, so he's taking a huge amount, but the Essence Ring giving heal, technically not heal, just increase HP, a great counter to Ice Blast, and the Oracle backing it up just kind of meant the name of the game was trying to burst somebody and not always succeeding. Here's the final one that I'll show you guys. Jumping on Anti-Mage, he gets saved by the Oracle ulti, so from here on out, he gets to dodge the Ice Blast on the back line, and great BKB and Dream Coil, again, catching both supports. If they do not blow somebody up with that initiation, they are going to have a really bad time in the team fight, even with this smart itemization from Wraith King that would have made him very effective against Anti-Mage normally.
Oh, thank you very much, Purge. That was a great segment, as always, and we can see Virtus.pro, one of their biggest assets is their versatility in picks, and they are able to pretty much draft whatever they need and whatever they think is going to be able to work against some of the unique drafts that they have to play against in the CIS region. Now, they did take down Team Unique. One instrumental factor was DM, who's going to be joining us for the post-game interview. DM, it's good to talk to you yet again, sir.
Hey guys.
You feeling good?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, DM, you are a lovely gentleman. I enjoy talking to you for these interviews, but I do want to know a little bit more about your teammates. And I was wondering if you could give me like a fun fact, something that maybe the general audience doesn't know about each of your teammates, because you've known them for a long time, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's say first fact, Epileptic Kid usually wakes up 10 minutes after the scrim should be starting. And it almost worked on this official as well. He waked up like 5 minutes before the start. fun fact is it's kind of hard to say that.
Oh, no
I mean, Kingslayer is looking like a real bear, like a super bear from Virtus Pro Flag.
Oh, okay.
GPK is main team's playboy, and I mean for the girls. And
yeah.
the last one is Safe's biggest. I mean, post 4 players fun. He's like always talking how he want to learn a lot from Hanskin, Sax, and much other players. He's biggest fan of all of them, but he's talking it in sarcastic way. So it's just like this.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, man. We always like to learn more about you guys as a team. I've got Owen and Kyle here as well.
Yeah, hi DM. Yeah, I just sort of wondered, for you guys as a team, you have a lot of series like the one just now where it seems relatively easy, like you guys completely dominate when it comes to the actual gameplay. After a series like this, do you find, is there actually much to talk about and break down? Or when you've had sort of a stomp where you've been able to just trash the other team, do you just start looking towards the next matchup and don't really think over too much of the Dota that you've just played?
To be honest, for now we have our casual playstyle for super strong strats, and we didn't show a single of them because this is not a game you want to show strats on.
No.
Like you will have major and stuff like that. And there's also one different of our playstyle strat we're gonna test probably on major, or maybe in spirit game. We will see. So that's how it is. We're just playing a game with just good heroes, nothing else. It wasn't any kind of strat here.
That makes sense. Hey, I wanted to ask, I just realized recently how young the whole squad is. Do you find yourself playing like the role of the older brother? Are you the guy who has to wake everybody up?
No, it's my manager's work. I mean, our manager's work. He's doing this, and I'm just equal player as everyone else here.
Got it.
That's it.
One more question. When you guys beat the original VP, when you were still Prodigy, how did it feel replacing them as the official Virtus Pro roster? Is there a sense of pride there? Do you have like a little ego tied in? And then what's it like to play for VP, arguably the biggest Russian organization?
I mean, if we're talking honestly, I think ex-VP players like Safe and Nightfall were super glad to beat them finally. And I didn't feel anything because, I mean, I'm not the old friends with them, and I didn't ever play with them. So, I mean, the old VP squad. So it's just a team like every single other team for me. And about, if we're talking about the prestige of main Virtus Pro, I don't think we're feeling kind of pressure or something like that. It's more like the organization is good for us. She's giving us stuff so we can progress, and we're just glad to them for making it real. And glad to our sponsors, obviously. So, yeah.
One final question. Are you happy that by the time you guys joined, the colors were back to orange from the purple and green experiment?
If you ask me, I think the best colors were at China International. It was the panda, if you remember, red panda, and it was also some Chinese letters over there. So it was the best for me. I like this Japanese style.
Yeah, that was.
It was almost close to it.
All right. Well, thank you, DM. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you more and more as you guys continue to win throughout the season. And I'm looking forward to your match against Team Spirit. You added a little something for us, so thank you.
Yeah, and we're going to have a match before with Navi, so going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun week.
See ya.
See you.
It's a flyover. The Navi match, we'll probably...
Still already talking about the Spirit one, yeah.
But Spirit, we got to rise on them.
You really believe that Navi's just going to be an easy win for Virtus Pro?
Well,
it's going to be easier than last season, right, against Navi?
Correct, because previously Navi had the power of friendship. They had their fans, and meanwhile now they're fighting. They threw off the cosmic karmic balance. They're fighting against just so many supernatural forces.
You can see Kyle really believes in this ever since he got kicked. It's like a philosophy with him. It's like
no, it has nothing to do with me.
You can bring in bad juju if you kick somebody like that.
I'm just saying, not that it has it's just facts. It's facts.
Do you believe in karmic retribution, Owen?
Hello.
No,
EG.
I mean-
EG kicks Fly leaves OG
Correct.
to go to EG with
Yeah.
S4. What happens?
Well, Easy's doing pretty good now.
Sure, but they didn't win 2 TIs like
It
no
took a bit of time.
Karmic. Karma exists, and even if it doesn't, you should still be nice anyway.
I feel like the karma only happens if EG was destined to win that TI.
They might have been.
Instead, They got a third, but I feel like third's still pretty
I mean,
good.
I would say ditching your okay, I like both Fly and Noto, so I just think it's just an example here. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but if you leave your teammate of like years and years and years, and that teammate you left immediately wins TI, you can't tell me that has nothing to do with universal forces beyond our comprehension.
Really does feel like we're getting a podcast hour.
We got
with
time.
Kyle. And yes, we do have time. But those sort of conversations are not for this professional ESL One show. So we do have AS Monaco Gambit, who are currently 0-3. They have not gotten a win, but they have an opportunity to get it against Windstrike. We'll see whether or not they can do that. We're going to go to a break. It's going to be about a 40-minute break, but we will be back for that second series of the day. So, take a little break, maybe make yourself some dinner, and come back and watch the show.
Opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Niche, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that poofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. Only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you're not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer 1, to drop. You.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer 1, to drop. You.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's
on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, but can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. In the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then break up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
I've been so anti yeah, you're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to show that. Could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. My world falls down when you pick me up. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend. But now I'm pulling up in a Bentley. There really ain't shit you can tell me. What? I just wish somebody would help me. This lifestyle is not healthy. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. She's a goth girl, welcome to my goth world. Fell in love with the diamonds and pearls. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. Sex fifth with the new Saint Laurent. Party too lit, get kicked out. All alone, that's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I left my demons in my past. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. You talking about your bad side of me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I don't friends, yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Now talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah.
But you know I'm a bad little mama. I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid.
Now, I know that last series would have been a bit of a stomping, a bit of slacking, but hopefully this next series is a little bit more even, at least for our sakes anyway. It's going to be AS Monaco Gambit up against Windstrike. Windstrike, they've got a nice 2-1 score, but they are the promoted team. They've also matched up against some of the lower teams. On the other side, AS Monaco Gambit, they did very well last season, got themselves third, ended up going to the major. But this season, they've matched up against the other top dogs, and they've lost every single series.
They've been close. They took a game off VP, but still lost. Unfortunately, it just looks like a goose egg in the win column. But against Spirit, Navi, and VP, they were competitive. However, they have sole possession of that bottom spot. They are legitimately just going through the division from top to bottom. Windstrike is a must-win if they want to have any hope at advancing to the major.
But it's the fact that Windstrike's also looking pretty good. They might have not been the best teams, but
they're my fan favorite.
Team Spirit, they lost them 2-1. The first game was so respectable. They won that one, and then, of course, it was 2 close games after that. So this series for Gambit, they're 0-3, but this could easily be 0-4 after day if they kind of turn up on the... If they wake up on the wrong side of the bed, at least.
Do you guys compare, like, Windstrike versus PuckChamp and their performances? Because the interesting part was PuckChamp did actually beat out Windstrike in the lower division, but it feels like Windstrike has come into this upper division and second season as the stronger team.
I'd say that Windstrike has a better grasp on the drafting and understanding of how to approach the tier 1 kind of meta compared to PuckChamp. They're a little bit more stubborn to be themselves, and that coming from lower division to upper division, you can often feel that, oh wait, our strategies aren't the best to compete at this level. So I feel like Windstrike, they just have a little bit more professionalism to be able to compete at like the top 4 contention.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting since PuckChamp is the ones who have the coach and have the analyst, but Windstrike are still the ones who you would deem as more willing to be able to change and adapt to the teams they're playing against.
Yeah, I guess their ideas are just a little bit better for the meta right now, and PuckChamp, I wanted them to do so much better, but then again, they have played some harder opponents, so it might be too early to really give them that disparity. But no, I still think I favor Windstrike in the kind of the lower division matchup between the two teams.
Kyle, what's your impressions been of Windstrike so far? You said they're your fan favorite? I don't know quite
I'm
what
a
that
fan.
means.
They're my favorite.
Oh, okay.
I think that the attitude from the interviews we've been done with them, they're working really hard.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason they've grown since that Division 2, I believe they've been boot camping since. So they just kind of hung out, watched the major, absorbed a lot of that information, keep scrimming, and I think that they're a legitimate challenger for one of the major slots from this region.
I'd love to see them make it to the
Yeah,
major.
me too.
It'd be exciting to see like a new team from the region kind of step up and get there.
Based on what we've seen so far, I think it's going to be Spirit, VP, and Windstrike.
Yeah, it's for sure. It's between Na'Vi and Windstrike. They're the two ones who have to kind of fight for that third spot.
Okay, well, it'll definitely be interesting to see how they do match up against AS Monaco Gambit. Talking about them, since we do have a little bit more information, what has gone wrong for this squad? What has changed from Season 1 to Season 2?
Their drafts right now have just felt so
Just
clunky.
bad?
Yeah, just bad. There was one draft where they had like Snapfire, Treant support or something, and then it just didn't really do anything. And yeah, unfortunately for Gambit, they just haven't had got started that well. And also, you have to think their opponents to start the tournament, they've had to go from like hardest to easiest. Some other teams, they've got like the nice road, but this team, they had a bad first week and that kind of hit them, and they haven't been able to recover since. And unfortunately, DPC, you have one bad week, hits the second bad week. Now they're the teams that are like the top 4 teams. It's going to be devastating for your season.
I want to see no one on more of the win conditions. I really think that they should shift his hero archetypes to something more similar to what Miracle's able to play. And yeah, sure, Miracle's been playing a puck and such, but I want to see more Invoker, more Shadow Fiend, maybe some TA. Let the man win the game for you. A lot of Kunkka. Don't think that that's a winning combination for Gambit right now.
Do you just not believe in Dream as a hard carry? Because that is his preference in heroes anyway, is harder carries, but you just don't think he's doing it for them?
Don't think it fits the style. Seneko, I think, also plays better when he's able to go in some sort of aggressive style. It's easier to shot call as well, especially the way he always likes to be active on the map. I want more gyros. I'm not saying don't give him carries, but gyrocopter, you know, the Juggernaut, just something that plays more active, and then no one has the ability to play something that's more of a semi-carry as well.
Juggernaut is on his list of his primary carries. Another one being Lycan was his other active hero, and sadly that hero has gone away a bit.
It's kind of back though. There was a low division game the other day. I believe it was no Bounty Hunter Khan in the Western division. He went armlet into just full right click. I think it was an Echo Saber in there as well. Satanic, BKB, that type of build, and it chomps through support. Like if you show for a second, bam, you're out of there. You're dead. You're gone. So yeah, I don't mind seeing a right click Lycan come back. Will we see it today? Probably not. But that one game just gave me this like, ooh, Lycan's back kind of enthusiasm. It was pretty cool.
They felt the wrath of Khan.
I love the fact that you pointed out Seneko, just because he's been one of the best supports for a long time. I think a lot of people have always studied him. I've talked to Insania, I talked to Hanskin. They say like, this is the guy to watch when it comes to supports. Did you feel like all the way back in Na'Vi, did you ever look at his games?
I don't tweet very often about professional moves made, but when NIP organization removed Seneko, I knew that was a bad idea. I said, this is a bad idea. And then 3 months later, they didn't even have a Dota team anymore. I cannot believe they got rid of him. And, you know, no offense to Chicken Fighters, but then they also, the old NIP, they drop out of the Division 1 scene. Like, Seneko is a potential championship caliber player. Like, when you think about his ceiling, I'm not saying that he's like, oh, best support in the world, but if you look at the way he's played throughout his career, he has the potential to win. And you can't say that a lot about like a lot of other players currently in Division 1 across the world.
Yeah, and he is mechanically very skilled as well, and part of the reason maybe that is he used to also play 4 position, most frequently on the Na'Vi roster around 2016, 2017. So he's going to talk to us a little bit more about him going from 4 position, well, technically 5 position to 4 position to back to 5.
Enough to save all, yes, it is. He's going to be fine as they go right back in. That Aegis will indeed get popped. No one, though, still alive, still chasing after them here. Has his attention now over here on that Snapfire. Afterlife will follow up.
I'm playing position 5, but before I was position 4, and the difference between it, I can say that position 4 and mostly takes a farm. He even might take from position 3. He can steal his farm, and just he always likes to rotate, or he has the heroes who will just roam, who always just runs somewhere on the map and make some action. Mostly people just play on position 5 because you have this time, like extra time to watch on map, move your team.
Knowing that disable follow-up is really important. And the line trouble though.
Yeah, he will fall again. We get another nice Icarus dive over the back lines, though. And then try, oh, look at the sun rays doing so much. Snako does fall, Iceberg also going down, and so does Immersion.
For example, when I was position 4 and captain, I was losing like a lot of farm and some ganks on the map because of it, because I was controlling the team. And then I realized that I need to move myself to position 5, and it's only one way to help team.
And he actually has a little bit of history. Of course, his first team was Power Rangers there, where he originally started on the 5 position. That, of course, is where we mostly know Cheshire Cat from, on the other side of Windstrike. So, yeah, there's a bit of history going back and forth between these 2 players.
Yeah. A lot of, I mean, Power Rangers is like the epicenter of Dota 2.
It's a throwback name.
Everybody knows Power Rangers.
Everyone.
You all played against Power Rangers. They were the original grinders. I think it's really cool. The only Western counterpart would be the original Fnatic roster when they came over from Han, because they weren't together for super long. But if you look at like all together game records for one roster, they're like 3rd. Because they just played so many tournaments, so many games. Like Secret, EG, right? They just get invited. They've always been invited, so they're just kind of hanging out. These guys had to grind through qualifiers. So Power Rangers, I mean, the fact that these players are still in the scene and still working so hard blows my mind.
They were the gatekeepers.
I certainly am not.
They were the gatekeepers of the open qualifiers. Like, we actually had, like, 3-4 years ago, we had a UK team that was pretty okay. But every time they got to a point of, like, semi-finals, Power Rangers were speeding.
Yeah.
Then they smacked them down. And like, oh, well. We're terrible.
They were like, it's if you couldn't, they were just like right there. They were the barrier to tier 2.
Yep.
It's similar to like what we were in NA. It's like if you can't beat complexity, you're probably
don't even try to stop.
You're not good, because
Get a new roster,
great.
come again.
We weren't great, but like we could beat people that were worse than us. Power Rangers, kind of the same deal. But I'm glad they've all found success as they've moved around the scene.
Now, do you think that they actually have the kind of success like Cheshire Cat? There are many players who have played for a very, very long time. Hell, we've gone through so many interviews of players who said, I started off in 2014, 2013, any of those years, but they haven't been able to reach the pinnacle of success. Very few players have. The only player that immediately comes to my mind is like Seb. No-Tell, right? As an example of somebody who long time ago, they were grinding out Dota, and they're still grinding now, but they did manage to achieve that kind of success. Do you feel like Cheshire Cat, do you feel like Snako, that they are capable of achieving that same kind of story?
The thing is, like, Dota's such a team game where one player, you need to find the perfect kind of recipe, the other 4 players to enable you. And like, for example, Windstrike, Cheshire Cat, he has found the players that are bringing the best out of him that we've seen in his entire career. Just because you have, like, Yamich loves playing with him, the 4-player loves playing with him. You have Rebel kind of popping off the mid, new kind of guy, and then their 5-player, again, new fresh face. So if, especially for this region, finding this kind of combination of players is very rare. So I think this is the best moment for Cheshire Cat to ever show that he has that potential, be it as the captain or co-captain. And yeah, this is his time.
And now is the time. He's got to elevate, because that, if you look at the roster, I'd say that he isn't, I don't know if he's the weak link, but he's not their best player.
Well, he's the oldest player.
Yeah, but this is like time to show up. Like, you're the savvy vet. You don't have the longevity in your career remaining, like we just talked to the VP guys. You know,
you don't want to go back to open
teenagers.
Qualifiers. Yeah, like
exactly.
This is one shot of staying in the DPC, and it's like, well, come on, grasp it, go for it, try and get to the major, prove something.
Yeah, this may be a last ride of sorts for Cheshire Cat, as we've seen and talked to many players who have had similar thoughts, the biggest one being always want to fly. And we'll talk about that more, but we've got to get into the draft. So we're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back. AS Monaco Gambit versus Windstrike. It's going to be a great match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are 2 hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside. up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
So when it comes to a matchup that we just don't know who exactly is the stronger team, Windstrike, who is on the come up, or AS Monaco Gambit, who have been on the come down, I guess it comes down to draft that really determines which way we're swaying here. Gentlemen, do we have any thoughts about, I mean, you said drafting has been bad for AS Monaco Gambit. It's been good for Windstrike, who, like,
well, they're already out
elaborate
to
a
a
little
big
bit.
lead in the draft, Cap. Timbersaw's banned. They've picked Centaur.
Amazing.
Hero, that is truly 1.36 of a hero.
I think the main thing for Gambit, though...
You could just say 1.5.
But it's not quite half.
Yeah, no, he wants to be a little bit different.
3.6.
Yeah.
It's
3.6.
it's about half. It's half of a man.
You're just trying to sound smart.
What if he's even bigger than 3.6?
Yeah, what am I
He's
saying?
4.8.
Yeah.
No, it's 86%
Or
of a
5.10
horse.
even. Huh?
86% of a horse, half a man.
Just a fraction of the conversation we're going to have during this draft panel.
But
All right, yeah, cool. More importantly, lads, please, and AS Monaco Gambit, what do you think's gone wrong so far? Well, first of all, Seneko. What? What's so
one
funny?
pick.
Wow.
What's gone wrong so far?
Well, I mean, like before. Okay. Oh, that's true, Carl. It's true. You are taking exactly what I said and throwing it back at me. But
Kyle,
either way-
wasn't that you that I laughed super hard about? No, it was Nahaz. He was talking about the problems with the draft.
And it's like one button.
And there was no heroes picked from that team yet. Oh man, that was a great time.
Well, the point I was trying to make was, you know, in the 7 games they played, Seneca's played 7 different heroes. And then if you look at Dream, for example, he played 3 IO games to start with. They lost that series to VP. And then they bounced around 4 different carry heroes.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at simply that just safe lane alone, there isn't any consistency. Like, what are they grounding out their safe lane with? It's just every game's like something new.
They're still going for this Wisp. All right. Man.
Look at my man, making sure the webcam's on tight. That's a professional right there. Unlike some others who just, it's pointed at their forearm or something.
I mean,
The
not
best
to,
one where it's just like off the monitor. It's like,
Yeah,
yes. Oh, there we go. Solid forehead.
I'm not to call anybody out, but I haven't seen Puppy's chin in 2 seasons of the DPC.
No. The best thing about his webcam, it starts like pretty okay, and as the game gets harder, it goes like higher and higher and higher. So it's like the amount of forehead you can see of Secret of Puppy is like how hard the game is for his.
Yeah,
Do you think he does it so you can't see his mouth, so nobody could like potentially read it?
Probably. Yeah, probably. There's, or realistically, he just doesn't care, and he just like webcam on. You can see my eyes. You know, they're pretty. That's all about it.
Fair.
But Ace Monaco Gambit, when they've run the IO before, it has normally been the carry for Dream. And Seneca has played that ET5 before. Going to be a pretty okay lane. The instant response from Windstrike, of course, with the AA, therefore mitigating the true presence of IO. But with the pacing that an IO carry can bring, you can play around the AA quite nicely. You just have to pick and choose your fights a little bit better. But it still, of course, is a counter to the IO.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm just a big fan of AA. I think you already now answer the Wisp in a lot of ways, and surprisingly, it's also quite nice against the ET as well, just because the hero is pretty squishy, especially as a support. Magic Burst just handles the hero. But more importantly, you have Centaur and you have countered the enemy carry hard, that no other hero in Dota can do like you.
Have they ever swerved it? 3 Elder Titan, 4 Elder Titan, 5 IO, or anything like that?
They've swerved. The IO has always been the carry for them. Yeah. And in regards to offlane, it's been, so far in this DPC, it's been Sanking, Axe, and Legion Commander are the only 3 he's played.
Oh, that's right. They like Legion Commander. Another reason we do not like their drafts.
And they just don't have a handle. You could even hear in the VP interview, you know, DM's like, yeah, we didn't have a strat. We just picked good heroes. And I think that they have a better read as to what are good heroes. Like Wisp is not really being first two'd very often. When it is, even when it wins, you're not thinking to yourself, man, that Wisp hero is real broken. The nerfs hit it really hard after the major.
Well, I think that the key thing here in this matchup alone is you have IO doesn't have the movement cap anymore. He can't go above it. Therefore, Centaur with the Stampede, the whole idea of IO carrying why so strong was he could always disengage most fights if he wanted to, but he can chase down. Now you have this Stampede. Every single hero can always escape from the IO now. He can always be able to at least mirror the move speed of the IO. And that alone might be big enough to counter it. But I just like the idea of Centaur, in lane, Vanguard. IO can't ever really pressure him. You can't really defend your tower when you start skipping the wave. So there is going to be... You're going to have to look at how the new age IO is going to play into this game, because I'm already struggling to see it having a good time in laning phase specifically. But that pacing it still brings to the minute 15, minute 20 mark. When you do get the Ags, you have that Dom if you go for that build. It is still pretty disruptive. It's just it doesn't have that good scaling like it did before. It's a smaller window to really play into. But it does kind of go towards what Carl said in the pre-show, which was you want to see no one on more of a win condition. IO is the perfect carry to buff up a greedier hero. If you can survive laning phase and you get to that window and you have this double core threat of an IO core plus a mid lane core that enjoys playing with an IO, that can be disruptive. Just a little bit greedier to get into the game.
What mid heroes would you like to see for no one that do work well with an IO?
In Morphling's like number 1 for no one. Yeah. No one, I'd say, sorry. Yeah, you could even go for like the troll and just more classic carries, but I think Morphling is number 1.
For which team?
I guess Gambit, but then you're going to say the AA will counter both of them.
Yeah. You crazy?
Mate. Too many AA targets.
You can't pick. No, you cannot.
All right, there is a concept.
You can't pick 2 cores that both feed to AA.
Yeah, but there's one blast. There is a concept in Dota where you can pick heroes that are countered by 1 because there's too many. It's like Bloodseeker and Rupture, right? So many heroes to Rupture. You've only got 1 Rupture, Kyle.
You can also buy an Ags and have 2. So terrible example.
Well, no. Who wants to buy Ags on Bloodseeker? It's a fine example.
If you have Rupture to win the game. Okay, I get your point.
Thank you.
But
God, yes.
Hard disagree.
All right, that's fair enough. Windstrike need to pick though.
They do.
Active position 4, which Dr. Mitig.
They can pick the Morphling, but there's an ET, so maybe you don't want to go that route. I get that.
Now that's fine.
Magical burst damage. Yeah. Magical burst slays the supports, slays the Wisp. You have the AA for bonus damage. I love it. Like a Yule's up into a Vortex Remnant Blast. That hero's dead. Obliterated. Deleted.
Yeah, there's no hard lockdown coming out from Gambit right now, so this Void Spirit does kind of excel in this position. An early Ags or something to disrupt the move. Okay, there you go, Juggernaut.
All right.
That's more like it. Means the Wisp is support or a mid?
Do you guys think so Witch Doctor ET, that's our dual offlane in this situation? You're good with that?
I think it's better with the Wisp. If you have ET Wisp, that's a pretty absurd laning combination.
I feel like you have to put the Doctor with the Juggernaut, then you have some kill threat on the Centaur. You run him down with the Maledict.
I like this a lot more. Not a huge fan of Wisp as a support at the moment, but it does give you that bit of a lane advantage, and I don't think that Windstrike would have predicted this coming, considering they didn't ban a carry, and every game that Gambit have picked Wisp, it was Dream's hero.
So maybe this is their way of going, all right, they don't think that we have the flexibility. Surprise, here it is. And, you know, Gambit, they pick up a carry that also has a nice bit of healing involved as well, so they do have the double healing into an AA. Too much healing, Kyle.
Yeah.
Too much healing. This have to be some very good blasts, and I like it. I like the fact they go for another stun to simplify this process. If they ever want to kill someone, they have so many stuns, it is impossible for AA to miss his blast.
Yep, and it's a great laning combination as well. Plus, Sven always been quite nice against ET, the plus armor from Warcry, and the speed to move away from the stomps.
Always good against IO combinations, right? Because of the cleave.
They clump up, yep.
I do like the fact that AS Monaco Gambit is enabling their Elder Titan, something that the last time we watched 3 ET was with OG, and that was something that was rather disappointing because they just let Seb out to dry and he didn't even get his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. The hero is one of the most Ags dependent in Dota, but it is an absurd Aghanims. Learned that the hard way playing Overthrow.
Oh, damn Overthrow.
It's like, I got this guy, then 2 smacks from the briefcase and you're done for. I actually think it could potentially even be played as a carry.
Yeah, you do
You
often
just
get,
have Ags Echo Saber.
Yeah, in Overthrow, you only get 15 hero spirit damage combos.
No, you can get up to 16. Gotta play the Octet.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me.
That's where it's at.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so we need a 4 position for Windstrike. Anything left? Range heroes that we like? There's still, what, Shadow Shaman? What other 4 ranged heroes? There's no Lina.
Technically, there's Dark Willow, but into Juggernaut doesn't feel great. But into the ET and the IO would feel very good.
Could you just pick a Tusk too to have some save for your Centaur up top? I mean, it's not perfect, but I think you're not really looking to contest Witch Doctor Jug in this scenario anyway. Just abuse lane mechanics.
That fire still available? Like the cookie could be pretty disruptive here. But yeah, just anyone who can, like Kyle said, someone who can just pull the wave and ensure Centaur to play a good game, or you have someone who can help survive the combo that they have, which is that spin rundown. I think, okay, they go for Phoenix. Nice, yeah. Didn't mention this one. Very good hero.
Yep, they already have plenty of stuns, more damage. That Vortex amps quite nice against the support duo on the Wisp. Team fight now certainly superior on the side of Windstrike.
This is where Gambit, they can't be too creative here. They can't go over the top and suddenly go, all right, guys, there's a Phoenix, so let's put this eye in a new position. I would like to just see it as this is a last pick for mid, and hopefully creativity doesn't...
Yeah. Just the AA covers you against like the Death Prophet or the Necro that I would lean towards this side again. You know, I've said that I wanted them to not do it, but Kunkka looks like the best fit with Tiny out of the pool.
But again, it is, in your words, it is another hero that fall victim to the AA, so they have to be confident in that we pick enough heroes that AA counters them, but you can't always hit all of them, unless it is some perfect across map.
Kunkka?
Yeah, because you play off of your bow, the low HP, you want to go armlet normally. It very much is countered by AA in that scenario. But then you go for a quick BKB, enter the fight early, and you should be fine.
Yeah, it's got to be a BKB hero. I mean, that's a given.
Well, you also need to be able to hit Egg. That's an awkward thing here. When you think about the...
Oh, you could Lina.
It's banned out by Gambit themselves. Okay, they go for an Ember Spirit.
Okay. I like that route. It's very active, but I mean, the big difference in these two drafts, like just the size, the beef. Windstrike, incredibly durable. Meanwhile, Monaco Gambit, it is the offlane ET. Immersion will be laning with him on the Wisp. They need to play fast. It's skirmishes, it's pickoffs. They have to overwhelm Windstrike with pace.
Don't allow the jungle to be, easily farmed up. Contest every stack. Ensure that Windstrike. If Centaur has a good time, Sven's not having a good time.
Yeah.
If Phoenix comes for an egg, you have the numbers advantage that you can offset that, kill the egg quickly, and play.
Yeah.
Okay, so who wins the draft? Speed or strength?
I think strength normally of how we've seen the patch go so
Yeah.
far, the ability to find gold on the map is pretty good. So I think Winstrike has the easier time into the game, so I'll favor them.
It's just an easier time. Much easier time for them to win. However, I will say I got a special place in my heart for these sort of really fast-paced Wisp Ember lineups because you can just take over a game. However, the laning phase has to go out and the rotations have to be on point.
All right, very important then for AS Monaco Gambit and their play to be top-notch, something that they have been lacking a bit lately. Let's see if they can finally get themselves a win here in the second season of the Eastern European DPC. Over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, I mean, Fogged, what do you make of this then? We're seeing these two teams go head-to-head. AS Monaco Gambit, a big-name squad, big-name players, but they've just so far not been really finding their footing here in the league. With these two drafts in place, do you think they're going to be able to do it against Winstrike, or do you think Winstrike, you know, with their sort of the power that they've come in and come up to this league with, are going to be able to take them down?
I don't know, actually. I'm kind of liking the speed. I think Ember Spirit's a kind of interesting hero right now that I think it's underutilized. I think this is a hero that we might see getting picked more when we see people just relying on cores to be the disablers. Because again, just like we saw in the last series, AA Phoenix, there's no disables on supports. I feel like that's when Ember Spirit can really thrive. So I'm going to be looking at Noan a lot this game, seeing what he's able to accomplish. Also, some tough ways for him to break the Flame Guard, right? Just their overall magic damage. He can play around it pretty decently. I feel unless he gets like completely connected by Void Spirit styles, he might be able to play around it. If he can get to backlines as this Ember, snipe the supports easily, I could see some good stuff from Gambit. However, I do like the Sven pick a lot, Dyrachyo. I think Sven versus ET all across the game is going to be pretty problematic. Same thing versus the Juggernaut. I think this is the big one to watch for Winstrike.
Sure. Like, just the core matchups. I mean, does it ever really feel good playing Jug into Sven, or is kind of the whole game rough?
As long as you're able to slow him down and you're just playing fast, that's the thing. It's like it can go both ways as long as you're just not letting the Sven really farm those stacks. If he just starts farming stacks, he gets ahead of you, Jug's gonna have some big problems. They're gonna have some damage issues for sure.
See if we get any early catch here around the runes, but it doesn't look like AS Monaco Gambit will head down to the bottom ones to contest.
I'm happy to see Witch Doctor too. Dude, I never see Witch Doctor. I feel like this hero's like disappeared from a lot of teams, but I'm thankful to see it. I don't know how well it's going to actually do, but I'm thankful to see it because I'm seeing so much of these like super tanky offlaners, the Centaurs going Vanguards. Like you can actually do really well with Maledict to zone them out, especially if you have a hero like Jug to zone. We'll see how that ends up going down.
I mean, is it, as you said, you know, not necessarily one of the most popular supports at the moment. Is there something that AS Monaco Gambit's lineup is lacking because they have a Witch Doctor instead of one of those more meta support heroes?
They are lacking a bit of catch, but I think that's why they went for that Ember. The Ember will give them that good chase potential, good catch that the Witch Doctor and IO might lack in some situations. Because they're also quite frail on their two supports. They don't really provide crazy team fight either. You look at the supports from Winstrike, just Phoenix alone provides more team fight than both supports overall from Gambit.
Yeah, and with some of these lane setups, do you think we're going to see anyone have a tough time? I mean, mid, Ember versus the Void Spirit, you know, the actual laning, has it got a bit of an edge for no one?
I think so now. It's gotten better because of the nerfs that Void Spirit's received and Ember Spirit's not really gotten touched. I think it is better for the Ember Spirit now. Well, it used to be like 50-50. I think now Ember has like this slight advantage.
Oh, let's see first wave. No one's able to get the quick bottle out.
Yep.
I see top. I mean, you said so the importance of this game that Dyrachyo is able to get the farm. They're not able to slow him down early on. ET off lane. Are you able to do much about the Sven in the laning stage, or is Dyrachyo going to be fine?
You definitely can. It's as soon as you hit 3. You're just playing around Spirit. With IO, it's an immense amount of damage. I actually think Dyrachyo should hold the skill point. Not because I see almost every Sven in most of these lanes, you just instantly skill cleave. I think this one you might have to save the Warcry point just in case.
Oh, we're still there on the bottom lane. AS Monaco Gambit getting very close to taking down Yamich. They got him pretty much a full Blade Fury and Voodoo Restoration, but between the Tango and the Fairy Fire, just enough to keep Yamich alive.
Scary lane. As soon as the Witch Doctor is level 3, I feel like it gets much more difficult for the Centaur to lane. Where usually Centaur can do really, really well in these matchups. Pantomime? Or Immersion?
Yeah, Immersion not fancying trying to trade right clicks with him. I think the spells are going to be back up for Pantomime in a second.
Very little regen up here too. Just the 2 tangos right now in immersion.
And down bottom, I'm going to go for another attempt here. This time, Cheshire Cat is going to respond with the TP is towards the tower rather than the base. There was a lot of damage.
Should be okay.
Yeah,
it's only level 1.
Yeah, you're right. Just brings him down to the 50 HP, so he's more than fine. He's got South ready to go, so good read from Cheshire Cat to make the call to stick in the lane.
Yeah, Mitch grabs the creep pull as well. Seneko is now 3 though, so they will have level 2 Maledict, and the next spin, Cheshire Cat is dead.
Yes.
If he does not play very far back. No one. See him aggressively running in, taking away the bounty rune away from the Void Spirit.
He's going to have this solo kill.
He got him.
He has. Yamic stepping a little too close, and with the Maledict having the extra point in, there's no chance. So Seneko, an easy first blood from there as he just walks down Yamic.
Love it. And they went boots on Dream, first item for the Jug, so they can run down Cheshire Cat. And they have Bassi, the best item on supports in the game right now, on the Witch Doctor. So they'll always have mana to be able to go for those aggressive plays. Look at Cheshire Cat. This is not how you want to have to play as a Centaur. Not able to walk up to the creep wave at all.
We'll have Yamic come back in the mid to have a
Cheshire
helping
Cat.
hand. And
Okay, they're not going to go for the spin. They could have chased him
So it
down,
could have
but
been
Dream didn't
tempting.
want to go so far.
yeah, I mean, I guess if they're going to be taking a lot of tower hits and they don't know
He misses
too-
out on 3 creeps or so, or if
Yeah,
he did go for it too, so the trade-off isn't probably worth it.
Either way, just obviously sending a message to Cheshire Cat, telling him that he's got to be very aware how close he gets the creep wave down, especially when he's on his own. See if Yamic's return can make this lane a little better for Cheshire Cat. And
That was a little awkward.
This time they've got the
This
setup.
time he's
That's
dead.
all they need, just a cast. Buy time for Dream to come in, and this bottom lane looking better and better here for the Jug.
I think this is going to prove to cause some like very big snowball effects later on. Like a Centaur, that's your front line to be able to just block the pressure versus towers, block the pressure versus invasions into your triangle and stuff like that. Him being this weak now, this early, I think it's going to be really problematic for Winstrike. They're just going to be able to commit and kill for Centaur,
I mean, it's
unlike usual. Like right now, usually you almost have like the Vanguard on most of these Centaurs in a lot of these lanes. So this is huge from Gambit. And they're doing really well in the mid lane. Top lane is also starting to, I mean, not really bully so much, but Dyrachyo does have to be careful whenever he is alone.
Oh, for sure, yeah. With the way those first few deaths have gone, it feels like they can't really play the lane at all now. You know, this
No.
Jug is... There's not going to be anything you could do as a Centaur and a Phoenix in the lane against him now that you've fallen a little bit behind.
No, he's actually just full out cutting wave now
Yeah.
on Cheshire Cat. So Phoenix and Centaur, that means their game is going to be pretty crippled. So talking about that Phoenix pick also that they went for last pick, it is into Jug. Which I was a
They
little
could
bit
kill
surprised
Cheshire
by.
Cat here. They've got Seneko
Oh my
set up.
God,
Dream's
they are.
actually going to TP over. I mean, he's dead.
He's dead.
I mean, you see, yeah, Dream, who's even maybe seeing if he could get it without committing the Blade Fury. Will come in, of course, to make sure it's a guaranteed kill. But yeah, they're just having a beautiful time in this safe lane, this Jug.
That's really brutal. Because now also look at top.
Yep.
No one is seeing a little bit of weakness from the Sven when he has the Elder Titan with 2 points in
they're in.
aura.
As Dyrachyo will be out of turn with the stun. He's into the trees. He's trying to hide. Ooh, nice. A little bit of a juke, but they've got another remnant to chase him down. They'll have him here. One more slight in a second or a chains. That'll do it. They catch Dyrachyo. The move is a success there from no one. As Yamic. Oh, he's absolutely dead.
Just the one hit from the DD.
That's all that's
Easy.
needed. As
Can he
Yamic.
deny himself?
No, he's not even going to
No.
try. As Yamic goes down, Seneko should fall for this as Relbal. He's got the remnant grab. So Relbal at least able to find themselves there as a team their first kill this game. But top lane, the action continues. No one Afterlife and Immersion. They're in onto Pantomime. 6-1 here as ASM Gambit getting a lot done with this sort of early aggression.
That's exactly what their lineup wants. It's just, like they said, speed versus brute. And the speed right now is definitely winning out. And they have great invasion heroes. That's the thing I'm looking at with the Ember,
Look
with
down
the
bottom.
IO Elder Titan
He's
too.
here
They can
again.
do it.
Seneko TP's. He's ready to go for another round.
He's got to hold the stun on Seneko. Just wait till he, just wait for the TP.
And there we
he's
go.
Gonna
I mean,
perfectly done by
he's very,
Seneko.
very dead. With the Omni Slash, there's no chance of getting out of this top lane. They try for Afterlife. They don't quite have enough damage, though, Pantomime and Dyrachyo. He is able to step away. This poor old Centaur, you see his net worth. It really is down in the dumps right now.
he is not going to be that tanky Centaur. He is just absolutely not going to be. He's going to get shredded because there's a lot of amplification from Gambit's lineup on top of him already being so underfarmed. They have ET Aura, they have Overcharge Amplify, and they have just overall like built-in crit and high damage that's going to be coming from the Ember Spirit because of all that amp. Yeah, this is a real rough start for Winstrike, and a really good start for Gambit, which they have not been having in like any of their games. They haven't been having like any luck. So
yeah. No,
this is good
definitely
to see.
coming in and looking a lot different to what we've got used to seeing from them here in this league, as they have had a fair few rough games.
I definitely want to see some like invasion wards as soon as possible, though, like especially from Seneko, who's actually looking for a Rebel again. Deny the haste rune, beautiful. But yeah, if they can smoke and just get a ward to watch the stacks, I want to see them try to go for that soon. Because then if they see the stacks, they can contest the stacks versus the Sven very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Jug can just get in, at least take the large one with the Blade Fury.
Yeah, and Duracho, he's going to have to jungle quite a bit here. So I feel like a lot of this this early game is going to be up to Rebel. His rotation, so how much he's going to be able to make with the support.
Has he got the kill here on his own, Dream? If he gets a few crits, I mean, there's one. He only needed the one. He's just getting solo kills on him. Meanwhile, in the mid, no one's diving in onto Yamich. Yamich has got to dive to get away. Top lane, they'll try and turn on towards Afterlife. Afterlife, it's going to juke through the trees. Probably just needs one more ability to throw out. He's starting to salve up, though, Afterlife. Remnant's out. Isn't quite going to catch him, as he's going to continue to make Rebel and Pantomime work for this. He's into a nice little hiding space, but the creep gives up his position. The creep will still find him. Cold Feet does kick in, and they will take him down. But definitely making them work for the Afterlife. And look at this, they have moved in. They've found the large camp. They're going to be able to take this stack easily with the Flame Guard and the Blade Fury. Even at this great timing as well to pick up the remainder of the neutral items that they were waiting to drop. Cheshire Cat!
Another gift?
Oh, he's dead again! Oh, he's trying to run, but you can't run from that. There's Omni Slashes out, and Cheshire Cat 0-5-0. One of the roughest starts I feel that we've seen from an offlaner.
He's just getting completely outplayed by Gambit. And him just rushing Ring of Health, I think, actually hurt, rather than going for boots to be able to, like, run away. Seneco's 6!
I mean, he's got it. It's an easy kill. Oh Seneko 5-1-1. They're going to make the jump on him. Can Seneko get out of this? It doesn't look like he can. So Rebel able to at least take something in return, but Seneko just causing so much havoc.
Dude, Witch Doctor, I'm glad I said something about it.
I mean, it's looking really good. I mean, we were sort of in this talk the other day. So what would you like to lane against a Centaur? I think, yeah, a Witch Doctor plus a Killer plus a Jug. Obviously, in this example,
look at mid.
It just seems to be the best way to go.
Oh. Duracho has to be very careful how he steps up there.
No.
Yeah, I'm loving it. And right now, it really feels like the game is all on Rebel's shoulders for Winstrike. He has to make so much happen as Void Spirit. And he is doing a decent job, 3-0.
We've got the chains, but not quite able to get in past the tower on him.
Oh, Yamich tries to snipe the healing ward, can't even get it with the dive, so this tower might just go down.
Oh, Pantomime. Oh, he's dead. This tower indeed cannot be defended. 11 minutes in. SM Gambit keeping that pressure high. They take the tier 1.
Speaking of keeping pressure high, an item that we don't see picked up, especially not on Ember Spirit anymore, the Drama on no one. He just wants to keep up speed, keep up pressure, just looking for any type of action. I like it. I actually really do. Even though this weird Ember Spirit item, it doesn't matter. If it can work well with this team, if they can just keep running up and set this tempo, it's not going to allow Winstrike to ever get the Sven in a position where he's ahead of Juggernaut. The fact that he's 900 behind is massive. Nice D-ward by Yamich. We'll be able to unblock those Ancients and get a D-ward himself. AA blast down bottom. They want Immersion.
Immersion. He's already ready to take Dream out of there. In fact, straight over towards mid with the found Duracho. He's going to try and run, but the cask is out. They close the gap. Duracho gets taken down. Another kill for SM Gambit.
They're setting up for the reload bottom, but so is Dream. He's coming back.
Over. Yeah, they can't kill this IO, these two.
And here comes no one. Speaking of the speed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rebel's still hanging around in the trees, but he's not got a lot of mana to play with.
Look at, I think Seneco's hunting Cheshire Cat. He has a Veil and level 4 Maledict. He's going to kill anybody he finds.
Oh, there's no dive. Dive's on cooldown. He might be able to force the egg.
He will.
Yeah.
There we have it. Yamich having to pop the egg. Seneko says,
No
all
way.
right, goodbye.
No way. Okay, tip Seneko right now.
Oh, Pantomime. Oh, well, that's a free kill here for Dream. Only slashed down on the A. Yeah, this game's turning into a bit of a mess here.
Seneko is just crushing the game, honestly. His TP's bottom, his setup around the wards, just solo kills, level 7 so early. I love the Veil pickup too.
Yep.
The positioning you can actually cast it from now with the increased cast range is much nicer, as these 5 position supports works amazing with everybody on his team too. This is going perfect. This is the best game I've seen from Gambit so far in this entire DPC, I think.
Yeah, well,
Just this early game.
Easily. They've had some struggles.
It's clean.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good so far.
And now your moves are only, it's Rebel and Pantomime. They're the only ones who can really make moves around the map at all. Everyone else is just going to die if they show up at all.
And they've got 3 of them down at the bottom. Trying to make the move onto Dream, but everything's missed.
It's not easy for them though, right? Because the Centaur is so far behind, their whole draft is just not enabled. They don't have a leading stunner anymore. Rebel has his attempts at his Aether Remnants. He has heals now, so that'll help him set it up, but it's just tough for them to get any lockdown on any of these targets. And there's an elusive target at that. Ember and Jug, it's just not easy. This is the first Centaur I've seen that actually has not been able to purchase Vanguard. He had to just go Hood. They've broken poor Cheshire.
What Dream? He's waiting for them on the high ground here, but they're aware of this. Jiracho, he's going to want to push Dream away from at least the solo Ancients here.
Dream is so... Yasha and Maelstrom already? My God.
Yeah, I do like you went for that build-up. None of this Battle Fury rubbish in a game where they're playing as fast as they are.
No way, especially if you're with like IO and ET.
Yeah.
Like this is where ET, your aura is going to thrive. You amp up the Maelstrom.
Yep.
IO amps up the Maelstrom with Spell Amp and attack speed too. I think this is the perfect build. And it's all about speed. They're just looking to swing across the map. So movement speed from Yasha, Tether, drums, etc. It's perfect. It fits their lineup just exactly how they want it to. Windstrike.
Oh.
Might be able to find something here.
Yeah, Immersion. They have outnumbered them. They've got the egg out. Immersion off to the side, but he goes down. Dream, he's just going to look to TP out with the remainder of this Blade Fury. Is he able to make it away?
He
isn't. That was a long TP,
Where'd
right?
he TP?
Where he was not going back to base, I can certainly tell you that. He was trying to TP somewhere on the map, but somewhere that someone else has already been. Maybe, was it over towards mid where Afterlife had just TP'd to?
I didn't see. I just saw that it was a long TP. He made... definite big mistake, and Windstrike, they find themselves something to get them back in the game. And that's, Dyrachyo needed that so badly.
Yeah, no one's TP's on cooldown, actually, so I don't know where he's TPing. Huh?
Panto?
See it here on the replay. Dream. Okay,
he's tier 1.
He's going to the tier 1, so that's just a little too long there.
He tried to go for the greedy play. He wanted to show back up to fight with his team when they were going for that play, but... it actually gives a huge window to Windstrike. Cheshire Cat now has Blink Dagger. Dyrachyo is enabled a lot better now too. So now they can actually make plays that they can actually land stuns, because he does have Blink on Cheshire Cat. That was a pretty big mistake there from Gambit.
Oh, definitely losing a little bit of their momentum.
But they did see all the ults used, so I guess that means Roche. They're going to try to attempt it. No Egg, no Stampede, no Godstrike. Stampede is back up in about 5 seconds, so Windstrike might still look to fight, because they have AA Blast and they have the Blink on Cheshire Cat, so definitely an attempt possible from them. Yeah, Gambit, they'll respect it, they'll back away.
See if they can catch no one.
Breaks the smoke with the Remnant through all of them. And he's also gone the Maelstrom, so there's a lot of damage that's going to be kicking off in this mid-gun from these Maelstrom procs. All amped up by that ET spirit, of course.
But as you say, they do need to keep pushing and fighting, otherwise the Sven's net worth and farm starts to get a little scary.
It can't start to. Right now, they're still in a great... They're still in a... Like, they don't need to be super forcing anything. They just have to, you know, not feed inside the fights.
I'm going to get the jump on Seneko. See if they can find anything more from this. Dream and No One are ready to go from the high ground. They're going to move it on to Cheshire Cat, drop the Omni Slash. The bounces, though, not really working in Dream's favor. Cheshire Cat's still getting low enough for no one to finish him off with the side of the fist. Dyrachyo taking pretty much a full death fall to the face here as he'll get a kill on Seneko, but he'll go down in return for that. No one, nice dodge of the Supernova stun with the Remnant. He's going to look to use this to continue to close the gap onto Yamich. See if we can catch him here with the chains. Yamich through the trees. There he can. No one's able to get the catch with the chains into the stop, but they turn. They grab no one. No one's going to die for his efforts. As they do at least pick up Yamich as well at the end of it all, ASM Gambit. So getting that big kill, getting the Sven, still getting the cleanup, but losing a little bit themselves there. Losing no one, as no one did come out with the flashy plays to continue the aggression, but it does end up still dying.
Yeah, they still do have pretty insane burst. The beauty of AA, whenever you have any of these like spirit heroes, you're always going to have a good burst target for the one. But that was a Gambit fighting into all of Windstrike's ultimates, and they did do pretty decent, even though they did lose the one here. They defended the tower.
Yeah, keeping that lead down. 3K lead. Sven only just behind that of the Farm of the Jug and close to the BKB. Once he has that going, sure they do have physical elements, but being able to run in with the BKB, stay on some of the squishier targets with the lockdown they have between their 3 cores. It will be a little spooky when the God Strength's up.
Yeah. And the Warcry overall is going to be phenomenal into at least the physical damage, but that's also why we do see that Gambit went for all this magical mixed with those Maelstroms being brought in. Now that the ults are down, they're going to try again to start poking at this Rosh. Don't quite have vision in the area just now, though. Just a sentry placed on the low ground from Seneko.
Let's see if Windstrike make any sort of attempt around it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So,
no.
Slow and steady Rosh here for ASM Gambit.
Seneko gets a ward up too now, so he can guard the area. They're already pinging bottom. Dyrachyo showed himself on the wave. I think they were considering a relocate if they could get a +1 first to set it up.
And Dyrachyo, an ancient camp away pretty much from the BKB, but now we'll have to be fighting into the Aegis of a very farm Jug. Another smoke move over towards Railbolt. We've got the chains to set things up. Death Ward immediately put to a stop though by the Remnant. As Railbolt was ready, he's away.
They're hitting a big timing here, though, on ASM Gambit. They have the Aghanims now finished on the Elder Titan. I believe Dream has the Manta after the Maelstrom, and they have all this Aegis, Medallion, and Mech also on the IO. So right now, the fights, they look to be pretty complicated for Windstrike, but they have to try to find these back heroes if they can. Get on the IO, get on the Witch Doctor, and they have to play around. Honestly, playing around Afterlife might be a little bit complicated. The Sven BKB is going to be crucial. He has to be really cautious about the usage.
Radiant are scanning.
There's just overwhelming damage really coming out on the side of Gambit right now.
They're going to try and catch here with the Stampede. They want Seneko. They're in onto him, but the heals are coming out. Mercer's in with the tether. He's able to take him out to safety. Seneko's going to be fine. Dream looking for his target. He's going to commit with the Omni Slash onto the 2 cores. Cheshire Cat gets taken down. A perfect Omni Slash there, really, to get maximum damage out onto both of them. There's out to the side, Yamich. Rooted in place here. Not going to get any sort of chance even to get the egg off. They just cut him apart there between the Sleight Fist and the punch of the ET. There's 2 dead on Windstrikers. They try and make an aggressive move onto Seneko, but ASM Gambit, they're ready to turn it around.
And the Shadow Amulet pays off. He just goes invisible for a second and just completely breaks everything. He actually starts the fight as a Witch Doctor walking up high ground, usually not the way that you'd assume it would happen, but nice dive from Seneko and a great fight. And that Omni Slash couldn't be more perfect. They get the stomp on 2, bounces perfectly between the 2 of them as well. And that's the first BKB. That's Dyrachyo's first showing. Not feeling too good.
And we'll see it again here, this jump. But a little too tough to take down. Not even close, really. Seneko's still at half HP after that initial attempt.
Oh, and look at these bounces.
I mean, it couldn't be any better. I feel like we're used to sort of seeing situations where maybe, he didn't get all the bounces needed to take Cheshire Cat out and would have stayed on the Sven, but not the case here. Just enough to to kill off Cheshire Cat, and enough space to jump straight back over to Duracho and get that full amount of damage out.
They don't have the usual ways that they would like to have to be able to like protect their team fights, protect their egg. It really is just, it's so much of this snowball effect because of Cheshire Cat. He's just so frail. It's a hood blink. You know, he doesn't have Vanguard, doesn't have any of this tankiness that he can actually stand and hold his ground, maybe eat some more of those slashes, etc. It's just tough fights. There's just so much damage from Gambit, and with this advantage, they can just keep running through. Especially just if they can just keep forcing these BKBs from the Sven like that, this game is quickly going to become near impossible for Winstrike.
Still showing themselves mid here, Dream and Immersion. Duracho, I mean, he's got the BKB and the God Strength. Does he want to try and take a fight? He doesn't. He just wants to push them away from the tower, and they'll do so. Or they'll come with the smoke, Winstrike. See if they can get the wraparound onto the back lines, start the fight on top of the IO or the Witch Doctor, at this time with a bit more firepower.
They know that Seneko has this ward up here. They pinged it earlier when he placed it. They're going to scan. They're aware of the positioning. Dream's just running in, trying to break the smoke, and he's going to.
Yeah, now it's, you know, what did Winstrike do? They're still going to try and make the jump roll.
Afterlife.
He's in onto the ET, but Afterlife's going to be fine. Immersion comes in with the tether. Duracho trying to commit on towards the ET. Afterlife, he's being focused down. Can Duracho actually finish off the kill, though? Afterlife's just going to continue to kite up this Sven. Supernova's out. They'll bring him down, but did take pretty much the full duration there, the BKB. As now Duracho's going to be held in position. Seneko just right-clicking into him. Dream's ready to back them up with a healing ward. Now Duracho without any BKB to rely on. He's a little bit vulnerable. Seneko's able to kite him out with the invis. Duracho goes down. As they can't quite find an easy way to get these fights going. It just takes them far too long to get some of the less important heroes in these team fights.
Yeah, they have to commit so hard for Afterlife. I think they used like the dust and the glimmer on, or the dust on him after the glimmer, but his ET spirit returned to him. So the magic immunity dispels, I think, the dust off of him, and then they have to just full commit with BKB Sven to kill just the ET. So the rest of the team just has to immediately bolt away from this super farm Juggernaut and Ember Spirit. As the Sven again, second BKB usage, not picking him up the fight that he wants. Gambit's looking good besides that one little slip up that they've had so far. All playing together as this unit, the way they've itemized too, it's all coming together at the same time. Solar Crest now on this IO, who we didn't say, but you know, Philly Stone definitely helping a lot here for this Immersion IO.
Snap on him. Ooh, no one didn't quite get him with the slight chains, maybe into the trees as Railball's out. Still playing over on Winstrike's half of the map, though. Some Gambit cutting the creep waves, making sure that all the pressure's coming in. He's now got a blink on the Sven, so Duracho at least able to make sure he can get immediately on top of his target in the fights once he's popped the ultimate.
He does need to. He's really close to 18 as well, too, for that level 3 God Strength. Does feel like he needs every little thing he can get at this point. No one?
Just starting to sort of tease around with them here. Once the rest of the team starts to swing over with the push on the mid and the bottom.
I've been seeing this so much from these Embers too lately. He takes I mean, this was way earlier, but he took the absorption talent. We mentioned how they didn't have the easiest ways of breaking it. It's been relevant in all of these fights too. Duracho, they're trying to force BKBs.
Oh, and yeah, it's going to come out. They will turn this time. They will manage to kill out Seneko. Now they're going to look to try and chase for the bigger kills. Look towards no one. Pops the slide fist, and now Afterlife's trying to start charging into them. I mean, that's the Stampede. God Strength used. They want to find more out of this Winstrike.
Gambit dives in.
He's up to the high ground. He does have the Supernova to rely on. So they're able to force him to use it. It will come out. Immersion's able to still get the mech off. He needs to get away from the Supernova. He's not going to be able to do so. Yamich will burn him down. Can they get more for this? They get the pull on the jug. They get the catch with the Remnant. That's going to be Dream going down. See if they can catch Afterlife and no one. The last two left alive here on ASM Gambit. The chase continues. Duracho, he's got the stun on no one. As that's no one gone. Afterlife, he's having a TP out. And he'll only just make it away. But Winstrike turning it around here, taking down 4.
The Sven damage. Jeez, Duracho, the Imp Claw. Every little thing coming into play, like we were saying, just actually gets a good fight. Looked a little weird too with Yamich diving onto the high ground there, but gets them into a good position to get the egg on the south and gets the Sven on top of the IO.
Excellently done there by Winstrike against a team that has managed to hold the advantage. Duracho really coming in big in that fight, making sure that he was able to
to go target to target, and just able to sort of split ASM Gambit up enough. Snako he has got Afterlife backing him up, and it's going to be enough to cause Duracho to just BKB and TP out of here. He knows they're coming back into the game. Doesn't want to mess around with them. Yamich also going for the TP out. They got anything to stop it? They don't. So both
they do not
actually able to make it out.
And that his BKB it literally just came up when he did TP out with it. So nice moves there from Windstrike being able to invade here. And it really is all these small things like Warcry armor coming into play in the fights too. They kill Dream before he gets Omni. If Dream gets Omni, he might kill everybody there with Afterlife because the Spirit's on top of everyone. But yeah, Windstrike impressing now these last few fights. And it's really just Duracho starting to get this big farm, starting to get this big damage. And a DE bottom. So let's give that bottle over to our Sven. And they do have ward vision right now of the IO and the Juggernaut as well. So smoke directly to them. Snako.
Oh. Let's strike. Oh, Dream! He's got to be quick with the reaction. He is. Immediate Blade Fury jumps away, but Dracho's ready to jump in, chasing with a Blink Dagger. A Dream, he gets caught by the Hoof Stomp. They're going to be able to take him down. That's the Juggernaut gone. The rest of Gambit, and they've got to run. There's no fight to be had with Dream getting taken out at the start of it all. And Windstrike, no, they're going to continue to chase. Cheshire Cat, he's in. They've got the vision here, stun out onto Immersion. They've got the pullback as well with the Remnant. Immersion gets taken down after. He's punching back pretty hard as he is able to take down Duracho. Now he's going to go over towards Yamich. Yamich also to fall as Afterlife managing to recover what was about to be another terrible fight there for ASM Gambit, but Afterlife coming in with some heavy hits to clean up the big boys.
He hit 15 before that fight happened. He gets a 5-man Spirit plus 600 damage. Warcry was still on cooldown too. He just shreds him. I think he might have had Mask of Madness active for a second too, because he hit him very hard. Afterlife maybe salvaging the game there as Dream making some pretty big slip-ups there twice now.
A few times now. And this time round, Immersion having to immediately tether away elsewhere as Relbel makes the jump on him, forcing him to react. That means, Dream left alone and caught completely.
Nice stun from Cheshire Cat. Yeah.
We'll see this turnaround, from Afterlife. Just coming in, Cheshire Cat just getting beaten down, and the Sully Duracho, he's trying to fight with the God Strength from the BKB, but it doesn't matter.
Mask of Madness. Yeah, he did use the mask. He was at 3 armor, so ET's just hitting him for pretty much pure damage right clicks there when he's so low down there. Oh man, bit of a slip up there. Now he's got Echo Saber too. Elder Titan level 18. Oh, love it.
What do you make of this, by the way? I mean, we see Relbel going for the Dagon scaling up this game. I mean, not something you see all the time in the Void Spirit. Is there a reason why? Like, why the Dagon? I mean, there's so many items you can buy in this hero. Why Dagon this game?
Delete the IO, I guess. Or just delete, just deleting heroes in general, right? The way that they cleaned up the Jug 2 times now, maybe it does feel like they can just insta-kill him. They have Ice Vortex, so it's amped. He has Kaya Sage, so it's amped. So
all right,
it's gotten buffed.
No, sure. for sure they've been getting these chain stuns onto the Jug, so I guess a little bit extra 100 or so, a few hundred damage, and you're going to be more guaranteed to kill the Jug during the stun, but well, let's see. I've only had it been picked up in 3 matches so far on Void Spirit. I've had a lot of matches with the hero.
Definitely a weird one.
And he's leveling it up as well, isn't he?
He's got the because he also gets the spell amp. That's right. He gets the spell amp 20. Okay. Spell amp talent.
Sure.
22. He has a lot of spell amp.
It's a lot of spell amp. See, Relbel, he's away. Plays it super safe there, just double jumping back.
He's going to TP out to his team immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan's up. They've got to fight around here. They'll have the Stampede coming out. They're going to commit with the Omni slash Strayons onto Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat always able to... He will still go down to the Maelstrom prop. They've found Immersion, though, in return. And with the Supernova out, ASM Gambit, they've got to back off. Afterlife, he's chilling on the cliff right now. Be ready to come down with spider legs. Going to turn straight over towards the AA, but this time, Afterlife's not winning this fight. As Afterlife gets taken out by the Sven. But Duracho, he needs help. No one's committing in on him. Duracho trying to hold his ground and punch back, but Duracho will fall. Another buyback coming out from him as he's ready to return straight into the fight. Dream will go down. Snakeo's looking for the TP out. Will make it away in the pit. And no one. He's got a Remnant available. Stun is chasing. Further buybacks here coming out from some Gambit. This time around it's Afterlife.
Some crazy fights, but they did force this Duracho buyback. I mean, did they force it? Duracho just did buyback, so maybe a bit of a mistake there from Windstrike. That could give a window to Gambit. If they do kill this Sven, the game could just abruptly end. That was a little weird, the way the fight kicks off. Afterlife, I think, maybe thinking that he's just an immortal beast or something, running into 4 heroes. Definitely needs to be a little bit more careful. I still want the ET to be playing around his aura a little more. Sure, he can run in and go for these punch plays, but his Jug and his Ember were still up. You want to be playing around your teammates a little bit better rather than so solo. It was a little crazy by Afterlife.
Still, of course, all this attention around the Roche pit. You can imagine Dream's going to head straight back over in 20 seconds. But Windstrike, they'll want to try and make something happen before he's back.
I also, Dream doesn't have the shard, but I've seen him now multiple times now just spin for the damage rather than straight right-clicking. So I think he would want to just get the shard, because I think I've seen him do the spin like 3-4 times now when he could just right-click the heroes. Stomp. They're actually going to smoke out.
The Rebels kind of ready for this, scouting out things. The Remnant grab onto Dream, cast out, immediately loads us straight back to Seneko. Can SM Gambit
he has a spirit on them.
They're going to go in. A deep Remnant here from no one. Maledict Tower just on to the Centaur as Dratcho, he's ready to commit onto the Witch Doctor. As Witch Doctor, can he take it down low? But Afterlife's punching back too hard. Again, Afterlife just runs him down with Dream. Dratcho, he's out of the game for 100 seconds. No buyback now. Stun out. Onto the Centaur. ASM Gambit, they're ready to set up for another core. The slash is back up as Dream takes down Cheshire Cat. That's 2 cores out, and with no buyback, of course, available anymore on Dratcho. This will be a free Roshan for ASM Gambit to step back into.
Dratcho, I feel like players are just, they're playing a little bit too aggressive and not understand like how much damage is going to come in. He didn't click Warcry, so he doesn't have 25 bonus armor, and he pops Mask of Madness. He's at 4 armor. ET and Jug just eat him.
Did he? Was it on core now?
No. He just God Strength, BKB, blinked, Mask of Madness.
I mean, that's just a I mean, you'd never Mask of Madness before pressing your Warcry right in that situation.
I've seen him do it.
Just a bit of a blunder there from him.
He's done it twice now, and he has the level 20 talent. So that, like, his effectiveness of this plus 25 armor, you're just deleting the most important ability versus ET, I feel.
You've got to pop it. Yeah, if you're not popping it, that's just a lost fight every single time. Yeah, it's the reason why you pick the hero.
Yeah, it's why you pick it versus the ET to counteract that whole minus armor, plus armor kind of thing. And he just didn't use, like, that's why you see Afterlife hitting him so hard, because it's a 4 armor Sven effectively when he pops Mask. Bit of a blunder as he is dead for 30 more seconds, Gambit. Feeling a big power spike here. They also got given the free shard, of course, to the Jug. Got this Aegis. He's very happy now.
Well, let's see. They're going to lose some serious damage on the high ground here. These racks getting taken out by Dream. 10 seconds until Dratcho's back in. It's not going to be soon enough to defend mid.
Spirit just keeps scouting everybody. Look at its movement speed, too. He's been using spider legs to amp it up, so it's got hasted move speed Spirit, so he gets it on all 5 every time. Look at that damage. Yummy.
So much. Afterlife having a great time in these fights. They've really got to respect him when they're jumping in with the Sven. As yes, we've seen, he doesn't have any difficulty in turning and just fighting back on the Dratcho. And as you say, I feel like, eyes are going to be on the Sven to make sure he gets that Warcry off in the next fight.
It's plus 25 armor. It's massive, you know? He didn't take the plus 3 duration talent, which I thought maybe he would this game. It was way earlier. He took attack speed.
Sure.
But, I mean, the attack speed's probably just more valuable overall in the game. So
I think especially because they were having a pretty rough start, right? So he needed to catch up with farm. And he did, you know, for the most part. They were able to close the gap a bit, Windstrike, but losing their footing again a little bit now. As we see there, bit of a dip, but now back on track for sort of the advantage that ASM Gambit were able to build up very early this game.
Do you know what's wild, though? We were talking about how Rebels game has to be, like, perfect for them to have a chance. He's 10-0-10. He's part of 20 out of 21 kills with 0 deaths on Void Spirit. It's like, he is doing an excellent job on Void Spirit.
There we go. We have the high ground defense here.
Stop.
They're going to have to do something. Well, losing the tier 3s. Supernova coming out. Dratcho. He's watching from the side, looking for a chance to jump in, and there it is. He's able to get in onto Dream, but merges in with the heals, and it's enough to allow Dream to get the Swift Slash and the Omni Slash out. As Dream's back in with the combo, but the Hoofstone will catch him as he comes out of the Slash. Dratcho turns to bring him down once. So that's Dream gone the first time. Dratcho having to run all the way back to base, though. A little too low to fight back. Ooh, Afterlife just comes in 2 shots to the AA. As Pantherman will fall. ASM Gambit now having the space to take this bottom racks. And
And with a man down, no AA, there's not a fight to be had by the looks of it. Windstrike not able to push ASM Gambit back.
No, God Strength is over too, so they don't even have the damage to be able to attempt to fight back there. As some big items now picked up, a Shiva's for the Ember. I believe a Basher also on the Jug. Gambit really finding their foot in these last few fights, and Afterlife just... I love watching ET just run through and two-shot supports. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and you're a fan of the build here. Well, they're getting the Bash on him as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like amazing, but it's a why not
Sure.
item versus
you
a
do it in a
BKB
game, yeah, that you're having a good game in, right? After this Echo, chances are one of those hits to start things off could very well be a Bash.
Yeah, I think AC is probably the most appropriate item for him because he's playing versus Sven, he's got Jug, but either way, he's feeling himself. This build's going to work anyway. He can just two-shot people, so... And they're smoked. They're looking for the battle again. There is no Egg and no God Strength still for 20 seconds. If they find this fight, Windstrike is going to get demolished. Rebel?
Oh, he's away, no one. He's going to find the rest of the team here. Dream's going to be brought in by Immersion. They'll look towards Duracho, but Duracho...
Bash?
Oh, it's there.
There it is.
That's it. They're in, and Duracho's got no escape now. And now he's dead again for 90 seconds. No buyback on Duracho. They'll be able to push down another lane. As his buyback, not only is short money, but it is still cooldown for a minute.
Rebel?
He's going to try and burst Immersion, and with the Dagon will be able to do so. So Immersion gets brought down. Dream and No One will probably take some kills in return, though, for this, as Cheshire Cat falls. Death Ward down onto Pantomem. There's 2 more dead on Windstrike. ASM Gambit, they can continue to just push in now. There's a buyback available on Cheshire Cat. But now AA down as well as the Sven for a minute, with neither having a way to get back into the game.
Is Rebel going to lose the game with 0 deaths on Void Spirit? He's 10-0 and 11. He's just not dying in any of these fights anyway, but he's not able to push them away from him or do enough for his team because of these few slip-ups from the Sven. He actually has played like the perfect Void.
I mean, that's, yeah, do we ever see
21 of 22 kills with 0 deaths.
Yeah.
He's part of all of their kills besides 1. It's a remarkable
and he's about to probably lose. Yeah, that feels kind of bad. I think that's one of the games where as the mid laner you're probably justified to sort of say team.
Team.
Dream? As Dream. Oh, it's a good jump. Have they got the burst? They do.
They do.
That's Dream gone. Ice Bar's coming in as well onto the back lines. So SM Gambit, they've got to back off. See if Rebel can catch anything more. He's going to look over towards Half-Life. Half-Life force back in. He's ready to go for the BKB. He tries to fight. Going to go for the TP out after the Magic Community gets brought back in from the Ags.
They'll catch Dream again.
So they defend. Tier 3 still up in the top lane. They're able to push him back in time.
They do get the chain stun pretty nicely a couple of times now here on the side of Windstrike. They are getting the Jug, but it's not just the Jug who's the problem. It's the overall team.
We've got that the Timeless Relic as well, ready for Rebel. So more Spell Amp. More Spell Amp. The Dagon build paying off. Has No One. And he's got the BKB. So we'll manage to make it out of there. They're going to be able to blink and chase this. Doesn't look like it. So no one's out.
He's got the Arcane Rune too, so he's going to be able to toy with them a bit to stop any pressure or push. God Strength will be down soon, and Jug will be back up. So Gambit will have a bit of a window when he is respawning versus this Windstrike team who has used most of their ultimates. Rebel can still do a lot of work. He's got, 25, he's got this Dagon, he's got all this Spell Amp.
Rebel, he's got the setup on Sneko. Straight over he goes. He's found the Witch Doctor with the burst of the Dagon. Sneko falls.
Do you see how much damage it's doing? 1160 without the Ice Vortex from the AA. It's actually pretty absurd how much damage it's going to be doing just with the Dagon.
It's working. The Dagon build's certainly working here for Rebel.
For him, yes.
And he's starting to build up the money next. Well, we'll see where he goes.
He
Still got slots to play with. He's holding on to a bottle. He's holding on to a gem.
Give me the E-Blade. Actually, you know, Refresher might just be more suitable because of his all spell kit, but...
Yeah, or Octarine, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he just goes for those. I mean, we'll see if he's able to get to that. It's Cheshire Cat he's found.
He's gonna be fine here with the Stampede. Rebel already looking for a jump to make.
He can still assassinate the support, like an AA blast, and the supports are dead every single time from Rebel. Rebel? Astral Step. He's scouted this time.
And he's out of steps. He's got to simulate in a second. But they're going to get the
bashes.
stun straight on the way down. So
He
the
does die the once.
first time he dies here. A lot of money for Dream, of course, because of that. A big bonus for finally taking down the Deathless Void Spirit.
And a gem also gets dropped too from his death because he was carrying that the whole time. Does have buyback, but does not want to have to be forced to use it here. Windstrike does have to be cautious with their positioning. Lanes will eventually start pushing into the side of Windstrike pretty soon too. So at Gambit, they are kind of looking for the fight, but they're a bit split up right now. Windstrike, the scan actually catches Windstrike on the high ground.
Dream's going to run into this. He's got the Blade Fury in time. Turns his attention over towards Cheshire Cat. No one coming in from the side. Rebels ready to try and turn things around though. Straight into the river they jump, looking towards Afterlife. Afterlife is going to get burst down there by the Dagon. Rebel gets the kill. Over towards Dream. Setups here with the Yules into the Supernova. Follow up Who Stomp. Cheshire Cat's able to get the jump. Dream's dead for sure.
Got him again.
As Dream goes down, they've got to run ASM Gambit, but they're not going to be able to do so. Immersion tethers over towards no one. Jump forward from the Sven. Still going to continue chasing though. Seneko going to try and slow them down with the cask. And the Maledict. Cheshire Cat's in. They've found Seneko. Seneko trying to run, but the dust is out. Seneko's going to get chased down by the stun. He'll fall over to the side. They've got the setup. The Remnant controls there onto no one. No one still with the BKB available. With the Remnant away, they'll jump up to the safety of the high ground. Are they going to be able to chase? They won't. They'll hold back for now here.
But Roche and 10. These deaths are unbelievably costly. They're actually going to relocate to the base to try to force some reaction here. Try to get anything from the side of Windstrike. Because, yeah, Roche is back up in 2 seconds. And
top Immersion and no one.
He's dead.
Oh,
and now no one is going to die, too.
Oh, that Ice Blast as well. Oh, that was close.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Yeah, he actually survives.
Oh, my. What is going on here? I tell you, this game's getting a little messy.
Very messy. Dream is just dying by himself over and over and over again, I feel like, to 2 or 3 heroes on the side of Windstrike. As now Roche.
That's an easy Roche here for Windstrike.
And that's the Refresher Shard. So you know what, Rebel? He's got a free one if he wants to grab that for himself for more damage.
There we go. Easy Roche shot. I just don't
I didn't expect to say it would go on to Windstrike, but they get it.
They've got it. I mean, it's only a 3K difference right now here, 45 minutes, 34 to 28. I mean, they are down 2 sets of racks, but I mean, this game feels very easily losable for SM Gambit with the way things are going. It's been up and down, as you can see, throughout the last bit of this, the action that we've been seeing here. Like, ASM Gambit, they've got to tighten things up. If they continue to make moves like this, Windstrike, they'll take the win.
They absolutely will. I mean, this Sven is actually so strong. He's 25 also. So they have multiple level 25 cores now. He's got all of his items online to be able to one-shot or kill heroes in one stun combo, particularly the Jug that we've seen multiple times. Yeah, Gambit have totally thrown away their lead. Even though they have Grax advantage, these fights are not going to look easy for them now.
Gambit's got to be careful. Windstrike. Rebel's ready to make the jump. Dream, he can't afford to be the one that gets jumped to the front lines anymore.
No, definitely not. Yamich also having the double egg because they gave him the Refresher Shard. No one? They have a ward on top of him.
What's he doing? I mean, he wasn't ready, I guess, for that at all. Didn't expect them to be around here. I guess, sees the AA, assumes what AA is on his own.
I guess. It was a nice play from Diracho. He blinked literally directly on top of him. So the stun was like...
I mean, they're pushing the high ground now.
Very tough to actually dodge. And yeah, Diracho.
It's a lot of damage here with the Death Ward. Yeah, he's got to be a little careful. And the Omni onto the side. And Yamich has still got the Supernova. Dream's going to try and commit onwards. Good bash to stop the dive, so they will manage to kill off Yamich.
Diracho's too low to fight, too. The Maledict put him down to 700 HP. Bottom wave heavily pushing it with double catapults. They do have to back away. All right, Gambit, are they going to be able to make a play back to catch anything here? They do have the Ninja Gear Jug looking for an opportunity. What a wild game.
They're all over the place, this one. And less than a 1K lead. We're pretty much even in net worth right now. There's no telling which way this is going to go. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, if you're sort of to consider the past results, I mean, maybe we are just seeing again here for SM Gambit some of the issues that they've struggled with in their other series, where even when they have such a great start, they just sort of falter in the later stages of the game. As you know,
yeah, I don't know if they like
Yeah.
let their foot off the like pedal or something like that. Now Afterlife also just getting caught. Rebel just assassinating him, and they just bought out on the ET. He just bought a Blink Dagger. So like, look at his inventory. It looks awkward now on the ET. He's got Blink, Hyperstone, a Basher. Like, I think Gambit may have gotten just a little bit too chilled out with this game because of how comfortable and how great the lead was.
Yeah, they had a great start. They had a great start, but yeah, it seems to be a bit of a distant dream now.
No one. He's playing more careful now. He's got the Aeon disc locked in his bag, so if he does get jumped this next time, should be able to survive, setting up a defensive remnant as well, being a little bit more careful. I think he knows there's a ward now there too, or he should know because of the way they did jump him. Rebel still looking for the assassination.
He is, yeah. No one's got to play very careful.
He has a 7,000 gold now on Void Spirit too.
Gotcha. We'll be forced to BKB. No one, he's going to try and chase. He's going to try and chase. They got the opening stun. They remove the remnant. No one, he's able to get that Aeon disc assembled, as you said. Assembles it in time, so he's going to be backed up now by Immersion. They're going to continue to try and keep this fight going, but they're diving in with the Supernova. As they can't take down his egg, they've got to get back from this. No one's had to buy back. Treasure Cat's in with the stun. They'll take him out with the tether. Relocate saves him, but he's back in the front lines in a second. X ready to go. Dream's dead. Immersion as well. Even with the buyback there for no one, they can't turn it. As the refresher shard coming in big there for Yamich, getting 2 excellent Supernovas off that forced the whole area to be somewhere impossible for SM Gambit to take a team fight into.
And Immersion, he was trying to just heal up the jug because he was getting chased out, and it actually ends up tethering him and relocating back into the midst of the fight. Windstriker now just in the lead of these fights. It really feels like over and over again.
It's 4K advantage, and as you say, you know, Railboy just sort of laughing all the way to the bank here with how much money he's got. He did, but what did he spend it up on? Was it BKB? Did he play it safe?
It is a BKB.
Playing it safe.
Yeah, he's staying safe.
I like it.
Dude, look how, I mean, he's actually having just such a spectacular game. Like, I can't actually believe this. Level 28, about to hit 29. 16, 114. He's still part of 30 of 33 kills.
Yeah, this is wild stuff for the Void Spirit. It's one of those games where, like, it's like he deserves to win. You know, he's played that well, Rebel.
Yeah.
You know, he has done so much this game. This has been incredible. As this fight,
the only reason they even killed Deracho is because of the buyback from no one. So it's a costly kill just to get the Sven, who's going to be respawning as well himself soon.
Yeah, it's not like SM Gambit are able to push anything in whilst he's dead, with them losing Immersion and Dream themselves.
And now they'll even claim the outpost themselves, the secondary one, so they deny any vision, any little bit of experience toward the way of ASM Gambit. No Lotus Orbs, right? That's the thing
we have Lotus on Windstrike.
On the Centaur, right? Yeah, he said it earlier for the Omni, but...
A couple on Windstrike. Yeah, Mitch has got one as well.
Okay. They're missing one on Gambit. Like, they need one to be able to just reflect these stuns in particular, just any type of little things as well. They need more buff ups for Dream, it seems. Sure, he's got, like, the Glimmer, he's got the Mech and Solar, but definitely looking like he's needing Lotus. From the way that they're playing, too, they're just being very risky the way they've run him in. He's just getting chain stunned.
No Cheshire Cat. They don't want to go on him. He's got a cheese ready to pop.
And he's level 25 also on Cheshire Cat now too. So they've already done a great job of doing these like AoE stuns, like controlling the jug. Now they have an extra second on the hoof stomp, and he has an Aghanims too for damage reduction. The fight's looking quite difficult, quite complicated. They're setting themselves up together though. They want to just get this push started. Aegis is gone.
Let's see what they can get done up here on this push.
Let's see.
I've been very cautious about it though. I don't want to go straight for a high ground attempt.
Nope. Egg also, or Phoenix, now also 25.
Mm-hmm.
So all these supports, everybody on the side of Windstrike really starting to hit that 25. Even AA about to.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I guess we are 52 minutes in, but yeah, still in comparison.
We are 52 minutes, yeah.
Seeing some great levels on Windstrike. I mean, mainly off the back of those last few times where they've been able to kill off these cores.
And now you see the Afterlife has gone back for the more sensible approach. You know, the Basher was cheeky. It worked like getting them like a 1 kill or 2, but he knows he needs AC. Like, it's just the better build with the Juggernaut with his team. Is trying to build up toward that.
It's going to be hard fights to take. We saw what Yamich was able to do with the Refresher Shard last fight. Now he's got a Refresher Orb, so he's going to have the double egg.
Yep.
They couldn't deal with it last time.
He scouted all 5. The Spirit hit every single one. They should be 100% aware of this on the side of Gambit.
And Afterlife.
Afterlife.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. As the Spirit comes back in Immersion, though, he's going to get jumped. He has to tether over towards Dream. Gonna have to chase here as they'll look to move in with the Supernova. Immersion will manage to relocate out in time. Dream's going to get left behind, though, here. Have they got the stun? They do. The Dissimilate stun's in. They've got enough chain control, they don't, but they've got the Lotus out. Swiss Slash, but he's now got the Omni Slash good to go. Over he goes, over towards the Centaur. Cheshire Cat getting low here, but Dream falls. He's out of the game. Dracho now turns his attention over towards Afterlife. Afterlife, he's trying to run. He's into the trees with Cheshire Cat and Dracho trying to chase him down. The paralyzing cast causing issues, though. No one's bought time to dump back in. Straight over towards Dracho. Dracho does go down. So will Cheshire Cat here. They're going to be able to get the cleanup. This time round, ASM Gambit will find that team fight. And they take down all 5 members of Windstrike.
And I was worried for a second, too, because Dream had actually spent his buyback before the fight, so he didn't have it, but somehow they're able to take it with just the rest of them surviving. Immersion lives the entirety of the fight. Yeah. This IO just pumping out heals, Afterlife just pumping out the cleave damage, everyone all amped up.
I say this could be a pretty big window to maybe even close the game up for ASM Gambit. They are down Dream, but there's no buyback on the supports. Phoenix and AA won't be able to turn up for the defense here. We'll see how much they want to try and push it. Last set of racks it, as they could be eyeing up the mega creeps now, ASM Gambit.
This is such a wild game.
I know that.
Yeah, that's going to be
easily going to be able to find these racks here with the damage. There's going to be a buyback coming out. Actually, that buyback's going to spook them enough to stop pushing for the megas. The Dracho's ready to chase with the help of Rebel. Rebel's in with the Dissimilate. No, he's actually going to back off. Doesn't want to continue to commit into the 4 of them. As ASM Gambit, they'll be happy with that. Forcing out a buyback and playing it safe. Not sticking around longer than they need to. Roshan is up, of course, so safe objectives available for them to try for.
They should scout it. One of them should have something in there. They're going to have the Jug respawning shortly. They're still continuing to force the issue top, but I feel like one of them should go back for this Roche really soon. And they're starting to ping it out.
No one's still sticking around. He wants the megas.
Dream was pinging Roche. No one just wanted to go in a little bit harder. Just try to force more. He will refill, come back, has 8,000 gold, so he can buy his own refresher himself, so he can have, what, 5-10 remnants?
Yeah.
Inside of the fight.
We're going to have some big items here. I mean, who's taking the Ags? I guess all the cores have already got theirs. Maybe
give it an Echo.
Give it an Echo. You know, he's been dropping some great death wards. Who's taking what here? Refresher Shard help by now for Dream. And yeah, they're giving Snakos into the pit. He'll grab that. Lovely stuff here. As that death ward's certainly going to cause issues. If he's able to get it off for a good duration in the team fight.
Oh.
And the 25, the death ward damage.
And that might also cause some issues too. There's a heart on the IO. That is an insane amount of regen now that he's going to be pumping out to his teammates, and it's going to be way harder for them to focus him. And he's got a cheese also for the secondary buildup. This Minotaur horn we've seen too a couple times saving his life.
I mean, you know, they're 22k up now. They've just killed Roche. They should have everything required to close the game. I say that though, Afterlife's in trouble. He goes down. They're over towards Immersion. The egg will get killed off. Immersion's still alive for now. It's a long death ward, though, coming out for Sneko. So Cheshire Cat's trying to find him. Dracho's getting Omni Slash. He's going to die. Dracho's down. So's Yamich. Cheshire Cat also in trouble. He can't run. 3 dead. No buyback. Make that 4. ASM Gambit. They'll finally be able to close it up here as they move on to the tier 4s. GG is called. It took a lot of effort from them here. Windstrike able to really give them some excellent fight right up until this 56-minute mark. But at the end of it all, they do finally close it up, Fog.
That had to have been stressful for ASM Gambit, I'll be totally honest with you. They did some really weird plays where they're getting caught solo a couple times. They actually brought Windstrike back in the game entirely because of that. Rebel, definitely have to give him a humongous shout out though. This Void Spirit performance.
And he loses.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
somehow
gonna feel
he
bad.
loses.
Yeah.
It was a really close game across it all. I think little things in the end really did matter though. Just the IO getting away, the ET Spirit, there's this amplified damage, the Ember Spirit just surviving too. They had to burn so much to kill the Jug in the last fight. No one actually was able to just go ham. A couple times we did see in the fights that he just got fully controlled and he couldn't do anything. That last fight, he definitely popped off, like 10 sleights of fist, 10 chains, etc. Some crazy stuff. ASM Gambit finally bringing it back.
No, indeed, this.
What a game.
Yeah, pretty insane Dota coming out. And, keeps everyone sitting on the edge of their seat there. No real telling of who's able to close that game up right into the final minute, really. As we just didn't know. As looking forward to see what the rest of the series beholds. First game, though, starts it off. AS Monaco Gambit will finally be able to close up the victory and get the lead here. 1-0 at the moment for them.
What a crazy, crazy game. And yeah, shout out to Rebel, man. That poor guy, he definitely deserved to win there. Unfortunately, Dota 2 is a team game, and Winstrike will lose this initial game against AS Monaco Gambit. We'll break that crazy game down a little bit further, all after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
are having some fun here on the desk, and it helps because we've had some pretty crazy Dota to watch here. I was so certain that AS Monaco Gambit had won this game. 20 minutes in, 30 minutes in, I'm like, okay, this is AS Monaco Gambit's got this, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait,
watch the man.
Is Windstrike gonna win this?
Briefcase.
Slap, slap. Woo!
That is what a beast.
Oh, it's so refreshing. The stapler, the
Unbelievable.
briefcase, the suitcase coming into play.
That is Core ET. I'm telling you, this is real. My brother Zach, I love him. He's always right, but he's always early, which is sort of the same as being wrong. But he's been a stand for ET Core for literally since the Ags was affecting ET this way. It is absurd. That was like a 2-item ET smacking people for 1 billion damage.
Yeah, I was certainly impressed at how Afterlife was able to have a big impact in the game. And it all comes from having the Ags, which is, again, something that they did set him up for. They made sure he had a good game, right, Robson?
Yeah, this game was a little bit of a roller coaster. Early game, Gambit crushed it. Absolutely destroyed the game, flooding the map. And then a couple, loose misplays gave Windstrike that ability to come back in. And it was because of Afterlife, this ET, that constant threat of the stapler, it rinsed Sven. Like 2 or 3 fights in a row, Sven just automatically died. He just wasn't ready for that amount of damage. And then sure, we can fast forward to that mid game where there's a little bit of a Ember dying here, and then ET finally got picked off. But yeah, I think overall, Afterlife, this ET, he had such a solid entry to the game, and he was able to just carry the guys through thick and thin.
And someone who didn't have the same kind of good game would be the Centaur. He actually got shut down in lane. The most popular off-laner got countered. How did that happen? We've got Purge for more.
Thanks, Cap. I got to tell you, after watching so many games of watching Centaur do literally whatever he wanted to in lane, I had a lot of enjoyment watching this Witch Doctor own this lane. The benefits of Witch Doctor: huge base damage. Witch Doctor hitting for 56 damage on average with 0 stat items. He gets Cask at level 1 to help secure range creeps to make sure they hit their level 2 timing. And then when you hit level 2, you've got Maledict. It's a magic damage over time amplifier. Damage done increases the amount of damage you do, and because they hit level 2 a little bit before Phoenix does, there's no worry about dive, and they can combo the jug spin against the Phoenix to do a huge amount of damage. He doesn't actually die here, but what it does give them is time for more setup to get more harassing. Here now Christchurch having to TP towards the tower because otherwise he was guaranteed dead, and that's what's so cool about this combo. Magic damage is generally the counter against Centaur, and it's an amplifier, which is all really effective against him. So that paired with Jug Spin is a perfect solution. Here's Soneko's solo kill. He basically mimicked to the right like he was not going to cut back. He did. Yamich had already used dive to block the small camp. That's what got him first blood and boots. And then with those boots, they continued to do annoying things to Centaur. Here's Centaur. Have you ever seen a Centaur in the first 5 minutes of the game not approach the creep wave? Well, he can't, because he can't even defend himself. If he tries to go in, Jug is going to use spin and stun is wasted. And then all this magic damage they're doing isn't giving them return damage back with his passive. So it's just not an advantage. And they just consistently ran him down. They did not want him to get near the creep wave. He buys a ring of health. He approaches again, but Snakeo's lying in wait. And as soon as he spots him, keep in mind he has boots, he stays out of hoof stomp range, he throws Maledict, he throws a stun, a little tree cut, a spin, and now you've got Centaur dying for the first time. But he's already struggled so much just to get to this point. Now he goes to cut waves, Soneko waits, they teleport Jug over from his safe lane tower to the tier 2, so he doesn't expect him to be there. This is normally a safe place to farm for offlaners like this. He ends up dying here. And then Snake grabs the DD. He gets a solo kill on Yamich. This is a pretty big mistake by Yamich because he did see him coming and he saw the DD. But great play by Soneko. And once again, Jug now hitting 6. There's the Maledict. Here's the Cask. Is there anything that Soneko can't do other than miss this one Maledict all game? Really well played by him. A glory to watch Centaur get shut down.
I'm a little bit surprised Purge didn't throw in that. The last clip I would have requested there would have been Soneko level 6 with Death Ward killing Yamich with a level 3 Phoenix.
Oh, that was so
because
satisfying.
that lane went so well. Witch Doctor, I mean, we've been talking about it. It's a beef meta. Witch Doctor, percentage-based damage, basically, right? And a great laner against many of these tanky heroes.
But I love how this game also covered what can go wrong with a Witch Doctor. When the game gets a little bit harder, it's really hard to get that here into the game. So he had the perfect start, and he was able to kind of cushion that through with his early levels here. Good stuff from Soneko.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Okay, good stuff. That's all we need to say because we do have a Game 2 draft that's coming up very quickly. It was a long game, so let's go to the break and let's get back for Game 2.
ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
So after such a weird game one, I am very curious. I didn't ask you guys, where do you have a favorite now for this series? Like, if you had ignored the fact that AS Monaco's Gambit up 1-0, say this was just a fresh series and we're playing out a best of 3, would you have a favorite between these two teams?
I would lean towards Gambit just because of how controlling they were in the early game. I feel like they had a couple egregious mistakes that allowed Winstrike to get back into it. And you can credit a lot for Winstrike knowing when to find those pickoffs when that overpositioning was occurring. But yeah, I think Gambit for sure are slightly more favorite just with how they controlled the early game of this first game.
So it sounds like to me the foundation is there for AS Monaco Gambit. They just made mistakes.
Exactly.
Like very obvious mistakes that are easy to fix.
And it was tough, though, because they're playing against a draft that doesn't really forgive you for messing up. It's a stun AA blast. Like,
don't forget the egg. That's also kind of annoying.
So screwing up, the egg is probably the best example. Did you kill the egg? Oh, you're winning the fight. Did you not? Well, you've just gotten wiped. And not to mention, they did go 0-3 against the top teams. Yes, it makes their record look poor, but they learned this is a serious team, serious organization, serious players. There's no way they're just gonna, phone it in for the rest of the season. They're trying their hardest.
Unless Monaco Gambit's got Monaco's only got like a 1-year contract, and it's like, okay.
What do you mean? It's still, dude. Gambit's a big deal. They have the best merch out.
Their bomber jackets.
Yeah.
From 2019 Birmingham.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still do them, but
they do.
They were comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their CS:GO team's like top 5 in the world right
Is
now.
this why we
maybe
now
top
shield
3.
for one to be sent to us, or what we
No,
doing?
I'm just trying to say
free.
respect.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
Of course, I'm a big fan of the clothing given to us by ESL One.
That's true. I'd love more of it. The color scheme, the fit, the paneling.
Hey, Kyle, do you
hugs
love
your
it?
Butt.
You love it?
It adds like
You
200
wear it,
squat.
right?
Yeah.
Am I right?
You're right, Cap. Oh my god.
You don't like the way you look.
I love the way that you look.
All right, enough of that chilling. Grimstroke and Void Spirits, I really... I don't think... Man, I just keep on going back to poor Rebel, man. Like, that guy deserved to win that
No,
game.
but actually, counter
He
argument.
didn't die for 40 minutes.
Counter argument. Counter argument.
Okay.
Can we get back to shilling real fast?
Yeah, go for it.
Because
Yeah.
I've been pitching, and if anyone from BizDev is listening, there's a brand called I don't want to shill it, but basically they specialize in trimmers. Okay.
Oh yeah,
For
yeah,
body
yeah.
hair.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Oh my
That would be such a great activation, right?
No one wants to see you. Please say you're not using the product, right?
We'd blur out. We would blur out.
Oh, yeah, so now we can see
the
a
naughty bits.
blurred
but
Kyle.
I'm
Mhm.
just saying.
Yep.
I've seen some of my colleagues' chests and backs,
Kyle.
and they could use some grooming. That's all
Kyle,
I'm saying.
Just
think
just
about
say
it.
my name if you want. You've seen my chest hair. It's majestic. You don't have to. What are you saying?
So Windstrike are going to be picking the Storm Spirits, while AS Monaco Gambit have Void Spirit. Very interesting, boys.
This
Full
leads into
sporty
Plan
spirit
B,
heroes.
where we get the hot tub. But first, we need to.
Oh yeah,
handle
no,
some
that's true. That's true. I know. I rate.
Sorry, Cap. We're back to the draft. Void Spirit,
It's a
Storm
professional
Spirit.
broadcast.
But we're.
What do you mean?
Cap, you're sitting on the desk.
Yeah, that's because I'm not on camera.
Your shoes are untied.
No, they're not. I don't even have to
Your
look at
flies are undone.
That
Got 'em.
is also not true.
Thanks for the high five, Kyle.
I like the Windstrike setup. I like Storm. This hero, I know he keeps getting first 2, but I still feel it's underrated because you just can't replace it. Grimstroke, we were discussing, has a slight nerf that seems altogether irrelevant. It's a 0.2 second less stun at max level, and then a 2% reduced move speed. It's like 16 now instead of 18%, which is just, it's one of those tweaks. It's just the, how do you test that?
They just got to the hero and it's like, we need to. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, that's fine. Like, to be fair though, the hero has got a terrible win rate in the pro scene. It is because so many teams like picking it. You do kind of tank the stats of these kind of lesser teams, giving it a go and then losing, of course. But I like how in the openings from both teams, you have the active mid enabled by the best support, right? Storm Tusk. Tusk is the tanky frontline, unlocks the vision of the fight. You can also go for your shard, send in your sigil, opens up Storm to get the perfect zip. On the flip side, Void Spirit, he lacks a little bit of damage sometimes. He needs that +1 accelerant. That's where the Grimstroke comes in. So yeah, heavily enabling the mids with the supports they've counterpicked with them.
Well,
let
us see.
Monaco Gambit.
I'm shocked I guess you don't want to pick Jug into Storm, but to ban it yourself when you have Grimstroke.
It's enabling the Void Spirits game. He's a hero that likes to jump in and be decisive. Oracle sits behind. You can't really do that on Void Spirit unless you're finding him. Always a difficult game plan. Wraith King and Jug carries are independent. They thrive on the aggression.
This is that combo right here. Minus armor.
But that change didn't even feel that good. The 8 to 6 seconds, it's like, that's still enough time to slap the roast. And also, if you hold the last point, you can then reset that debuff anyway.
Exactly.
So it's technically like 12 to 14.
I like it, though, because it does add a bit of a skill cap
16.
in a way. It's why I also like the Lina Fervor change, because sure, it wasn't even like being good to manage your 3 fervor stacks. It was just annoying because you would have to Dragon Slave with like 1 second remaining on your buff. And it was tedious.
It's impractical.
Yeah. Because like, oh, do I want to lose my buff or do I want to miss the nuke on the camp? It was silly.
Just start using it randomly.
So because we ended up going for supports and mids at the very start of the draft, somehow Centaur was still left out. And Windstrike just gave it away. They gonna get Mars for themselves here or something?
I honestly,
the issue here, I wouldn't mind like a dark, so it's like a bit more for pacing. But they also could just go for their carry right now because they see what the offlane is going to be presenting. It is surprising to see Centaur get through this far. Specifically because like to counter it in lane, it's a very small niche group of heroes that also aren't really too good into the meta. Like Jug's banned, of course.
Yeah,
Don't want to go Slark. They can't go Monkey. Monkey's dead.
I'd argue that Gambit had the go-to combo to beat a Centaur, Witch Doctor Jug. Like, you really can't come up with something much better. And then they also had an ET, which was so value as an offlaner. Windstrike banned it out first too. So I think this is the dream.
I mean, like
they
the
had an
ET.
answer to the Centaur.
What do you
and
guys
now
think
they
of
get
Lifestealer?
themselves. Very good.
Instead of trying to
It's
kill
good.
the Centaur, just survive? Nope.
Lifestealer is for sure one of the better heroes against Centaur. It's more of a hero that plays independent rather than enabling the support to come in as well. You can get kills, but yeah. They go for the Sven instead. It's a hero that simply looks at the lane, farms it out as much as Centaur farms it out. You go optimize yourself into the jungle, Centaur just stays in the lane.
Yep.
Maximizing your map kind of.
You could Lifestealer here. It's a really good matchup against the Sven. Not ideal against Storm, but I think that you have enough catch.
Medusa.
I was gonna say the same, but
that's why
I don't know if it's
we're
meta.
Psychic. Meta. Hellraiser's played it this morning. Kuman, he also went for a Diffusal Blade on the Medusa. Yeah, just trying to rip through these.
It doesn't split shot.
No.
Mana burn.
No, but it's about just
Oh.
ripping through the hero.
Well, you get the
This is
25 talent
25.
still
25.
modifiers?
Yeah. There you go for Lifestealer.
Alrighty, so AS Monaco Gambit are now just left with.
I'm sorry. He muted the mic to lecture me.
Yes.
He doesn't like when I make him look bad, which is somewhat ironic because he takes
All right, Kyle.
every
don't just lie now.
opportunity to make.
Kyle, don't lie now. Don't lie now, honey bun. We spoke about this.
Okay,
I love you.
okay.
You know, I was trying to cover for both of you by talking while you guys muted
I don't know why
yourself
Kyle
and had a conversation.
It's fine.
It's much more fun to work with the mute button. I got to tell you.
I know it's so refreshing when you just want to like hit a quick jibe, like, bam, 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 and then like, oh, what happened? No one knows. It's when the mute button doesn't work. That's when it's
that's it. When you think you have a mute button, but you don't.
I hope the mute button worked. That's a good joke.
That is a tough one.
That is a tough
The Razor ban is also a tough one, along with the Necro, because those are the best options at dealing with what AS Monaco Gambit have in store. And if I'm them, I'm just picking a team fighter now, right? You need a final 4 position. Maybe a Willow?
I still want the Willow here. Willow
looks really good because it's the root mechanic against Storm, against Tusk. Really annoying to deal with as a Sven as well. You just can't kill the fairy.
Oh, SD was a nice one as well. But yeah, I think these are the same bands from the last game. Is it just going to be the Willow? Oh, wow. Whoa.
I dig it, though. They had a lot of success with the
sustained,
Wisp.
Yeah. Windstrike's lineup is about, do we have God Strength? Do we get that critical zip off to kill them? And now, Voice Spirit's elusive, Centaur's hard to kill, Lifestealer's hard to kill. The only hero dying right now is going to be the Grimstroke. And, you know, Seneko, he thrives in this.
How long was that last game? I think that might have been the longest of the season.
I mean, it was like 56 minutes. I can quickly fact check you if you'd like.
I can't think of one that was longer.
Well, I'll check for you. Don't worry, mate.
It's interesting how the meta's changed. The game.
Oh my God! Last pick Timber stuff?
No.
Oh boy. Is it just me, or it feels like to me Windstrike forgot Centaur was in the game, and then AS Monaco Gambit forgot that Timbersaw was in the game.
Wow, that's such a dream Timber. Yeah, sure, the Lifestealer can be a bit of an issue, but man, this is one of Cheshire Cat's best heroes, and you don't really have an answer on the side of AS Monaco Gambit. Like, this is nuts.
I was discussing how Gambit's draft is all about sustain, playing around the big cooldowns of like the Sven Ultimate, and that's about it. But now, with this Timbersaw pick, he plays off of the fact that the early entry to the game from Gambit is so hard. They're locked into items, not levels. So Timbersaw offsets that. Sven goes jungle. I love this last pick, and it is enough to put the balance into Windstrike.
Whoa. I think this hero, they have 2 of my favorite heroes in Dota right now, Storm and Timbersaw.
Wow.
They're infinite scaling. They have a Sven, so the team will scale better. And it is really just a mirror match of our previous game, where if you're going to win this as Monaco Gambit, you have to play with a lot more tempo. You need your Lifestealer ahead and running at enemy heroes with this armlet, maybe into Deso, maybe an Echo Saber, rushed AC, something like that, and then playing with the Wisp, splitting the map, find kills, skirmishes all over.
I guess the key thing is, even though it's an amazing Timbersaw game, if you can find the space on that to ignore him long enough, lifestealer into Sven, of course, goes lifestealer's way. You can then offset that, and now the win condition isn't online. So it's very much for Winstrike to utilize that Timbersaw, unlock the Sven's game, get Aegis, look to end the game before you have some mid to late game annoyance of IO sustain.
And Storm's just finding your Wisp all game too. So it's really just about getting ahead early. I think shutting him down will be key.
Kyle, you said it was kind of a mirror of last game. Why are you leaning more towards Winstrike this time around?
I think it's just solid. It's just easier to execute. I like a Sven more than a Jug. I like Timbersaw just in general. And,
against all the strength areas.
Yeah. It just makes more sense
kind of
as
like
a
the
lineup.
X factor here.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if that Timbersaw does manage to even out the series for Winstrike. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, we had a pretty crazy game one of this best of three. Fogged, seeing the draft set, are we going to get just as crazy of a game this time round, or do you feel that someone has got one of those heroes that's going to sort of just control and be king of the whole game? As it does seem like the panel, they really rate that Timbersaw final pick here from Winstrike.
How did they get a last pick Timbersaw? And this hero's been banned like first 2, first 3, first 4 most games. I'm very surprised it made it through, especially if they're going to be going for the IO pick. Right? IO overall suffers a lot versus Timbersaw. You don't provide lockdown for your team. He's able to get on top of you. He's able to always just bring you down so quick with that pure damage and the Whirling Death, of course, with the stat loss. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just surprised to see it make it all the way through. But the good thing from Gambit is they do have very aggressive heroes. Just like last time, the Void Spirit, in particular, no one this time around should be pretty free. There's a lot of telegraphed stuns. Does just have to watch out pretty much just for the Storm connection onto him. Besides that, no one should have a pretty solid game on this Void Spirit, just like Rebel did last time.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see if indeed Cheshire Cat can have a bit of a better time this time round, at least at the start, because we saw him struggle a lot last game in the laning stage.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. I'll be honest, because of the way the Dream played in the last game. Because a lot of this game is going to be up to the Lifestealer, what he builds and how he plays overall. And he made so many mistakes. He actually made so many mistakes in the last game that just brought Winstrike back. And this Lifestealer is like the most important hero. Like his build has to be perfect.
Well, let's see. Let's see how Dream's able to do this time round. And we'll, of course, again have the strong backing of the IO.
But they don't have the strong backing of Afterlife, who pretty much kind of took that game into his hands as a carry from the offlane. Centaur, you're not going to be dishing out that much damage. You're going to be dishing out the control for the most part. So see if Afterlife's able to at least do that front for himself on the Centaur.
I'll be interested to see how well no one can do in the mid matchup against the Storm,
Yeah.
because sometimes we have seen Storm Spirits just straight up win the lane against Void.
Yeah, you should. Storm should be able to take advantage of that one quite nicely. It's going to get pushed in all the way, so no one should be able to farm under his tower here, but that also means Rebel, he's at level 2. There's no denies coming up in the Void Spirit yet, so he can bully no one just a tiny bit just with some extra right clicks. And they did actually do this, so it's going to be the Grimstroke as a 4 position in a way, playing with the Centaur, and the IO has to just play with the Lifestealer top. So it's a bit of a switch up. We don't see 4 quote-unquote Grim played very often.
Oh, well, I mean, and what does this sort of mean when you've got this here in this position? Is there any sort of item that you're looking to rush early? Like, what are the benefits of having it played down here?
Well, I think it's just that he wants to have a strong lane with the Centaur that they can actually contest range creeps. IO doesn't provide you a way to secure range creep. Yeah. Grimstroke will. So I'm saying 4, I said quote unquote, because I think he's going to kind of be relegated to the 5 position at some point anyway, because that's just how IO works. But he can't secure range creeps. I say that as he actually just sets up the range creep for deny down bottom.
And then top lane, the Cheshire Cat, what can they do to sort of stop him from having such a good game as the Timber? Is there any sort of... You feel whatever happens, Cheshire Cat is just going to have an easy time? Like that?
Yep.
They'll have to win the game around him.
Yeah, no, there's nothing they can do to push him out. He's got level 3 already. Their heroes they don't do damage. Like, they can chase him and be a little annoying. Dream can just sustain through him, but as for killing him or pushing out a lane, no. They'd have to bring like a 3rd and 4th hero or something like that, which you're not going to be doing so early on. Sustain game works though. As you see Dream, he just hits him, hits the creep as well. He's able to just keep full health with the overcharge as well. Immersion just has to be very wary of his positioning. He's the only one who can really die up here on both sides. Only way the Tusk dies, yeah, Mitch, is if you make some huge mistake like rolling in or playing under tower. Bottom, Cookie does get dodged. Sineko actually going to live because of that.
And I mean, top, can they dive in? You know, Yamich is still sort of hanging around. You know, is there anywhere else that he can look to set up action, or is just this top lane really? Like, because he's not really needed to be here with the Timbersaw, is he? Like Cheshire Cat will farm this lane happily solo.
He is blocking the camps, though, so he's ensuring that the XP is getting split between the IO and the Lifestealer, so there's at least that, but I do want to see him maybe make moves pretty soon. Like, Cheshire Cat is perfectly fine up here, so I do think Yamich can open up the map, look to make plays bottom, even in mid. Sineko steps up way too far.
Ah, good little boost here for Dracho to start things off. First blood on the Sven.
I was about to say, I don't think we're going to have a kill for a while, too, because these lanes they're pretty static. They're pretty boring the way they will be. It's only a misplay that will cause that to happen. Sineko heavily misplays. He just walks right up into the two of them there. Pentiment now gets a pull off, too, because of it, so we'll reset that lane position a bit. But Afterlife, he's kept the creep wave right outside the tower. Oh, and look at that. So he's got... Okay, so I guess with the Grimstroke as well, he's playing more about a kill centaur rather than just the lane retaliate sustain. He's got 2 points in double edge. Usually you see just 2 points in retaliate, run away. You play more of this passive style and you farm against them.
Okay.
Nope, they're going to be looking for kills. These 2 points in double edge, so...
Yeah, I mean, will there be opportunities for kills, or you think it's going to be kind of hard against the Snap?
I think it should be pretty hard, yeah. I mean, they can get the Snapfire if he, like, messes up with the Cookie or something like that, but the Sven, I don't think they'll be able to get Duracho unless, again, a huge misplay from him.
Yeah, he's having the slow of the times in terms of course picking up farm in this laning stage. Mid lane. Oh, actually, Afterlife, he's got to get out of here, but the Cookie's in. Inkswell stun buys him some time. Pulse salve will stop him from going down. But he may still die anyway. They're hunting in the trees. Afterlife.
One.
He's gone. So not only a salve being put to waste, also his life there. As another kill here for Duracho in the safe lane.
Has to be cautious. Centaur, very low armor. Snapfire, the queen of reducing armor. I was going to say the king of reducing armor. Wait, she's the queen.
No, absolutely. The little shredder in this lane. Just really setting up for the Sven to get these heavy hits in very early on.
And they're moving. Okay, I love this. Look at Yamich's movement. The Centaur just TP'd down bottom, so if they kill him again, he's screwed. And they're going to go for it right away.
Cookie in, bringing in extra TPs as well. But Yamich is here. They've got Afterlife. There's no escape.
Great move.
No one trying to play with the counter. Coming in with the jump over towards Duracho. He's out to the side. It's going to save him. Duracho is out. No one trying to get in to rectify the bottom lane. He couldn't get anything. That's just another kill, another death there for the Centaur.
And he tips him. Nice. Got him. Make him feel bad for his rotation for sure. As he does survive Duracho, he will have to go back to base, but whatever. Pantomime now takes the lane, which never feels bad. Snapfires love it. 5 and 9 on Pantomime too. He's been getting some hefty denies in this bottom lane.
Yamich has come over to the mid, but knows that... Well, actually, no one didn't have any further escape out. Guess they felt they didn't have enough damage between the two of them to commit onto the Void Spirit.
Love this move, though, from Yamich. Like, what he's doing right now is... he actually just...
Wait, what?
He almost got the bounty rune.
Oh, I did. I thought he did, actually, yeah, but Sineko...
I did, too.
Yeah, I was like, hang on.
Sineko.
And then Sineko was actually able to pick it up in time. As,
they slow him.
Ended up being a bit of a bait, but no, Afterlife can't get in for the hoof stomp. So Yamich will get away. That's a good job he did grab that. That would have looked pretty funny if he didn't. But,
yeah.
Sineko.
But this whole rotation from Yamich is excellent, right? Like, he's now forced the Centaur to be super afraid. Afterlife now being zoned off the wave, just like we saw last game from Cheshire Cat. Just from this little rotation. Just not wanting to die a secondary time. As Rebel, he saw the stacks from that Tusk movement from earlier. They're going to start working on them. They actually have to start swinging over the IO and the Void Spirit to stop this. 4v4, let's go.
No one. It's going to try and jump into start the fight. We'll be able to dodge the stun. No one's courier is going to get taken out. They've got him in the vortex into the Cookie. No one still with an astral step at the ready. Jumps back over towards Pantomime. They're in with the Inkswell stun onto the two of them. Follow Hoof Stomp. They've caught the Sven. They've caught the Storm. Rebel. He's got a little bit more mana to play with. They're running him down. No one's going to have an ability up in a second. As indeed Rebel cannot get out. As they may have got in and taken some of the stacks away, but losing both the mid and the carry for that attempt.
It ends up, yeah, definitely not worth bringing both of them, that's for sure. a painful hit, and it's a good place for Gambit to collapse like this with their heroes, right? With the 2 points in Double Edge, with 2 points in Inkswell, it looks beautiful. And a bit of a mistake too. I think Dyrachyo using the Stormhammer onto the Void Spirit was a bit of a slip up there. He should save it for one of the easier targets to hit because no one dodged it, and then that's like their big setup stun. They had to throw everything else onto him, and they still couldn't bring him down. A bit of a slip up there from the side of Windstrike. I didn't see who cleared up the whole stack though. I think it was a bit split.
We're going to jump in along the river. They're going to like to try and get in on this, and Snowball will save him for the Inkswell stun. Allows Rebel to push on, but no one's in with the counterplay. Comes in with the Astral Step, and Rebel's going to be careful. Doesn't want to go onto the high ground.
Top rune. They're racing toward it. Rebel, he's going to try to force Immersion to take it. And he will not be able to. Great jump from no one. While bottom also, again, they get another kill onto Afterlife. The God Strength plus that minus armor. They also have Medallion. He dies very quickly. Centaur is struggling in this series.
Yeah, it seems like both teams have just had pretty good answers to it in the lane.
Yeah, I like the concepts of there's just the Witch Doctor in the first one and just the Snapfire versus the Centaur in this one too. Just the minus armor in one way to be able to, because Centaur is good versus the effective physical damage, but when you're that reduced, you're not that good versus it at all. And then the other one, the Maledict, super effective as it is all that magic damage. Yeah, I like it. I like both approaches. And that does mean that this Snapfire getting so involved down bottom, he's going to be 6 any moment now.
That's going to be a fast time. And they've got pretty good ways to set up for Pantomime to sit at the back of the fight and get the kisses off. Whether it be...
I mean, Afterlife is still 5, so no Stampede. And the Snapfire is already 6. This next fight could be huge if Windstrike's able to get a positioning for the Snapfire. But Gambit, they're rotating down. They've spotted him. He's dead.
Pantomime pretty dead. Here's no one. Able to get him with the jump. And with the Arcane going, he'll continue to push on.
He might know that there's a ward down bottom somewhere because of the way that no one did jump instantly. Top, we're seeing Dream doing a great job. He's just rushed that Maelstrom versus the Timbersaw. He's able to sustain versus him decently.
Has to be a little careful up here. I guess actually he's got Immersion around. Cheshire Cat's got a TP down bottom. As he's going to look to just move over here and position himself so he can stop them from taking an early tier 1.
I like it. Yep. I like that whenever I see these movements from Timbers. You're just unkillable beast. Don't let them get any type of map advantage. 10 minutes hits.
Oh, and there is no one. I mean, he's getting a lot of action here on the Void Spirit. Finds the setup onto Yamich. But with the Phantom's Embrace keeping him completely silenced. There's not a chance. Rebel's coming in with a haste rune. Wants to try and find Snako in return. He gets the silence out, but Bug's taken away. And Snako will still be found. Is Rebel able to get something in return here? Both mids starting to get some kills.
Yep. And they actually killed the Yule Scepter. Did the creep end up finishing it? Wait, what?
Okay, yeah, where was it going? I guess it must have.
I thought I saw the Snapfire hitting it, but then it looks like a creep maybe last hit it? Like a Null Assassin, Vul Assassin or something hit it? I don't know. Oh well. That is the Yule Scepter, at least the recipe dead. And he would have it done now, too. So a minute and a half where no one is not going to have that.
Yeah, how are we doing on the Orchid timing for Rebel? He's very close to it. So he's actually going to be able to have it for a bit of a window now where, yeah, he'll have the Orchid and the Yules won't be ready for no one.
That will be huge. Yeah, if he makes the move in the next 30 seconds or so. And he's got Fairy Trinket too, so perfect pickup for the Storm. Ancient's now starting to get worked on for Afterlife. He's now gone back into the Retaliate build after putting the 2 points in Double Edge. Looks like they're attempting to go for a smoke here, but the creeps keep hitting Afterlife for a sec. Let's see what they're able to make. If they can catch Cheshire Cat alone with 0 stacks, they might have the control and damage, but is that the target you want to go for? Looks like it will be.
They're going to try.
They're bringing the reload as well.
Have they got enough damage? Yeah, with Dream coming in as well. They will. They need to
nice
commit
hit,
a
but the
lot.
relocate spotted.
Yep.
Pantomime sees it.
Can they do it on the way back? Rebel. He's in position. Dream's going to come back over, but the IO very dead. Can they get Dream as well? They've got the punch up. Rage comes to an end. Dream's into the creep though, and the backup's here. No one. Jumps in with the Astral Step. They're able to soul bind the two of them together as Pantomime and Jamage will be punished. As ASM Gambit, they can swing over in time to make sure that, that they punish Windstrike for trying to stick around and fight on the return of the IO.
And they're doing it with speed. That's the important thing that we saw last time also from Gambit, just playing quick around the map. And that was the window, right? That was where Storm has Orchid. the Yules was not finished up on the Void Kids at base. The Yules is now coming out to be delivered. So will be a little bit harder for Rebel to find that target at the least.
Dream getting the time and space now to clean up the Ancients, get the Sanj out on top of the Maelstrom. So, you know, that combined with the backup of Immersion is going to make him a rather tough target to jump upon.
I want him to get the Halberd. I think I'd like Halberd Maelstrom this game, and then he can go for something like Scotty. I think Scotty's still really effective versus Timbersaw and Sven, because you know that they're going to get BKB on Sven eventually, Timber's health reduction, and just the chase overall. I think that could be a really nice if Dream's able to get it. Chester Cat, really diving forward here.
I mean, they're diving in deep here, and they'll be able to burst Afterlife. No struggles there with the setup of Rebel heading in from the side. Now they'll give them the space to probably take this tier 1 tower. No one's still hanging around. Cheshire Cat diving in onto Sneko. Sneko, he doesn't want to mess around with this Timber anymore. Immediately TP's out. They get the tower win straight.
And a D-ward. Nicely done. Pantomim's still not able to find a window to use Mortimer Kisses. It feels bad when he was level 6 so early on. Okay, so Dream's just going to go SNY instead. I mean, that's fine too. I think Halberd feels a little... It feels really nice versus Sven overall, because he never wants to build MKB. The evasion and the disarm is super strong, but he's going to just go for SNY for status res anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Still super strong.
Yeah, just better for his own game personally, I guess, when it comes to farming and moving around the map, and chasing down. No, nothing to be found there. Sneko preparing in case a jump was to be made. Farm-wise, yeah, Dream still keeping himself at the top. Sven catching up a little bit, but so far so good here from Dream.
Very close early game here. This Lifestealer just a bit ahead of his counterpart. Now we see Gambit, they're finding a window to push bottom. They have spotted Afterlife up top though. Even though he's Vanguard for the Centaur, he's only got 5 armor. So Medallion plus Little Shredder and tag team, they'll kill him in no time.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They know he's still over here too. Pantomim is very well aware. Keeps pinging out the side over here, but won't be able to scout him out. Just chilling. Digs up a bounty rune on Afterlife.
Bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Very patient on Afterlife.
I don't think he's going to be... I mean, he's sticking around. May be able to cut a creep wave after the tower's gone down, but... And mid lane's going to be the... Yeah, just the turn up of Cheshire Cat, and that's all that's needed, really, to stop them pushing.
They get the setup on top, though. They're just stuck around.
And he's been left behind. I mean, that'll do there for ASM Gambit. Getting Dracho whilst the rest of Windstrike have retreated.
They're on the reload, so Immersion, he will just go down. But a nice play there from ASM Gambit, just chilling. They were just so patient from Afterlife to get some extra information too. They did have that ward that was up there to see some TPs canceled, and they just went, yeah, Mitch.
Trying to see if they can...
He's death's hurt. Sven getting slowed down a lot.
Yeah,
already now where the Lifestealer's already ahead of him, so that means he's going to have this one-up of an item. If this Lifestealer's actually... I like this, actually. The Bastia with the SNY is also a good one.
They're going to try and see if they can burst Cheshire Cat, but backups in. They come in from the side with the snowball straight down on towards Sneko. Sneko falls. Yamich getting turned upon here by Dream. Dream's got the damage. They take down Yamich in return. They're going to try and chase for more. Rebel's low on mana. As Dracho comes in, going to try and focus the IO, but they're controlling him with the Yule Scepter. He's trying to turn and fight into Dream with the God Strength, but he just doesn't do enough damage, and now the Remnant pulls out. Dracho is going to get burst down.
Uh-oh.
As Dracho falls yet again, Dream's game continuing to get propelled so far ahead of that of the Svens. And they're going to continue to chase here. Panto, he's out to the side. He's going to try for the TP out, but the damage is there. Dream takes down another as the distance between him and Dracho Sven just grows and grows.
I can't... Duracho showing back up to the fight. He's hurting his own game so much as this Sven showing back up into the fights. Dream can just fight versus him easily. Yeah. He didn't even have the SNY out because his courier actually died with his Yasha. This was before he even had his full kit of his items, and he's gonna have another item on top of the Sven. Fights are starting to look quite difficult for Windstrike. Even though they got, what, a full Mortimer kiss off onto everybody, they still couldn't really kill any of the big targets. They only kill that Centaur.
It's just a 1k gold difference, but we're really feeling the difference in the carries. A lot of weight on Windstrike's other two cores, the Storm and Timber, to really pop off in the fights. As they've got some carrying to do here whilst they buy time for the Sven Dracho to get in a place where he's going to be able to turn up and clean up in these fights. As over the river, they got enough burst, they do. They're able to make the jump, lock him down, no one will fall.
And they're going to get even another surprise. They're going to get the relocate kill too. A big hit from Windstrike. No one getting caught off guard, but I don't think he's expecting the consistency of chain stun coming out from Windstrike. That was really nicely done with the cookie. Just perfectly using every single disable. Deraccio, though, he has to be careful. He at least has Lord Vision up here.
And he's got the team coming over. Windstrike.
Okay.
Looking for Seneko. Seneko just hiding in the trees here.
Oh. Oh. They don't see him. He throws the scan out. He knows they're all around him. Look at the ward coverage of this enemy jungle right now. Windstrike. Not able to find Seneko.
Oh, very nice hiding spot.
All right, so Dream, this matchup starts to get pretty hard for the Sven too as it does progress. Sure, Sven starts to deal more damage, but Lifestealer's talents really start to kind of break the matchup, especially when he hits 20. Sure, it's still some time away, but as we said, evasion is going to be devastating for this Sven to deal with. And this Lifestealer just has he has a full item on top of the Sven, and it's going to just keep getting worse if he doesn't start getting a successful fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're looking for him. Like, Gambit is just constantly hunting for Deraccio.
Yeah, they know that he's having to spend time picking his game back up, and he is getting it. With the passive moments, he is able to farm that much more efficiently than Dream in comparison. So he's closing the gap a little bit.
Does he have the same backup though, right? They do almost have Solar Crest at least done on the Snapfire, so that'll be nice. No blink yet on Yamich, but they will get an Arcane Rune for Rebel. And he's level 15, he's got Kaya too. Pretty good moment for the Storm Spirit.
No, definitely a good fight to be had here.
And they see Afterlife too. These deep wards that they placed earlier, it might get them some kills here. No one scouts it.
He's being careful. He knows there's a lot behind him.
And he taunts him. Gotta love that Void Spirit taunt. And now an Aghanim's for Nolan. So fights, if he's able to get these Blanket Silence, now it's hard for the Storm. Even for Timbersaw, the support's also a lot more vulnerable. Soulbind, as well as just like the Phantom and this other Silence coming out from Void Spirit, it might trip up the fights a lot before they have any BKBs. Windstrike might have to be a little careful fighting into no one right now.
Yeah, Dream as well, having the Basher done. So extra little bit of catch that might cause issues for the cause, especially the Storm and Timber if they're trying to break away.
Even takes the health talent on the Lifestealer too, so look at this durability. 20 armor, 2400 HP with the heal. It's insane as they're in.
They're going to try and start off the action. They get the jump in onto Yamich. Yamich is trying to take that Phantom Embrace off. The little Shredder being used to get those extra hits and to remove the silence. See Dream. And it's going to come in and on the backlines. Dream, he needs help. He's going to get it. Immersion's in with the tether. Turns gets the bash off. Now going over towards them. They've got the Soulbind looking down the two of them. Dracho's going to go down. Jump over from Afterlife. He finds the Whostopping connection onto the Timbersaw. Cheshire Cat trying to chain away, but the bash is in. A Dream, the rest of them, they're looking for the other kills. They want to try and ignore the Timbersaw, take down the easier targets. Dream's charging down Pantomem with the Ink Swirl. They'll be able to close the gap, get the stun off. Panto gets taken out. Yamich, he'll be the next target here if Dream can find him.
He's got his blink.
He's going to be able to,
should be all right.
To be fine here. They won't search any further. Dream actually just TPing back. Going to look to resume farming. I mean, they're of course going to be happy with that again. Another situation where they're taking out this Sven. They're not getting punished other than the kill on no one, but yeah, Dream's game continues to be perfectly fine. He's out and the farm continues for him while Sven sits at the sidelines.
And you can tell he's just perfectly fine on the Lifestealer there too. The IO coming in with the mech, this crazy sustain that pushes him over. No one does make a little bit of a mess up overextending. which I think Windstrike should be quite happy and quite fortunate with too, with the way that that fight was looking. Yeah, they need BKBs. Both the Storm and the Sven now before this next fight, they need the BKB or they will just keep getting smashed. Too much silence, too much control. And Cheshire Cat's just getting ignored in a lot of the fights. He got like so bound up and then they just left him to do whatever as they chase the rest of the heroes.
I look towards the Roche maybe here, SM Gambit.
This is a good force. I don't think Windstrike's ready to fight. Yeah, without BKBs, like there's just no way that they can take this head-on fight unless they do some massive outplay.
SM Gambit. They're holding strong in the pit. What can Windstrike do to try and push them away? They know they're in there. Maybe look for a steal with Rebel if he times it right. In fact, no one. He's actually going to start the action first. They make the jump with the Astral Step. Looking at the backlines, he gets the silence out with the pulse. They're focusing Yamich. I see the zip in from Rebel on the backline stream. He's been able to find his way over towards Draccio. As they control him with the Yules, the rest of Windstrike trying to swing round to help out Draccio. Throw out the stun onto no one. Yules control onto Dream, but they can keep on pushing on. They'll take down Sven yet again. It's a great kisses from the side here from Pantomime. Actually enough to set up to get the four of them, as Pantomime may have just saved the fight. He absolutely has. They get the cleanup. Triple kill for Cheshire Cat as Panto, perfect position. They couldn't get anyone on top of him. As his setup there with that amount of damage gives enough confidence for them to just keep on fighting and turn the entire team fight around.
And that's pre-BKB that they're able to take that fight. Just everyone, I want to see it again, they all just hugged. Everyone on top of each other, like 4-man Whirling Death, 4-man Chakram. That was kind of the only dream situation that Windstrike could hope for in the fight, of just overextending, just focusing too much on the Sven. Rebel just able to do everything that he wants inside the fight, and like you said, the kiss is perfect. They put so much focus on this Sven.
They do. They just have both of their cores trying to bring down Diracho. In fact, all three, you know, Afterlife jumping in as well, but there they are. So they get caught in the combo. Cheshire Cat and Pantomime's damage flying in. Back in action though, Cheshire Cat. Back in the game, and he's dead. He is dead. They did, of course, finish off Roshan. Windstrike. Aegis on Rebel.
It's still a huge window. Like they got Roche in a position that they probably shouldn't have because of the state of not having BKBs into all these silences and control. Storm is level 18 with BKB, with Arcane Rune, with Aegis. And one of the best heroes that you can possibly have to carry it. And the Sven now pretty much has BKB too. So the fights now for them will be a lot easier to approach.
It's going to be much more difficult for no one to start the fights the way he has previously, just jumping in and trying to get that initial setup. The cores are going to be ready. And now, 3k up Windstrike, closing that gap. Dream may still be at the top. The rest of the core starting to fall behind, as you see Afterlife. Certainly his farm has slowed down completely.
Yeah, not going to be able to do the same thing as he did as an Elder Titan. He's just the control and the buff ups for the Lifestealer, who now is level 18 too. He doesn't quite have his Satanic done, but I think he wants this just for the Dispel in particular versus the annoying Orchid that will be coming out always. But is that going to give him enough damage? Because Sven, as we said, Diracho starting to catch back up. Same thing with Rebel. He's having a hell of a series, honestly. Rebel, even though they lost that last game, like we said, 5-1-7 this time on the Storm too.
Let's see if he can close up the victory this time round. As you said, he did pretty much everything he could in that last game. No doubt
he's definitely a man to watch out for in a lot of these games for Windstrike. He is a standout.
I mean, SM Gap, do they want to try and fight whilst the Aegis is up on Windstrike, or?
No, I think if they can look for pickoffs because they have relocate, but it's Windstrike constantly hunting them right now.
Damn, Rebel straight in. A big zip here as he tries to get aggressive down around the bottom lane. Merchant and Dream just keeping it hidden in the trees, so Cheshire Cat's going to hunt them down.
They feel so much stronger because BKBs, they're just not at risk of getting caught now with the two frontline heroes. They don't have to worry so much about that annoying Void Spirit, annoying Inkswell stun combo from Centaur. As Gambit, they just have to kind of dodge for some time here until that Aegis does get reclaimed, but gives Windstrike so much time to catch up. Diracho, he's fully recovered.
Oh, we see Dream trying to get the Satanic done. Do you like this, or do you feel he could have done with going for a bit more aggression of his build, getting some more damage online?
I kind of wanted him to go for more I actually wanted like the Scotty, something like that, so he can chase through these BKBs now that you know they're at. It's a more defensive posture. It's him trying to dispel or annoying Orchids and stuff like that. But is that going to be the solution now at this point, now that you're starting to fall behind? I think you probably do want some way to deal with those BKBs besides just a Basher.
And especially having the Halberd and invasion on Cheshire Cat. As she said at the start, it was going to be a good game for Timber. It's really getting to that point where it's going to be very, very hard, if not just impossible, for them to bring down Timbersaw in the fights.
They'll just have to dance around him. They have to go for every other hero and then focus on the Timbersaw. But we saw, that can also be a problem. Cheshire Cat can just delete heroes if they do just forget about him for too long. Level 19, he has got the Flamethrower.
I'm taking these towers without any response now from ASM Gambit. They know it's tough to turn up and do anything about these pushes from Windstrike.
They're reloading though. They saw an opportunity when they're split, but Windstrike quickly collapsed on top of it.
And Cheshire Cat just knowing he can stand here at the front. They're never going to be making a jump onto him. As Dream is very close to having the Satanic complete.
Okay, and he does find an Elven Tunic, so Elven Tunic, and when he gets to 20 talent, that evasion will be a bit annoying for the Sven to deal with, because he's never wants to build toward that MKB, as we said earlier. Oh, he just blocked his Ancient Cap. Oh, that feels bad, Dream. And he's spotted down here. They have full vision of the Life Stealer at the moment.
I mean, they're going to keep pushing on top, and they're hunting in the trees, and they'll be able to find him. Seneko, he's caught. Really starting to fall apart here a little bit, ASM Gambit. As Windstrike, they're just making all the moves, taking all the objectives. Getting that roast out of Aegis was huge for them, as it's absolutely just put them straight in the lead now.
Yeah, I mean, winning a fight pre-BKBs versus all of Gambit's timings was absolutely instrumental for them.
I mean, they're just going to push high ground.
High ground.
Yeah, what do you do? How do you stop this? They're going to try. After immediately getting silenced as he jumps in. He gets the Lotus off. See, Dream tries to jump in with the heals to help out. That fire does get put to a stop as no one's able to jump to the back lines with the silence. Rebel committing with BKB onto Seneko. Seneko is going to be fine, but no one won't be. They get the control onto the Void Spirit. Dream getting healed up by Immersion, but does he actually have the damage? The Inkswell Stone will go off onto the three of them. They're focusing the Sven. They are able to take him out. Draccio goes down. Yamich, he's running with the Spy Legs, but he won't be able to escape. He also falls. Cheshire Cat's able to get in and cut down Afterlife. See if they can bring down Cheshire Cat. Silence in place. And Rebel, he's jumping back in on the back lines. He's been able to get in over towards the IO. They turn the silence. Rebel's actually going to end up dying for that attempt. Panto as well will fall. A triple kill for Dream, as I mean, it cost them a couple of buybacks, but they hit back very hard against Windstrike there. Windstrike losing a lot on that attempt from them to try and break the set of racks. The racks stay up. ASM Gambit are able to defend.
Rebel just gives his life. He jumps in trying to get a kill on a support, but just dies. Quick Orchid, quick removal by Afterlife with that Lotus Orb, kind of turns everything around, resets the positioning of the fight. No one gets completely annihilated from the chain stun, but it does allow Dream to kind of clean up inside of the fight, just hitting absolutely everyone perfectly. Afterlife gets a good setup stun as we're back in the game.
Back in action, Cheshire Cat. He's got to be careful here. He got the four of them going onto him. They've got the bashes. He's going to be able to get up to the high ground.
Oh! The Halberd, it saves him.
Well, I mean, that was very, very close there. Yamich, he's going to be able to catch the Seneko here on the way out, and with the snowball, they're chasing in. They've got a stampede from the Remnant as well. Actually does hold back Draccio. Shards are going to miss. They're controlling him. Afterlife, no, and they're going to jump back over towards him, but the cookie's in. Over towards Afterlife. BKB's out. They're committing onto the center. They'll take him down. Afterlife falls. So Draccio can get more here with the BKB. God Strength. He's looking to Immersion. Immersion controlled by the snowball. They hit for two. Railball's ready to dive in for the backlines. Catches Seneko here on the retreat. Glimmer Cape, is he going to save him from the soul burn damage? It won't. Dust is out. Cheshire Cat gets the kill.
Right back the other way. Rebel, very low on mana, but a great chase forward, just getting all these kills. Afterlife they're trying to save Seneko there, and they actually get themselves triple. 3 heroes dead because of it. Just Stampede trying to bail him out. And back straight up the top. Draccio will be able to claim it.
Yeah, this time around, ASM Gambit, they won't have the defense to push back. As they might get more than just the one set. The mid lane also getting pushed in by Windstrike. Dream, what's the move? He's going to start cutting creep waves, but they've already got a couple coming in, so Windstrike, they're not going anywhere. They'll push on.
The flamethrower back up in 2 seconds. They will go Rebel. Whoopsie.
Oh, he was a little scared. The Afterlife's actually able to get in and get the stun onto the two of them. Snowball Cookie out to the side. They're trying to get out now. Cheshire Cat and Yamach still on the front lines. They'll come in over towards the Centaur. No one jumps across with the Astral Step. He's got the damage to take down Yamach. Yamach falls. So they can get the rest out there. Dream's chasing. Gonna go for the TP. Anything to cancel it? There isn't. Cheshire Cat makes it away, but they got what they came for. The full set of racks top and the melee racks mid. Only losing Yamach for it. They'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, huge hit. No one has to be careful with his life since he did have to use the buyback earlier on, but a big hit from Windstrike just turning it back. As Roche, about a minute left on that one. Dream, we're still seeing he's super powerful, but they are kiting him around quite a lot. So he has queued up that Scotty as we kind of expected he would do versus the BKBs and that Timber, and does feel like he needs it. He really needs to carry this game pretty hard right now, it's feeling, as no one is just getting focus fired. They're sticking onto this poor Void Spirit so much. No one's gone for the BKB now, so we'll have some at least defensive measures to cover himself.
Yeah, for sure, he's just not having the chance at all in these fights. One step in the wrong place and it's getting blown up. You know, this fan's certainly hurting. If they can set up for Duracho to close up on his targets, and last 3 times with Rebel, Yamach's initiation, they certainly have.
And they're smoking. They're looking for no one again.
Whoa. Afterlife scouting things up from the high ground.
Oh,
Afterlife giving us some good information, Dream. He's going to get halberded. You see the jump for the backlines. Rebel's gone for Seneko. Seneko's able to pop the charge. He's out, actually. The Stampede's popped. Rebel's now, he's got the one that's got to be careful. The BKB's popped, but they're linked together by the Soulbind. They're in onto the Storm Spirit. Phantom Embrace Silence comes in as well, followed up by the Pulse. Dream, he's on top of the Sven. Dracho, he's in trouble. They'll get back in. They'll take him down. Dream gets the 1. He gets the 2. He's over towards the Storm as well. Rebel goes down. Now they're looking for Cheshire Cat, and he's been left behind. Everybody else is dead. The Bloodstone Heal buys him time, but the chase is there. No one closes the gap with the Astral Step. They've got multiple silences to lock him down. The bash is out. Cheshire Cat still living, but the Remnant placed perfectly, almost predicting the angle he tried and Timber chain out at, as this time it's ASM Gambit that team wipe Windstrike.
BKB from no one was the absolute difference maker, and great positioning, as you said. Afterlife up on the high ground. Where was Snapfire ult, right? He just completely sat on Snapfire, so she couldn't actually walk into the fight at all. She was completely zoned out, and no one with his BKB. He pulls the attention of absolutely everybody on the side of Windstrike. He controls them in effectively, it's like 9 seconds of his BKB. He controlled the whole Windstrike team. Lifestealer shows up. Their BKBs are down on the Storm, and Sven, he just goes to town.
Are you ready to see this again? Sven taking them down 1 by 1. As soon as this sort of comes to an end, and the fact that Dream just goes completely unchecked in the team fight.
Yep.
They just cannot deal with this Lifestealer staying consistently at full HP. It's just never a target that once the fight starts, anybody on Windstrike is going to feel good prioritizing. He's just too strong.
And that was pre-Eye of Scotty. So now for the next fight, he's even stronger on top of it all. And now no one has his own protection. You know, as we said, the BKB last time, now he's got a cheese too. ASM Gambit maybe have found their footing now after that last big fight. Dream, an absolute monster with the IO behind him.
That is just huge.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They come out with the smoke here, Windstrike, but what kind of jump can they make? And Rebel's going to try. He's found Seneko. Come in with the tether. Seneko's going to be healed up and he's going to be saved. They get the Lotus. They've got the controls one that's fed into the Who's-Stone. They make the jump over towards Dracho. Dracho is able to get the BKB off the leash. It's just ruining this Storm's game. Rebel has to zip out to safety. Immersion getting healed up here by the Infest. They're trying to keep their eye alive, but the eye will still fall. Dream. Yours up for now. Afterlife moving in position. Look for the stun control. Yamach is going to get bounced to the side by the Cookie. Dream and no one. They're chasing down Dracho. They're going to be able to buy him a bit of time here with the Invis, but the sentries dropped down by Seneko. They'll continue to push on Rebel. He's caught by the Remnant. Rebel's going to go down. They've lost the Storm. Dream's ready to turn over towards Yamach and Pantomam. Panto will buy time for himself with the Ghost Scepter. No buyback available on Rebel, though. He cannot get back in the fight. Panto's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the stuns to stop it. Another kill for ASM Gambit. There's now a good bit of window. 60 seconds, no Storm.
And the second fight now, where I see the leash, it just sticks on like the perfect target. It gets onto the Storm Spirit the second time. The first fight, it got on the Storm and the Tusk, so the Tusk couldn't snowball save. Some, I mean, phenomenal RNG perhaps with the secondary leash, but just still sticking on Rebel. And Rebel tries to go save Dyrachyo, and he walks into an Aether Remnant and ends up getting killed from the chain stun.
They're struggling massively in these last few fights. Rebel just getting completely controlled, even through the BKB, and now Dream's up to the high ground. And they still have that Aegis.
Too big.
How do you stop this Lifestealer? Just taunting in front of them.
All the buffs, Overcharge plus Solar Crest with the mech and the Holy Locket behind him. Even a Paladin Sword on the IO to boot for even more healing.
They just can't get in on him. He's taking down the red. They'll have Rebel up in a few seconds. We'll see if that changes much, but the last few fights it hasn't.
They're in.
They're trying to get on the backliners again. They're looking for Immersion. Jump in with the silence. Rebel with a big zip. He's able to get the pull back onto the eye. Can they burst through Immersion in time? Immersion getting low, but no, he's fine. Immersion's able to step out of the side. Rebel's got to back off. Again, he's committed with the BKB, but he has to use it to get away. Dyrachyo jumps in, will manage to take down Immersion, but now he's committed. Dream, no one. They're looking to continue to keep the silence. No one's up to the high ground. Stops the ultimate here from Snapfire, but they lost Dyrachyo. Sven goes down. No one, Dream, they're still full HP. Rebel's going to jump back in, but he's got to be so careful. There's no BKB available on Rebel anymore. It's still on cooldown. They'll lose Yamage. Rebel cannot fight into this any longer.
Dyrachyo commits, so he does get the kill on the IO, but he jumped in, no BKB, nothing else, just the God String. He two-shots the IO, to be fair, does finish him off, but now he's dead for such a long time. And Seneko finds himself in that double bounty. Rebel.
Big aggressive zip here onto no one. He does not do enough damage though. And his BKB is still on cooldown.
He's dead. Uh-oh.
I mean, that's one of those plays that hurts a bit. You know, that's a play, definitely some frustration fueling that sort of move.
Oh man, it's too hard for them to fight into this lifesteal, man. Dream is just absolutely immortal. Like all these buffs too, the Inkswell dispels, just everything coming into play. The IO almost survives during all of it. He doesn't get the cheese off, like we said, because he got two-shotted, but I do want to point out this build. I don't remember he did this the first game too, but just dodging spirits. He actually just puts all his points in stats. I didn't point that out earlier, but kind of a funny approach here from the IO. Just tanking himself up.
Yeah, I guess, very selfish. No, wants to make sure he's not accidentally like taking CS or no, he's not going to be hitting any creeps. It's just all about being there, being alive here for your teammates.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't actually notice that earlier. I just was more focused on Dream cleaning up and everything.
Well, you feel like we don't see any other IOs do this.
No, I don't think I've seen any support IOs doing this, but it's clever. Look how he's unbelievably tanky because of it. He still dies because he gets focused so hard, but that's cool. Very cool approach. I love stats as well. All of us Dota 1 players, we used to love our stats, so.
Oh, they're ready to push in. Rebel's up in a few seconds.
Aegis getting reclaimed in 1 second now.
Okay. No one. They're actually going to start things on in Cheshire Cat. They also get the control onto Dyrachyo at the side. Cheshire Cat's starting to back off. Centaur's going to be focused first. They bring down the Centaur with no struggles. Rebel is released again. He can't get out. Rebel goes down. Dead for 80. A tip's coming out as well from Seneko. He knows that these soul binds are just ruining the Storm's game. Dream's pushing in. Dyrachyo, he's put the constraint, but he's got to run, and he can't. The bash is there. Dyrachyo goes down. Both cores out of the game. No buybacks for Windstrike as they're getting forced right back towards the fountain. Dream's charging in, setting up for the Inkswell stun onto the two of them. Yamage and Cheshire Cat fall.
Damn.
They're buying
Dream is
back.
popping off.
I mean, you said he had to play without the mistakes of game one to take this one away, and he certainly has. No mistakes to be had here from Dream, as he's played it perfectly. As they're fighting right up towards the fountain, they know there's nothing that Windstrike can do to turn this around with their two main cores dead, and without any measure of getting back into the action. As 5 heroes dead, no buybacks.
The leashes. My God, that last one, Cheshire Cat walked in to try to bail Rebel out, and it actually just got him leashed and killed. So a couple of these leashes just absolutely instrumental to the win here from Gambit. But Dream, what a performance on the Lifestealer. Actually ends up going perfectly. Satan, his build actually ends up being excellent, and no one being really disruptive, except for that like 1 or 2 fights that they had around Ancients. No one does a great job of just being so annoying. He just jumps on 3 or 4 heroes, keeps silencing and disrupting the backlines.
Yeah, excellent stuff. 15-1-16 on the Lifestealer and just backed up perfectly. Yeah, so many fights as well. I feel we saw, Relb, he knew that he had to deal with Seneko. He's trying to get on him. He pretty much gets the jump on him every time, but a lot of the times, Immersion just helping his support bro, getting him with the tether, keeping Seneko alive long enough so he gets his spells out and just causes so many issues for Relball in those last few team fights. This Storm he couldn't play at all, and it wasn't as if he itemized bad or was making rough moves. I mean, maybe obviously that big zip onto the Void Spirit, but by then it was already kind of falling apart. It just seemed impossible. I think, if Relball's ever playing Storm again, he's probably not doing it if there's a Grimstroke in the game.
No, Seneko, he played it really well too. With a couple of his glimmers, they didn't have the vision in the back, and he actually, I think I saw 1 or 2 fights, he ink swells himself, glimmers himself, so then they dust, the ink swell pops, it dispels the dust, and then the Storm's running around like, oh god, where'd he go? So yeah, some nice individual plays for sure from Gambit, but overall this game, this series was super chaotic.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, look a little cleaner, more clean overall for SM Gambit, at least by the end of this second game. As with that victory, the series, it's theirs. AS Monaco Gambit will get the win here, 2-0 against Winstrike.
Yes, they do. It looked a little dicey there for a moment, but AS Monaco Gambit pull through. They win their first series here. The second season of the Eastern European DPC. We'll talk about that more and get ourselves an interview all after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
With a last pick Timbersaw, Windstrike got themselves a pretty significant lead, especially as we're going to see here. Being able to take the top lane of Barracks and half of mid as well, it looked like Windstrike was a shoo-in to be able to finish this game out and push it to a game 3. But AS Monaco Gambit held strong. The Lifestealer pulled through, but more importantly, Kyle Dream himself as a player pulled through as a hard carry for AS Monaco Gambit.
I was actually thinking the same thing, actually. Yeah, I was hoping you'd bring up the Dream point, but yeah,
He
played
said-
really well.
Kyle.
No, if I just jump in and, join Cap right now. Yeah, Kyle.
Yeah, we're Team Dream.
Yeah, Team Dream.
We like
team.
Dream hard carry.
We like
Me
him.
too.
Yeah, what about you?
The Lifestealer, you talking about Medusa, I'm saying Lifestealer all day, and Dream proves exactly
Don't say
why.
about himself.
You think I forgot that, T-Gov? Trying to... Goddamn Benedict Arnold, you don't even know who that is.
No.
Well, I mean, the Lifestealer did look really good,
He
right?
did.
Despite the fact he was matched up against the Timbersaw, Dream really performed here.
The item build was key. The Maelstrom, the ideal for scaling, and also anti-Timbersaw in a way, and just straight up beast mode. Like, he just... There's no way you win that game if Lifestealer doesn't have such an obscene net worth advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it wasn't just the Lifestealer that managed to win this game, of course. He had a great team backing him. They had a lot of synergy, and Purge is going to break down all that synergy for us.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, Lifestealer was really important for being able to frontline for his team, but he also gave up a lot of damage, which was nice. Timbersaw kind of offering similar things, but Lifestealer just felt like he did more to deal with the enemy backline generally. And the other thing that was having the IO pairing worked out pretty effectively. Basically, all three of their cores are pretty survivable, but pairing the IO on top of that just means that the abundance of lifesteal is great. Sven, as a super high damage hero, didn't feel as good because Lifestealer was in the front line, as was Centaur. So we're going to see that fight time and time again for fights. Lifestealer overcharge, blowing up buildings. Basically, it gives either no one or Centaur the option to initiate, and then support sit on the back line over here, trying to stay out of danger. While in the meantime, we've got Snapfire over to the left, who's looking for a good ulti, but it's very difficult for that to happen because Lifestealer's positioned so far in front of his whole team. And that way, if they do finally go on him, watch what happens. Io comes and says, okay, time to bring out the big guns. They give him an out. They use Ink Swell. It does a lot of damage. And at this point, Sven is force in the fight is pretty much used up almost entirely. They do end up winning part of this fight, but here's another example. Centaur ends up getting gone on as he initiates here, gets the Lotus Orb off, almost dies. Here's the Infest. We saw that heal so many times. That was Infest plus the IO one as well. And look at this, being focused by 3 heroes right now. Let's watch his HP. He's fine. He's completely fine. No one was a little bit more vulnerable in the back line. Snako did a great job staying alive multiple times, but this whole time, he's up front doing a ton of damage. Satanic, pretty cool item build as well. Lots of damage. Once again, he's just buying time for his team to do Ink Swells to slowly work down their opponents as for Sven to become more of a liability. And then finally, one of the bigger fights here, Centaur on the back line here, aiming for the Snapfire to make sure that damage doesn't come out. And here in the front line again, Snako tries to stay alive. Lifestealer sitting in the wave once again, slapping heroes. In this case, I've lost him. There he is, right in the middle, of course, slapping heroes once again. Just doing a great job, being tanky, almost impossible to kill with his itemization, and eventually working down their opponents once their BKBs were gone.
That's right. It wasn't just the Lifestealer show, but with Purge's demonstration, we could see just how well both Immersion and Snako were able to play on the supports, on the outside, giving all those spells, playing back and forth, making sure that they weren't the first ones to be gone on, and lasting throughout the fight. And that's a very big, important part of that game, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look after that high ground defense, if you look at every fight after that, it just felt like Storm was always soulbound in the fight. So yeah, a lot of props to Snako, one of the kind of the hidden MVPs in this game, with the cores playing so well.
Yep.
And of course, who's been a solid performance for AS Monaco starting from last season was no one who we've got here in an interview. I don't believe we have video, but we should be having him just on audio. No one, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Awesome.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. You sound great.
I'm sorry for camera. It's just turned off and it doesn't work for some reason.
Don't worry about it. We just want to be able to talk to you. So that's the most important part. Congratulations on that win against Windstrike. I want to start off that game 2 draft. Did you guys were you guys prepared for the Timbersaw, or from our perspective, we kind of thought maybe you guys forgot that hero was in the pool?
No, that was all planned.
Really?
It was
Okay.
planned. Yeah.
So you
We
guys
know
felt
that
like you could beat it?
It's only the one hero who can save their draft, but it doesn't work if you just play well at some point.
You guys played really well. I also wanted to ask you about your matchup against Rebel, who had a really good series himself. Both you guys were solid rocks for your team and really trying to carry through. How'd you feel about the matchup against him as a player?
I mean, like, I feel that there's not such a big difference against who you're playing. Like, it could be me, Niche, Thompson, or Rebel, because it's a new draft and, I mean, like, new patches. And, I mean, like, he's good. He has a good performance, like, in the past matches. I saw it. But it's not a big difference right now, the nickname or this one. Because you have, like, 4 or 6 runes before level min-5, and you're just always full HP.
Right. We've actually had some conversations about that. Do you feel like this patch right now, does it make the mid lane a bit less skill intensive because you have like so many options to be able to stay in lane thanks to all these runes?
That's 100% true, because like it's you have like the last pick of the draft, and you just cannot counter the enemy heroes because he can just go for bottle, buys, I mean, like, grab some runes, and he will be the same net worth as you, even if you're Monkey King against Void Spirit, because that's just how it works right now. So you just cannot counter the enemy hero, and it's really hard to draft because last pick is not like good enough for this patch.
Okay, I've got some analysts who are here on the desk as well.
I just wanted to know, so you played with Solo for a long time. What's it like with Seneko as a captain?
Of course, it's a big difference. I mean, like, I've played with Solo like 4 or 5 years, and all of my games was with him, and now it's just different how the way people think. I mean, like, Seneka has different approaches to see at the game, for sure, and different calls. Like, I can't, like, talk some from inside because it's... I just can't do it. But it's just good, I think, to play with the others right now.
Gotcha.
Okay, so starting off the DPC season, you've unfortunately already lost to VP, Na'Vi, and Spirit. What do you think was the biggest problem, or kind of the biggest lesson that you've learned after those 3 series?
The biggest lesson, that's hard to say in English. Just not to be scary, I guess, in the games. Just make your moves and don't give a, like...
I get you.
And just play in your own game. That's the main goal, what we have to achieve right now.
All right. Well, thank you, Nolan, so much for doing this interview with us in English. It was super insightful, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
It's a great interview. I love that he's talking about the mid lane. It feels like that's kind of on no one's wish list, right? That he's supposed to be one of those super dominant mid laners, so it's going to affect you more when the mid lane's easier for your opponent.
From what he said, though, it's like the idea that the mid lane last pick doesn't have value, but I take that as more if you can leave your last pick to be a side lane and you just sacrifice your mid, now you're opening up your draft a lot more. It's like, okay, how do you counter the side lane now because mid's so easy?
Totally agree.
And we saw that in the draft, right? Storm Spirit, Void Spirit in the first one, too.
Storm's the best example. You can first 2 it now because it can't lose mid. In the past, like, you could body a Storm, but now it's like, okay, I'll rush bottle. I'll guaranteed get a rune at 2 minutes, and at 3 minutes, and 4 minutes too, and then I'll go jungle. Easy.
Well, AS Monaco Gambit did manage to get their first win of the second season. So let's take a look at those standings. They're no longer at the bottom. They're 1 and 3. Extremum is going to take that place instead. Of course, there are 2 other teams who only have that 1 win, both PugChamp and Unique. And looking forward to seeing Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. That's going to be happening on Sunday. VP still undefeated, 3-0, and Na'Vi 2-1, and very desperate for a win if they want to be able to get outside of that wildcard slot, which we've had some conversations with. Wildcards, you don't want to be there.
No, definitely not.
No, not at all. But also, I like the fact that, if Na'Vi can beat VP, it opens up for bigger, maybe potential tiebreakers. And then the flip side, VP beating Na'Vi, now we're looking at Gambit potentially being able to try and claw their way back up and then getting a tiebreaker against Na'Vi. So either way, it's just looking exciting no matter what the result of that series is.
All right. Kyle, you any last thoughts before we close out? And
Well, I'd love to take a look at the upcoming games we got on Sunday. PuckChamp versus Spirit. I think that'll be pretty Spirit favored. They've been looking unstoppable so far. The easy meat of the schedule is available in VP Navi. The Battle of Two Titans, that is not nearly as close as I thought it would be.
No, yeah, it's not really
and if
a
you really
Classico
want some
anymore,
final
yeah.
words, the reason for that, boys and girls, is because of karma. Little known fact. You can't do your teammates dirty and then expect to come to the DPC and dominate. It doesn't work.
all right, that message is brought to you by Kyle. And this tournament is ESL One, and it's all powered by Intel. Good night to everybody. We'll see you guys. We'll be back on Sunday for more of ESL One.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes
working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out.